Sharpe's Tiger by Bernard Cornwell. Read by William Gaminara. Chapter 1. It was funny, Richard Sharpe thought, that there were no vultures in England. None that he had seen, anyway. Ugly things they were, rats with wings. He thought about vultures a lot, and he had a lot of time to think, because he was a soldier, a private, and so the army insisted on doing a lot of his thinking for him. The army decided when he woke up, when he slept, when he ate, when he marched, and when he was to sit about doing nothing. And that was what he did most of the time. Nothing. Hurry up and do nothing. That was the army's way of doing things, and he was fed up with it. He was bored and thinking of running. Him and Mary. Run away. Desert. He was thinking about it now, and it was an odd thing to worry about right now, because the army was about to give Richard Sharpe his first proper battle. He'd been in one fight, but that was 5 years ago, and it had been a messy, confused business in fog, and no one had known why the 33rd Regiment was in Flanders, or what they were supposed to be doing there. And in the end they'd done nothing except fire some shots at the mist-shrouded French, and the whole thing had been over almost before young Richard Sharpe had known it had begun. He'd seen a couple of men killed. He remembered Sergeant Hawthorne's death best, because the sergeant had been hit by a musket ball that drove a rib clean out of his red coat. There was hardly a drop of blood to be seen, just the white rib sticking out of the faded red cloth. "You could hang your hat on that," Hawthorne had said in a tone of wonder. Then he had sobbed, and after that he had choked up blood and collapsed. Sharpe had gone on loading and firing, and then, just as he was beginning to enjoy himself, the battalion had marched away and sailed back to England. Some battle. Now he was in India. He didn't know why he was invading Mysore, and nor did he particularly care. King George III wanted Richard Sharpe to be in India, so in India Richard Sharpe was. But Richard Sharpe had now become bored with the king's service. He was young, and he reckoned life had more to offer than hurrying up and doing nothing. There was money to be made. He wasn't sure how to make money, except by thieving. But he did know that he was bored, and that he could do better than stay on the bottom of the dung-heap. That was where he was, he kept telling himself, the bottom of a dung-heap, and everyone knew what was piled on top of a dung-heap. Better to run, he told himself. All that was needed to get ahead in the world was a bit of sense, and the ability to kick a bastard faster than the bastard could kick you. And Richard Sharpe reckoned he had those talents right enough. Though where to run in India? Half the natives seemed to be in British pay, and those would turn you in for a handful of tin pice, and the pice was only worth a farthing, and the other Indians were all fighting against the British, or readying to fight them, and if he ran to them, he'd just be forced to serve in their armies. He'd fetch more pay in a native army, probably far more than the twopence a day Sharpe got now, after stoppages, but why change one uniform for another? No, he would have to run to some place where the army would never find him, or else it would be the firing squad on some hot morning. A blast of musket shots, a scrape in the red earth for a grave, and next day the rats with wings would be yanking the guts out of your belly like a bunch of blackbirds tugging worms out of a lawn. That was why he was thinking about vultures. He was thinking that he wanted to run, but that he did not want to feed the vultures. Do not get caught. Rule number 1 in the army, and the only rule that mattered. Because if you got caught, the bastards would flog you to death, or else reorganize your ribs with musket balls, and either way the vultures got fat. The vultures were always there, sometimes circling on long wings that tilted to the sudden winds of the warm upper air, and sometimes standing hunched on branches. They fed on death, and a marching army gave them a glutton's diet. And now, in this last year of the 18th century, 2 allied armies were crossing this hot, fertile plain in southern India. One was a British army, and the other belonged to a British ally, the Nizam of Hyderabad, and both armies provided a feast of vulture fodder. Horses died, oxen died, camels died, even 2 of the elephants that had seemed so indestructible had died. And then the people died. The twin armies had a tail 10 times longer than themselves, a great sprawl of camp followers, merchants, herders, whores, wives and children. And among all of those people, as it did among the armies themselves, the plagues ran riot. Men died with bloody dysentery, or shaking with a fever, or choking on their own vomit. They died struggling for breath, or drenched in sweat, or raving like mad things, or with skins blistered raw. Men, women, and children all died, and whether they were buried or burned, it didn't matter, because in the end the vultures fed on them anyway. For there was never enough time nor sufficient timber to make a proper funeral pyre, and so the vultures would rip the half-cooked flesh off the scorched bones, and if the bodies were buried, then no amount of stones heaped on the soil would stop the scavenging beasts from digging up the swollen, rotting flesh, and the vultures' hooked beaks took what the ravenous teeth left behind. And this hot March day promised food in abundance, and the vultures seemed to sense it. For as the early afternoon passed, more and more birds joined the spiring column of wings that circled above the marching men. The birds didn't flap their wings, but simply soared in the warm air as they glided, tilted, slid and waited, always waited, as if they knew that death's succulence would fill their gullets soon enough. "Ugly bastard birds," Sharpe said. "Just rats with wings." But no one in the 33rd's light company answered him. No one had the breath to answer him. The air was choking from the dust kicked up by the men ahead, so that the rearward ranks stumbled through a warm, gritty mix that parched their throats and stung their eyes. Most of the men weren't even aware of the vultures, while others were so weary that they hadn't even noticed the troop of cavalry that had suddenly appeared a half-mile to the north. The horsemen trotted beside a grove of trees that were bright with red blossom, then accelerated away. Their drawn sabres flashed reflected sunlight as they wheeled away from the infantrymen. But then, as inexplicably as they had hurried and swerved away, they suddenly stopped. Sharpe noticed them. British cavalry they were, the fancy boys come to see how proper soldiers fought. Ahead, from the low rise of land where a second group of horsemen was silhouetted against the furnace whiteness of the sky, a gun fired. The crack of cannon was immense, a billow of sound that punched hollow and malignant across the plain. The gun's smoke billowed white as the heavy ball thrashed into some bushes, tore leaves and blossoms to tatters, struck dust from the baked ground, then ran on in ever-decreasing bounces to lodge against a gnarled fallen tree, from which a pale shower of decaying wood spurted. The shot had missed the red-coated infantry by a good 200 paces, but the sound of the cannon woke up the weary. "Jesus!" a voice in the rear file said. "What was that?" "A bleeding camel farted. What the hell do you think it was?" a corporal answered. "It was a bloody awful shot," Sharpe said. "My mother could lay a gun better than that." "I didn't think you had a mother," Private Garrard said. "Everyone's got a mother, Tom." "Not Sergeant Hakeswill," Garrard said, then spat a mix of dust and spittle. The column of men had momentarily halted, not because of any orders, but rather because the cannon shot had unnerved the officer leading the front company, who was no longer sure exactly where he was supposed to lead the battalion. "Hakeswill wasn't born of a mother," Garrard said vehemently. He took off his shako and used his sleeve to wipe the dust and sweat from his face. The woolen sleeve left a faint trace of red dye on his forehead. "Hakeswill was spawned of the devil," Garrard said, jamming the shako back on his white-powdered hair. Sharpe wondered whether Tom Garrard would run with him. 2 men might survive better than 1. And what about Mary? Would she come? He thought about Mary a lot, when he wasn't thinking about everything else, except that Mary was inextricably twisted into everything else. It was confusing. She was Sergeant Bickerstaff's widow, and she was half Indian and half English, and she was 22, which was the same age as Sharpe, or at least he thought it was the same age. It could be that he was 21, or 23. He wasn't really sure, on account of not ever having had a mother to tell him. Of course, he did have a mother. Everyone had a mother. But not everyone had a Cat Lane Hall for a mother, who disappeared just after her son was born. The child had been named for the wealthy patron of the foundling home that had raised him. But the naming had not brought Richard Sharpe any patronage, only brought him to the reeking bottom of the army's dung-heap. Still, Sharpe reckoned he could have a future. And Mary spoke 1 or 2 Indian languages, which could be useful if he and Tom did run. The cavalry off to Sharpe's right spurred into a trot again, and disappeared beyond the red-blossomed trees, leaving only a drifting cloud of dust behind. 2 galloper guns, light 6-pounder cannons, followed them, bouncing dangerously on the uneven ground behind their teams of horses. Every other cannon in the army was drawn by oxen, but the galloper guns had horse teams that were 3 times as fast as the plodding draft cattle. The lone enemy cannon fired again, its brutal sound punching the warm air with an almost palpable impact. Sharpe could see more enemy guns on the ridge, but they were smaller than the gun that had just fired, and Sharpe presumed they didn't have the long range of the bigger cannon. Then he saw a trace of grey in the air, a flicker like a vertical pencil stroke drawn against the pale blue sky, and he knew that the big gunshot must be coming straight towards him. And he knew, too, that there was no wind to carry the heavy ball gently aside, and all that he realized in the second or so that the ball was in the air. Too short a time to react, only to recognize death's approach. But then the ball slammed into the ground a dozen paces short of him, and bounced on up over his head to run harmlessly into a field of sugar cane. "I reckon the bastards have got your mother laying the gun now, Dick," Garrard said.
"No talking now!"
Sergeant Hakeswill's voice screeched suddenly.
"Save your godless breath! Was that you talking, Garrard?"
"Not me, Sarge. I ain't got the breath."
"You ain't got the breath?"
Sergeant Hakeswill came hurrying down the company's ranks and thrust his face up towards Garrard.
"You ain't got the breath? That means you're dead, Private Garrard, dead. No use to king or country if you's dead, but you never was any bleeding use anyway."
The sergeant's malevolent eyes flicked to Sharpe.
"Was it you talking, Sharpie?"
"Not me, Sarge."
"You ain't got orders to talk. If the king wanted you to have a conversation, I'd have told you so. Says so in the scriptures. Give me your firelock, Sharpie, quick now!"
Sharpe handed his musket to the sergeant. It was Hakeswill's arrival in the company that had persuaded Sharpe that it was time to run from the army. He'd been bored anyway, but Hakeswill had added injustice to boredom. Not that Sharpe cared about injustice, for only the rich had justice in this world, but Hakeswill's injustice was touched with such malevolence that there was hardly a man in the light company not ready to rebel. And all that kept them from mutiny was the knowledge that Hakeswill understood their desire, wanted it, and wanted to punish them for it. He was a great man for provoking insolence and then punishing it. He was always 2 steps ahead of you, waiting round a corner with a bludgeon. He was a devil, was Hakeswill, a devil in a smart red coat decorated with a sergeant's badges. Yet to look at Hakeswill was to see the perfect soldier. It was true that his oddly lumpy face twitched every few seconds, as though an evil spirit was twisting and jerking just beneath his sun-reddened skin, but his eyes were blue. His hair was powdered as white as the snow that never fell on this land, and his uniform was as smart as though he stood guard of Windsor Castle. He performed drill like a Prussian, each movement so crisp and clean that it was a pleasure to watch. But then the face would twitch, and his oddly childlike eyes would flicker a sideways glance, and you could see the devil peering out. Back when he'd been a recruiting sergeant, Hakeswill had taken care not to let the devil show, and that was when Sharpe had first met him. But now, when the sergeant no longer needed to gull and trick young fools into the ranks, Hakeswill didn't care who saw his malignancy. Sharpe stood motionless as the sergeant untied the scrap of rag that Sharpe used to protect his musket's lock from the insidious red dust. Hakeswill peered at the lock, found nothing wrong, then turned away from Sharpe so that the sun could fall full on the weapon. He peered again, cocked the gun, dry-fired it, then seemed to lose interest in the musket as a group of officers spurred their horses towards the head of the stalled column.
"Company!"
Hakeswill shouted.
Company, shut!
The men shuffled their feet together and straightened as the three officers galloped past. Hakeswill had stiffened into a grotesque pose, his right boot tucked behind his left, his legs straight, his head and shoulders thrown back, his belly thrust forward, and his bent elbows straining to meet in the concavity at the small of his back. None of the other companies of the King's 33rd Regiment had been stood to attention in honour of the passing officers, but Hakeswill's gesture of respect was nevertheless ignored. The neglect had no effect on the sergeant, who, when the trio of officers had gone past, shouted at the company to stand easy, and then peered again at Sharpe's musket. "You'll not find out wrong with it, Sarge," Sharpe said. Hakeswill, still standing at attention, did an elaborate about-turn, his right boot thumping down to the ground.
"Did I hear me give you permission to speak, Sharpie?"
"No, Sarge."
"No, Sarge. No, you did not. Flogging offence, that, Sharpie."
Hakeswill's right cheek twitched with the involuntary spasm that disfigured his face every few seconds, and the vehement evil of the face was suddenly so intense that the whole light company momentarily held its breath in expectation of Sharpe's arrest. But then the thumping discharge of the enemy cannon rolled across the countryside, and the heavy ball splashed and bounced and tore its way through a bright green patch of growing rice, and the violence of the harmless missile served to distract Hakeswill, who turned to watch as the ball rolled to a stop.
"Poor bloody shooting,"
Hakeswill said scathingly.
"Heathens can't lay guns, I dare say. Or maybe they're toying with us. Toying."
The thought made him laugh. It was not, Sharpe suspected, the anticipation of excitement that had brought Sergeant Obadiah Hakeswill to this state of near joviality, but rather the thought that a battle would cause casualties and misery was the sergeant's delight. He liked to see men cowed and frightened, for that made them biddable, and Sergeant Hakeswill was always at his happiest when he was in control of unhappy men. The three officers had stopped their horses at the head of the column, and now used telescopes to inspect the distant ridge, which was clouded by a ragged fringe of smoke left from the last discharge of the enemy cannon.
"That's our colonel, boys,"
Hakeswill announced to the 33rd's Light Company.
"Colonel Arthur Wellesley himself, God bless him for a gentleman, which he is and you ain't. He's come to see you fight, so make sure you do. Fight like the Englishman you are."
"Aim a Scot!" a sour voice spoke from the rear rank.
"I heard that. Who said that?"
Hakeswill glared at the company, his face twitching uncontrollably. In a less blithe mood the sergeant would have ferreted out the speaker and punished him, but the excitement of pending battle persuaded him to let the offence pass.
"A Scot,"
he said derisively instead.
"What is the finest thing a Scotsman ever saw? Answer me that."
No one did.
"The high road to England, that's what. Says so in the scriptures, so it must be true."
He hefted Sharpe's musket as he looked down the waiting ranks.
"I shall be watching you,"
he snarled.
"You ain't none of you been in a proper fight before, not a proper fight. But on the other side of that bleeding hill there's a horde of black-faced heathens what can't wait to lay their filthy hands on your women folk. So if so much as one of you turns his back, I'll have the skin off the lot of you. Bare bones and blood, that's what you'll be. But you does your duty and obeys your orders, and you can't go wrong. And who gives the orders?"
The sergeant waited for an answer, and eventually Private Mallinson offered one.
"The officers, Sergeant."
"The officers, the officers!"
Hakeswill spat his disgust at the answer.
"Officers are here to show us what we're fighting for. Gentlemen they are, proper gentlemen. Men of property and breeding, not broken potboys and scarlet-coated pickpockets like what you are. Sergeants give the orders. Sergeants is what the army is. Remember that, lads. You're about to go into battle against heathens, and if you ignore me, then you'll be dead men."
The face twitched grotesquely, its jaw wrenched suddenly sideways, and Sharpe, watching the sergeant's face, wondered if it was nervousness that had made Hakeswill so voluble.
"Keep your eyes on me, lads,"
Hakeswill went on,
"and you'll be right as trivets. And you know why?"
He cried the last word out in a high dramatic tone as he stalked down the light company's front rank.
"You know why?"
he asked again, now sounding like some dissenting preacher ranting in a hedgerow.
"Because I cannot die, boys. I cannot die."
He was suddenly intense, his voice hoarse and full of fervour as he spoke. It was a speech that all the light company had heard many times before, but it was remarkable for all that, though Sergeant Green, who was outranked by Hakeswill, turned away in disgust. Hakeswill jeered at Green, then tugged at the tight constriction of the leather stock that circled his neck, pulling it down so that an old dark scar was visible at his throat.
"The hangman's noose, boys!" he cried. "That's what marked me there, the hangman's noose. See it? See it? But I am alive, boys. Alive and on 2 feet instead of being buried under the sod. Proof as never was that you needs not die."
His face twitched again as he released the stock.
"Marked by God,"
he finished, his voice gruff with emotion.
"That's what I am. Marked by God."
"Mad as a hare,"
Tom Garrard muttered.
"You speak, Sharpe."
Hakeswill whipped round to stare at Sharpe, but Sharpe was so palpably still and staring mutely ahead that his innocence was indisputable. Hakeswill paced back down the light company.
"I've watched men die, better men than any of you pieces of scum, proper men. But God has spared me. So you do what I says, boys, or else you'll be carrion."
He abruptly thrust the musket back into Sharpe's hands.
"Clean weapon, Sharpe. Well done, lad."
He paced smartly away, and Sharpe, to his surprise, saw that the scrap of rag had been neatly retied about the lock. The compliment to Sharpe had astonished all the light company.
"He's in a rare good mood,"
Garrard said.
"I heard that, Private Garrard,"
Hakeswill shouted over his shoulder.
"Got ears in the back of me head, I have. Silence now. Don't want no heathen horde thinking you're fit. You're white men, remember, bleached in the cleansing blood of the bleeding lamb, so no bleeding talking in the ranks. Nice and quiet, like them bleeding nuns what never utters a sound on account of having had their papers' tongues cut out."
He suddenly crashed to attention once again, and saluted by bringing his spear-tipped halberd across his body.
"Come to your prisons, sir!"
he shouted in a voice that must have been audible on the enemy-held ridge.
"All present and quiet, sir. Have their backs whipped bloody hell, sir."
Lieutenant William Lawford curbed his horse and nodded at Sergeant Hakeswill. Lawford was the light company's second officer, junior to Captain Morris and senior to the brace of young ensigns. But he was newly arrived in the battalion and was as frightened of Hakeswill as were the men in the ranks. "The men can talk, Sergeant," Lawford observed mildly. "The other companies aren't silent."
"No, sir, must save their breath, sir. Too bleeding hot to talk, sir, and besides they've got heathens to kill, sir. Mustn't waste breath on chit-chat. Not where there are black-faced heathens to kill, sir. Says so in the scriptures, sir."
"Now, if you say so, Sergeant," Lawford said, unwilling to provoke a confrontation. Then he found he had nothing else to say, and so, awkwardly aware of the scrutiny of the light company's 76 men, he stared at the enemy-held ridge. But he was also conscious of having ignominiously surrendered to the will of Sergeant Hakeswill, and so he slowly coloured as he gazed towards the west. Lawford was popular, but thought to be weak, though Sharpe was not so sure of that judgment. He thought the lieutenant was still finding his way among the strange and sometimes frightening human currents that made up the 33rd, and that in time Lawford would prove a tough and resilient officer. For now, though, William Lawford was 24 years old, and had only recently purchased his lieutenancy, and that made him unsure of his authority. Ensign Fitzgerald, who was only 18, strolled back from the column's head. He was whistling as he walked, and slashing with a drawn sabre at tall weeds. "Off in a moment, sir," he called up cheerfully to Lawford, then seemed to become aware of the light company's ominous silence. "Not frightened, are you?" he asked.
"Saving their breath, Mr. Fitzgerald, sir,"
Hakeswill snapped.
"They've got breath enough to sing a dozen songs and still beat the enemy,"
Fitzgerald said scornfully.
"Ain't that so, lads?" We'll beat the bastard, sir,
Tom Garrard said.
Then let me hear you sing,
Fitzgerald demanded.
Can't bear silence. We'll have a quiet time in our tombs, lads, so we might as well make a noise now.
Fitzgerald had a fine tenor voice that he used to start the song about the milkmaid and the rector, and by the time the light company had reached the verse that told how the naked rector, blindfolded by the milkmaid, and thinking he was about to have his heart's desire, was being steered towards Bessie the cow, the whole company was bawling the song enthusiastically. They never did reach the end. Captain Morris, the light company's commanding officer, rode back from the head of the battalion and interrupted the singing.
Half companies,
he shouted at Hakeswill.
Half companies it is, sir. At once, sir. Light company, stop your bleeding noise. You heard the officer.
Hakeswill bellowed.
Sergeant Green, take charge of the after ranks. Mr. Fitzgerald, I'll trouble you to take your proper place on the left, sir. Forward ranks, shoulder firelocks, 20 paces forward, march! Smartly now, smartly!
Hakeswill's face shuddered as the front 10 ranks of the company marched 20 paces and halted, leaving the other 9 ranks behind. All along the battalion column, the companies were similarly dividing, their drill as crisp as though they were back on their Yorkshire parade ground. A quarter-mile off to the 33rd's left, another 6 battalions were going through the same manoeuvre, and performing it with just as much precision. Those 6 battalions were all native soldiers in the service of the East Indian Company, though they wore red coats just like the King's men. The 6 sepoy battalions shook out their colours, and Sharpe, seeing the bright flags, looked ahead to where the 33rd's 2 great regimental banners were being loosed from their leather tubes to the fierce Indian sun. The first, the King's colour, was a British flag, on which the regiment's battle honours were embroidered, while the second was the regimental colour, and had the 33rd's badge displayed on a scarlet field, the same scarlet as the men's jacket facings. The tasselled silk banners blazed, and the sight of them prompted a sudden cannonade from the ridge. Until now there'd only been the one heavy gun firing, but abruptly 6 other cannon joined the fight. The new guns were smaller, and their round shot fell well short of the 7 battalions. Major Shee, the Irishman who commanded the 33rd, while its Colonel Arthur Wellesley had control of the whole brigade, cantered his horse back, spoke briefly to Morris, then wheeled away towards the head of the column.
We're going to push the bastards off the ridge,
Morris shouted at the light company, then bent his head to light a cigar with a tinderbox.
Any bastard that turns tail, Sergeant,
Morris went on when his cigar was properly alight,
will be shot. You hear me?
Loud and clear, sir,
Hakeswill shouted.
Shot, sir. Shot like the coward he is.
He turned and scowled at the 2 half companies.
Shot, and your name's posted in your church porch at home as the cowards you are. So fight like Englishmen. Scotsman,
a voice growled behind Sharpe, but too softly for Hakeswill to hear.
Irish,
another man said.
We ain't none of us cads,
Garrard said more loudly. Sergeant Green, a decent man, hushed him.
Quiet, lads. I know you'll do your duty.
The front of the column was marching now, but the rearmost companies were kept waiting, so that the battalion could advance with wide intervals between its 20 half companies. Sharpe guessed that the scattered formation was intended to reduce any casualties caused by the enemy's bombardment, which, because it was still being fired at extreme range, was doing no damage. Behind him, a long way behind, the rest of the Allied armies were waiting for the ridge to be cleared. It needed more than 6,000 oxen just to carry the cannonballs for the big siege guns, and all those oxen had to be herded and fed, and the herdsmen all travelled with their families, who in turn needed more oxen to carry their own supplies. Lieutenant Lawford had once remarked that the expedition did not look like an army on the march, but like a great migrating tribe. The vast horde of civilians and animals was encircled by a thin crust of red-coated infantry, most of them Indian sepoys, whose job was to protect the merchants, ammunition and draft animals from the quick-riding, hard-hitting light cavalry of the Tipu Sultan. The Tipu Sultan, the enemy, the tyrant of Mysore, and the man who was presumably directing the gunfire on the ridge. The Tipu ruled Mysore, and he was the enemy. But what he was, or why he was an enemy, or whether he was a tyrant, beast, or demigod, Sharpe had no idea. Sharpe was here because he was a soldier, and it was sufficient that he had been told that the Tipu Sultan was his enemy, and so he waited patiently under the Indian sun that was soaking his lean, tall body in sweat. Captain Morris leant on his saddle's pummel. He took off his cocked hat and wiped sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief that had been soaked in cologne water. He had been drunk the previous night, and his stomach was still churning with pain and wind. If the battalion hadn't been going into battle, he would have galloped away, found a private spot, and voided his bowels. But he could hardly do that now, in case his men thought it a sign of weakness. And so he raised his canteen instead, and swallowed some arrack in the hope that the harsh spirit would calm the turmoil in his belly. "Now, Sergeant!" he called when the company in front had moved sufficiently far ahead.
"Forward, half company!"
Hexwell shouted.
"Forward march! Smartly now!"
Lieutenant Lawford, given supervision of the last half-company of the battalion, waited until Hexwell's men had marched 20 paces, then nodded at Sergeant Green. "Forward, Sergeant!" The redcoats marched with unloaded muskets, for the enemy was still a long way off, and there was no sign of the Tipu Sultan's infantry, nor of his feared cavalry. There were only the enemy's guns, and, high in the fierce sky, the circling vultures. Sharpe was in the leading rank of the final half-company, and Lieutenant Lawford, glancing at him, thought once again what a fine-looking man Sharpe was. There was a confidence in Sharpe's thin, sun-darkened face and hard blue eyes that spoke of an easy competence, and that appearance was a comfort to a young, nervous lieutenant advancing towards his first battle. With men like Sharpe, Lawford thought, how could they lose? Sharpe was ignorant of the lieutenant's glance, and would have laughed had he been told that his very appearance inspired confidence. Sharpe had no conception of how he looked, for he rarely saw a mirror, and when he did, the reflected image meant nothing, though he did know that the ladies liked him, and that he liked them. He knew, too, that he was the tallest man in the light company, so tall, indeed, that he should have been in the grenadier company that led the battalion's advance. But when he had first joined the regiment, 6 years before, the commanding officer of the light company had insisted on having Sharpe in his ranks. Captain Hughes was dead now, killed by a bowel-loosening flux in Calcutta. But in his time Hughes had prided himself on having the quickest, smartest men in his company, men he could trust to fight alone in the skirmish line. And it had been Hughes' tragedy that he had only ever seen his picked men face an enemy once, and that once had been the misbegotten, fever-ridden expedition to the foggy island off the coast of Flanders, where no amount of quick-wittedness by the men could salvage success from the commanding general's stupidity. Now, 5 years later, on an Indian field, the 33rd again marched towards an enemy, though instead of the enthusiastic and generous Captain Hughes, the light company was now commanded by Captain Morris, who didn't care how clever or quick his men were, only that they gave him no trouble, which was why he had brought Sergeant Hexwell into the company, and that was why the tall, good-looking, hard-eyed private called Richard Sharpe was thinking of running. Except he wouldn't run today. Today there'd be a fight, and Sharpe was happy at that prospect. A fight meant plunder, what the Indian soldiers called loot, and any man who was thinking of running and striking up life on his own could do with a bit of loot to prime the pump. The 7 battalions marched towards the ridge. They were all in columns of half-companies, so that from a vulture's view they would have appeared as 140 small scarlet rectangles spread across a square mile of green country as they advanced steadily towards the waiting line of guns on the enemy-held ridge. The sergeants paced beside the half-companies, while the officers either rode or walked ahead. From a distance the red squares looked smart, for the men's red coats were bright scarlet and slashed with white crossbelts, but in truth the troops were filthy and sweating. Their coats were wool, designed for battlefields in Flanders, not India, and the scarlet dye had run in the heavy rains, so that the coats were now a pale pink or a dull purple, and all was stained white with dried sweat. Every man in the 33rd wore a leather stock, a cruel high collar that dug into the flesh of his neck, and each man's long hair had been pulled harshly back, greased with candle wax, then twisted about a small sand-filled leather bag that was secured with a strip of black leather, so that the hair hung like a club at the nape of the neck. The hair was then powdered white with flour, and though the clubbed and whitened hair looked smart and neat, it was a haven for lice and fleas. The native sepoys of the East India Company were luckier. They did not cake their hair with powder, nor did they wear the heavy trousers of the British troops, but instead marched bare-legged. They didn't wear the leather stocks either, and, even more amazing, there was no flogging in the Indian battalions. An enemy cannonball at last found a target, and Sharpe saw a half-company of the 33rd broken apart as the round shot whipped through the ranks. He thought he glimpsed an instant red mist appear in the air above the formation as the ball slashed through, but maybe that was an illusion. 2 men stayed on the ground as a sergeant closed the ranks up. 2 more men were limping, and one of them staggered, reeled, and finally collapsed. The drummer boys, advancing just behind the unfurled colours, marked the rhythm of the march with steady beats, interspersed with quicker flourishes. But when the boys marched past the twin heaps of offal that had been soldiers of the Grenadier Company a few seconds before, they began to hurry their sticks, and thus quickened the regiment's pace until Major Shee turned in his saddle and damned their eagerness. "When are we going to load?" Private Ballinson asked Sergeant Green.
"When you're told to, lad, when you're told to, not before." "Oh, sweet Jesus."
This last imprecation from Sergeant Green had been caused by a deafening ripple of gunfire from the ridge. A dozen more of the Tipu's smaller guns had opened fire, and the crest of the ridge was now fogged by a grey-white cloud of smoke. The 2 British galloper guns off to the right had unlimbered and started to return the fire, but the enemy cannon were hidden by their own smoke, and that thick screen obscured any damage the small galloper guns might be inflicting. More cavalry trotted forward to the 33rd's right. These newcomers were Indian troops, dressed in scarlet turbans and holding long, wicked-pointed lances. "So what are we bleeding supposed to do?" Mallinson complained. "Just march straight up the bloody ridge with empty muskets?"
"If you're told to," Sergeant Green said, "that's what you'll do. Now hold your bloody tongue." "Quiet back there!"
Hakeswill called from the half-company in front.
"This ain't a bleeding parish outing. This is a fight, you bastards!"
Sharpe wanted to be ready, and so he untied the rag from his musket's lock and stuffed it into the pocket where he kept the ring Mary had given him. The ring, a plain band of worn silver, had belonged to Sergeant Bickerstaff, Mary's husband, but the sergeant was dead now, and Green had taken Bickerstaff's sergeant stripes, and Sharpe his bed. Mary came from Calcutta. That was no place to run, Sharpe thought. The place was full of redcoats. Then he forgot any prospect of deserting, for suddenly the landscape ahead was filling with enemy soldiers. A mass of infantry was crossing the northern end of the low ridge and marching down onto the plain. Their uniforms were pale purple, they had wide red hats, and like the British Indian troops were bare-legged. The flags above the marching men were red and yellow, but the wind was so feeble that the flags hung straight down to obscure whatever device they might have shown. More and more men appeared, until Sharpe couldn't even begin to estimate their numbers.
33rd!
A voice shouted from somewhere ahead.
Line to the left! Line to the left!
Captain Morris echoed the shout.
You heard the officer!
Sergeant Hakeswill bawled.
Line to the left, smartly now! On the double!
Sergeant Green called. The leading half-company of the 33rd had halted, and every other half-company angled to their left and sped their pace, with the final half-company, in which Sharpe marched, having the furthest and fastest to go. The men began to jog, their packs and pouches and bayonet scabbards bumping up and down as they stumbled over the small fields of crops. Like a swinging door, the column that had been marching directly towards the ridge was now turning itself into a line that would lie parallel to the ridge, and so bar the advance of the enemy infantry.
2 files!
A voice shouted.
2 files!
Captain Morris echoed.
You heard the officer!
Hakeswill shouted.
2 files! On the right, smartly now!
All the running half-companies now split themselves into 2 smaller units, each of 2 ranks and each aligning itself on the unit to its right, so that the whole battalion formed a fighting line 2 ranks deep. As Sharpe ran into position, he glanced to his right and saw the drummer boys taking their place behind the regiment's colours, which were guarded by a squad of sergeants armed with long axe-headed poles. The light company was the last into position. There were a few seconds of shuffling as the men glanced right to check their alignment. Then there was stillness and silence, except for the corporals fussily closing up the files. In less than a minute, in a marvellous display of drill, the King's 33rd had deployed from column of march into line of battle, so that 700 men arrayed in 2 long ranks now faced the enemy. "You may load, Major Shee." That was Colonel Wellesley's voice. He galloped his horse close to where Major Shee brooded under the regiment's twin flags. The 6 Indian battalions were still hurrying forward on the left, but the enemy infantry had appeared at the northern end of the ridge, and that meant the 33rd was the nearest unit, and the one most likely to receive the Tipu's assault. "Load!" Captain Morris shouted at Hakeswill. Sharpe felt suddenly nervous as he dropped the musket from his shoulder to hold it across his body. He fumbled with the musket's hammer as he pulled it back to the half-cock. Sweat stung his eyes. He could hear the enemy drummers. "Handle cartridge!" Sergeant Hakeswill shouted, and each man of the light company pulled a cartridge from his belt pouch and bit through the tough waxed paper. They held the bullets in their mouths, tasting the sour, salty gunpowder. "Prime!" 76 men trickled a small pinch of powder from the open cartridges into their muskets' pans, then closed the lock so that the priming was trapped. "Cast about!" Hakeswill called, and 76 right hands released their musket stocks so that the weapons' butts dropped towards the ground. "And I'm watching you," Hakeswill added. "If any of you lily-white bastards don't use all his powder, I'll skin your hides off you and rub salt on your miserable flesh. Do it proper now." Some old soldiers advised only using half the powder of a cartridge, letting the rest trickle to the ground so that the musket's brutal kick would be diminished. But faced by an advancing enemy, no man thought of employing that trick this day. They poured the remainder of their cartridges' powder down their musket barrels, stuffed the cartridge paper after the powder, then took the balls from their mouths and pushed them into the muzzles. The enemy infantry was 200 yards away and advancing steadily to the beat of drums and the blare of trumpets. The Tipu's guns were still firing, but they had turned their barrels away from the 33rd for fear of hitting their own infantry, and were instead aiming at the 6 Indian regiments that were hurrying to close the gap between themselves and the 33rd. "Draw ramrod!" Hakeswill shouted, and Sharpe tugged the ramrod free of the 3 brass pipes that held it under the musket's 39-inch barrel. His mouth was salty with the taste of gunpowder. He was still nervous, not because the enemy was tramping ever closer, but because he had a sudden idiotic idea that he might have forgotten how to load a musket. He twisted the ramrod in the air, then placed the ramrod's flared tip into the barrel. "Ram cartridge!" Hakeswill snapped. 76 men thrust down, forcing the ball, wadding and powder charge to the bottom of the barrels. "Return ramrod!" Sharpe tugged the ramrod up, listening to it scrape against the barrel, then twirled it about so that its narrow end would slide down into the brass pipes. He let it drop into place. "Order arms!" Captain Morris called, and the light company, now with loaded muskets, stood to attention with their guns held against their right sides. The enemy was still too far off for a musket to be either accurate or lethal, and the long 2-deep line of 700 redcoats would wait until their opening volley could do real damage. "Talion!" Sergeant Major Bywater's voice called from the centre of the line. "Fix bayonets!" Sharpe dragged the 17-inch blade from its sheath, which hung behind his right hip. He slotted the blade over the musket's muzzle, then locked it in place by twisting its slot onto the lug. Now no enemy could pull the bayonet off the musket. Having the blade mounted made reloading the musket far more difficult, but Sharpe guessed that Colonel Wellesley had decided to shoot one volley and then charge. "Gonna be a right mucky brawl," he said to Tom Garrard. "More of them than us," Garrard muttered, staring at the enemy. "The buggers look steady enough." The enemy indeed looked steady. The leading troops had momentarily paused to allow the men behind to catch up, but now, reformed into a solid column, they were readying to advance again. Their ranks and files were ramrod straight. Their officers wore waist sashes and carried highly curved sabres. One of the flags was being waved to and fro, and Sharpe could just make out that it showed a golden sun blazoned against a scarlet sky. Vultures swooped lower. The galloper guns, unable to resist the target of the great column of infantry, poured solid shot into its flank. But the Tipu's men stoically endured the punishment, as their officers made certain that the column was tight-packed, and ready to deliver its crushing blow on the waiting redcoat line. Sharpe licked his dry lips. So these, he thought, were the Tipu's men. Fine-looking bastards they were too, and close enough now so that he could see their tunics were not plain pale purple, but were instead cut from a creamy white cloth decorated with mauve tiger stripes. Their cross-belts were black, and their turbans and waist sashes crimson. Heathens they might be, but not to be despised for that. For only 17 years before, these same tiger-striped men had torn apart a British army, and forced its survivors to surrender. These were the famed tiger troops of Mysore, the warriors of the Tipu Sultan who had dominated all of southern India, until the British thought to climb the Ghats from the coastal plain and plunge into Mysore itself. The French were these men's allies, and some Frenchmen served in the Tipu's forces. But Sharpe could see no white faces in the massive column that at last was ready, and, to the deep beat of a single drum, lurched ponderously forward. The tiger-striped troops were marching directly towards the King's 33rd, and Sharpe, glancing to his left, saw that the sepoys of the East India Company regiments were still too far away to offer help. The 33rd would have to deal with the Tipu's column alone.
"Private Sharpe!"
Hexwell's sudden scream was loud enough to drown the cheer that the Tipu's troops gave as they advanced.
"Private Sharpe!"
Hexwell screamed again. He was hurrying along the back of the light company, and Captain Morris, momentarily dismounted, was following him.
"Give me your musket, Private Sharpe!"
Hexwell bellowed.
"Nothing wrong with it?"
Sharpe protested. He was in the front rank and had to turn and push his way between Garrard and Mallinson to hand the gun over. Hexwell snatched the musket and gleefully presented it to Captain Morris.
"See, sir?"
the sergeant crowed.
"Just as I thought, sir. Bastard sold his flint, sir. Sold it to an heathen darky."
Hexwell's face twitched as he gave Sharpe a triumphant glance. The sergeant had unscrewed the musket's doghead, extracted the flint in its folded leather pad, and now offered the scrap of stone to Captain Morris.
"Piece of common rock, sir. No good to man or beast. Must have flogged his flint, sir. Flogged it in exchange for a pagan horse, sir, I dare say. Filthy beast that he is."
Morris peered at the flint.
"Sell the flint, did you, Private?"
he asked in a voice that mingled derision, pleasure, and bitterness.
"No, sir."
"Silence!"
Hexwell screamed into Sharpe's face, spattering him with spittle.
"Lying to an officer, flogging the fence, sir. Flogging the fence, selling his flint, sir. Another flogging the fence, sir. Says so in the scriptures, sir."
"It is a flogging offence,"
Morris said with a tone of satisfaction. He was as tall and lean as Sharpe, with fair hair and a fine-boned face that was just beginning to show the ravages of the liquor with which the captain assuaged his boredom. His eyes betrayed his cynicism, and something much worse, that he despised his men. Hexwell and Morris, Sharpe thought as he watched them. A right bloody pair.
"Nothing wrong with that flint, sir,"
Sharpe insisted. Morris held the flint in the palm of his right hand.
"Looks like a chip of stone to me."
"Common grit, sir,"
Hexwell said.
"Common bloody grit, sir. No good to man or beast."
"Might I?" A new voice spoke. Lieutenant William Lawford had dismounted to join Morris, and now, without waiting for his captain's permission, he reached over and took the flint from Morris's hand. Lawford was blushing again, astonished by his own temerity in thus intervening. "There's an easy way to check, sir," Lawford said nervously. Then he drew out his pistol, cocked it, and struck the loose flint against the pistol steel. Even in the day's bright sunlight there was an obvious spark.
"Seems like a good flint to me, sir,"
Lawford said mildly. Ensign Fitzgerald, standing behind Lawford, gave Sharpe a conspiratorial grin. "A perfectly good flint," Lawford insisted, less diffidently. Morris gave Hexwell a furious look, then turned on his heel and strode back towards his horse. Lawford tossed the flint to Sharpe. "Make your gun ready, Sharpe," he said. "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." Lawford and Fitzgerald walked away as Hexwell, humiliated, thrust the musket back at Sharpe.
"Clever bastard, Sharpe, aren't you?"
"I'll have the leather as well, Sergeant," Sharpe said. And once he had the flint seating back, he called after Hexwell, who had begun to walk away. "Sergeant!" Hexwell turned back. "You want this, Sergeant?" Sharpe called. He took a chip of stone out of his pocket. He had found it when he had untied the rag from the musket's lock, and realized that Hexwell had substituted the stone for the flint when he had pretended to inspect Sharpe's musket. "No use to me, Sergeant," Sharpe said. "Here." He tossed the stone at Hexwell, who ignored it. Instead, the sergeant spat and turned away. "Thanks, Tom," Sharpe said, for it had been Garrard who had supplied him with a spare flint. "Worth being in the army to see that," Garrard said, and all around him men laughed to have seen Hexwell and Morris defeated. "Hoist your front, lads!" Ensign Fitzgerald called. The Irish ensign was the youngest officer in the company, but he had the confidence of a much older man. "Got some shooting to do." Sharpe pushed back into his file. He brought up the musket, folded the leather over the flint, and seated it in the doghead, then looked up to see that the mass of the enemy was now just 100 paces away. They were shouting rhythmically and pausing occasionally to let a trumpet sound or a drum flourish a ripple. But the loudest sound was the beat of their feet on the dry earth. Sharpe tried to count the column's front rank, but kept losing count as enemy officers marched slantwise across the column's face. There had to be thousands of the tiger troops, all marching like a great sledgehammer to shatter the too-deep line of redcoats. "Cutting it fine, aren't we?" a man complained. "Wait, lads, wait," Sergeant Green said calmly. The enemy now filled the landscape ahead. They came in a column formed of 60 ranks of 50 men, 3,000 in all, but to Sharpe's inexperienced eye it seemed as if there must be 10 times that number. None of the Tippoo's men fired as they advanced, but held their fire, just as the 33rd were holding theirs. The enemy's muskets were tipped with bayonets, while their officers were holding deeply curved sabres. On they came, and to Sharpe, who was watching the column from the left of the line, so that he could see its flank as well as its leading file, the enemy formation seemed as unstoppable as a heavily loaded farm wagon that was rolling slowly and inexorably towards a flimsy fence. He could see the enemy's faces now. They were dark, with black moustaches and oddly white teeth. The tiger men were close, so close, and their chanting began to dissolve into individual war shouts. Any second now, Sharpe thought, and the heavy column would break into a run and charge with levelled bayonets. 33rd! Colonel Wellesley's voice called out sharply from beneath the regiment's colours. "Make ready!" Sharpe put his right foot behind his left, so that his body half turned to the right. Then he brought his musket to hip height and pulled the hammer back to full cock. It clicked solidly into place, and somehow the pent-up pressure of the gun's mainspring was reassuring. To the approaching enemy it seemed as though the whole British line had half turned, and the sudden movement, coming from men who had been waiting so silently, momentarily checked their eagerness. Above the tiger troops of Mysore, beneath a bunch of flags on the ridge where the guns fired, a group of horsemen watched the column. Was the Tippoo himself there, Sharpe wondered? And was the Tippoo dreaming of that far-off day when he had broken 3,500 British and Indian troops and marched them off to captivity in his capital at Seringapatam? The cheers of the attackers were filling the sky now, but still Colonel Wellesley's voice was audible over the tumult. "Present!" 700 muskets came up to 700 shoulders. The muskets were tipped with steel, 700 muskets aimed at the head of the column, and about to blast 700 ounces of lead at the leading ranks of that fast-moving, confident mass that was plunging straight towards the pair of British colours under which Colonel Arthur Wellesley waited. The tiger men were hurrying now, their front rank breaking apart as they began running. The wagon was about to hit the fence. Arthur Wellesley had waited 6 years for this moment. He was 29 years old, and had begun to fear that he would never see battle. But now, at last, he would discover whether he and his regiment could fight. And so he filled his lungs to give the order that would start the slaughter. Colonel Jean Goudin sighed. Then, for the 1000th time in the last hour, he fanned his face to drive away the flies. He liked India, but he hated flies, which made India quite hard to like. But, on balance, despite the flies, he did like India. Not nearly as much as he liked his native Provence, but where on earth was as lovely as Provence? "Your Majesty," he ventured diffidently, then waited as his interpreter struggled to gain the Tipu's attention. The interpreter was exchanging Goudin's French for the Tipu's Persian tongue. The Tipu did understand some French, and he spoke the local Canarese language well enough, but he preferred Persian, for it reminded him that his lineage went back to the great Persian dynasties. The Tipu was ever mindful that he was superior to the darker-skinned natives of Mysore. He was a Muslim, he was a Persian, and he was a ruler, while they were mostly Hindus, and all of them, whether rich, poor, great or lowly, were his obedient subjects. "Your Majesty," Colonel Goudin tried again. "Colonel!" The Tipu was a short man, inclined to plumpness, with a moustached face, wide eyes, and a prominent nose. He was not an impressive-looking man, but Goudin knew the Tipu's unprepossessing appearance disguised a decisive mind and a brave heart. Although the Tipu acknowledged Goudin, he did not turn to look at the colonel. Instead, he leant forward in his saddle, with one hand clasped over the tiger hilt of his curved sabre, as he watched his infantry march on the infidel British. The sword was slung on a silken sash that crossed the pale yellow silk jacket that the Tipu wore above chintz trousers. His turban was of red silk, and pinned with a gold badge showing a tiger's mask. The Tipu's every possible accoutrement was decorated with the tiger, for the tiger was his mascot and inspiration. But the badge on his turban also incorporated his reverence for Allah, for the tiger's snarling face was formed by a cunning cipher that spelled out a verse of the Koran. "The Lion of God is the conqueror." Above it, pinned to the turban's brief white plume, and brilliant in the day's sunlight, there glittered a ruby the size of a pigeon's egg. "Colonel," the Tipu said again. "It might be wise, Your Majesty," Goudin suggested hesitantly, "if we advance cannon and cavalry onto the British flank." Goudin gestured to where the 33rd waited in its thin red line to receive the charge of the Tipu's column. If the Tipu threatened a flank of that fragile line with cavalry, then the British regiment would be forced to shrink into square, and thus deny 3/4 of their muskets a chance to fire at the column. The Tipu shook his head. "We shall sweep that scum away with our infantry, Goudin, then send the cavalry against the baggage." He let go of his sword's hilt to touch his fingers fleetingly together. "Please Allah." "And if it does not please Allah?" Goudin asked, and suspected that his interpreter would change the insolence of the question into something more acceptable to the Tipu. "Then we shall fight them from the walls of Seringapatam," the Tipu answered, and turned briefly from watching the imminent battle to offer Colonel Goudin a quick smile. It was not a friendly smile, but a feral grimace of anticipation. "We shall destroy them with cannon, Colonel," the Tipu continued with relish, "and shatter them with rockets. And in a few weeks the monsoon will drown their survivors, and after that, if Allah pleases, we shall hunt fugitive Englishmen from here to the sea." "If Allah pleases," Goudin said resignedly. Officially, he was an adviser to the Tipu, sent by the Directorate in Paris to help Mysore defeat the British, and the patient Goudin had just done his best to give advice, and it was none of his fault if the advice was spurned. He brushed flies from his face, then watched as the 33rd brought their muskets to their shoulders. When those muskets flamed, the Frenchman thought, the front of the Tipu's column would crumple like a honeycomb hit by a hammer. But at least the slaughter would teach the Tipu that battles could not be won against disciplined troops unless every weapon was used against them. Cavalry to force them to bunch up in protection, then artillery and infantry to pour fire into the massed ranks. The Tipu surely knew that, yet he had insisted on throwing his 3,000 infantry forward without cavalry support. And Gudin could only suppose that either the Tipu believed Allah would be fighting on his side this afternoon, or else he was so consumed by his famous victory over the British 17 years before that he believed he could always beat them in open conflict. Gudin slapped at flies again. It was time, he thought, to go home. Much as he liked India, he felt frustrated. He suspected that the government in Paris had forgotten about his existence, and he was keenly aware that the Tipu was not receptive to his advice. He didn't blame the Tipu. Paris had made so many promises, but no French army had come to fight for Mysore, and Gudin sensed the Tipu's disappointment, and even sympathized with it, while Gudin himself felt useless and abandoned. Some of his contemporaries were already generals. Even little Bonaparte, a Corsican whom Gudin had known slightly in Toulon, now had an army of his own, while Jean Gudin was stranded in distant Mysore, which made victory all the more important. And if the British were not broken here, then they would have to be beaten by the massed artillery and rockets that waited on Seringapatam's walls. That was also where Gudin's small battalion of European soldiers was waiting, and Seringapatam, he suspected, was where this campaign would be decided. And if there was victory, and if the British were thrown out of southern India, then Gudin's reward would surely be back in France, back home where the flies didn't swarm like mice. The enemy regiment waited with level muskets. The Tipu's men cheered and charged impetuously onwards. The Tipu leant forward, unconsciously biting his lower lip as he waited for the impact. Gudin wondered whether his woman in Seringapatam would like Provence, or whether Provence would like her. Or maybe it was time for a new woman. He sighed, slapped at flies, then involuntarily shuddered. For beneath him the killing had begun. End of Side 1. Side 2.
Fire!
Colonel Wellesley shouted. 700 men pulled their triggers and 700 flints snapped forward onto Frisons. The sparks ignited the powder in the pans. There was a pause as the fire fizzed through the 700 touch holes, then an almighty crackling roar as the heavy muskets flamed. The brass butt of the gun slammed into Sharpe's shoulder. He had aimed the weapon at a sashed officer leading the enemy column, though even at 60 yards range it was hardly worth aiming a musket, for it was a frighteningly inaccurate weapon, but unless the ball flew high it ought to hit someone. He couldn't tell what damage the volley had caused. For the instant the musket banged into his shoulder, his vision was obscured by the filthy bank of rolling smoke coughed out of the 700 musket muzzles. He could hardly hear anything either, for the sound of the rear rank muskets going off close beside his head had left his ears ringing. His right hand automatically went to find a new cartridge from his pouch, but then, above the ringing in his ears, he heard the colonel's brusque voice.
"Forward! 33rd forward! Go on, boys!"
Sergeant Green called.
"Steady now, don't run, walk!"
"Damn your eagerness!" Ensign Fitzgerald shouted at the company. "Hold your ranks, this ain't a race!" The regiment marched into the musket smoke, which stank like rotting eggs. Lieutenant Lawford suddenly remembered to draw his sword. He could see nothing beyond the smoke, but imagined a terrible enemy waiting with raised muskets. He touched the pocket of his coat, in which he kept the Bible given to him by his mother. The front rank advanced clear of the stinking smoke fog, and suddenly there was nothing ahead but chaos and carnage. The 700 lead balls had converged on the front of the column to strike home with a brutal efficiency. Where there had been orderly ranks, there were now only dead men and dying men who writhed on the ground. The rearward ranks of the enemy couldn't advance over the barrier of the dead and injured, so they stood uncertainly, as out of the smoke the 700 bayonets appeared.
On the double! On the double! Don't let them stand!"
Colonel Wellesley called.
"Give 'em a cheer, boys!"
Sergeant Green called.
"Go for them now! Kill the buggers!"
Sharpe had no thought of deserting now, for now he was about to fight. If there was any one good reason to join the army, it was to fight. Not to hurry up and do nothing, but to fight the king's enemies. And this enemy had been shocked by the awful violence of the close-range volley, and now they stared in horror as the redcoats screamed and ran towards them. The 33rd, released from the tight discipline of the ranks, charged eagerly. There was loot ahead, loot and food and stunned men to slaughter, and there were few men in the 33rd who did not like a good fight. Not many had joined the ranks out of patriotism. Instead, like Sharpe, they had taken the king's shilling because hunger or desperation had forced them into uniform. But they were still good soldiers. They came from the gutters of Britain, where a man survived by savagery rather than by cleverness. They were brawlers and bastards, alley fighters with nothing to lose but twopence a day. Sharpe howled as he ran. The sepoy battalions were closing up on the left, but there was no need for their musketry now, for the Tipu's vaunted tiger infantry were not staying to contest the afternoon. They were edging backwards, looking for escape. And then, out of the north, where they had been half hidden by the red-blossomed trees, the British and Indian cavalry charged to the sound of a trumpet's call. Lances were lowered, and sabres held like spears as the horsemen thundered onto the enemy's flank. The Tipu's infantry fled. A few, the lucky few, scrambled back up the ridge, but most were caught in the open ground between the 33rd and the ridge's slope, and there the killing became a massacre. Sharpe reached the pile of dead and leapt over them. Just beyond the bloody pile, a wounded man tried to bring up his musket, but Sharpe slammed the butt of his gun onto the man's head, kicked the musket out of his enfeebled hands, and ran on. He was aiming for an officer, a brave man who had tried to rally his troops, and who now hesitated fatally. The man was carrying a drawn sabre. Then he remembered the pistol in his belt, and fumbled to draw it, but saw he was too late, and turned to run after his men. Sharpe was faster. He rammed his bayonet forward, and struck the Indian officer on the side of the neck. The man turned, his sabre whistling as he sliced the curved blade at Sharpe's head. Sharpe parried the blow with the barrel of his musket. A sliver of wood was slashed off the stock as Sharpe kicked the officer between the legs. Sharpe was screaming a challenge, a scream of hate that had nothing to do with Mysore or the enemy officer, and everything to do with the frustrations of his life. The Indian staggered, hunched over, and Sharpe slammed the musket's heavy butt into the dark face. The enemy officer went down, his sabre falling from his hand. He shouted something, maybe offering his surrender, but Sharpe didn't care. He just put his left foot on the man's sword arm, then drove the bayonet hard down into his throat. The fight might have lasted 3 seconds. Sharpe advanced no further. Other men ran past, screaming as they pursued the fleeing enemy, but Sharpe had found his victim. He had thrust the bayonet so hard that the blade had gone clean through the officer's neck into the soil beneath, and it was hard work to pull the steel free, and in the end he had to put a boot on the dying man's forehead before he could tug the bayonet out. Blood gushed from the wound, then subsided to a throbbing pulse of spilling red as Sharpe knelt and began rifling the man's gaudy uniform, oblivious of the choking, bubbling sound that the officer was making as he died. Sharpe ripped off the yellow silk sash and tossed it aside, together with the silver-hilted sabre and the pistol. The sabre's scabbard was made of boiled leather, nothing of any value to Sharpe, but behind it was a small embroidered pouch, and Sharpe drew out his knife, unfolded the blade, and slashed through the pouch's straps. He fumbled the pouch open to find that it was filled with nothing but dry rice and one small scrap of what looked like cake. He smelt it gingerly and guessed it was made of some kind of bean. He tossed the food aside and spat a curse at the dying man. "Where's your bleeding money?" The man gasped, made a choking sound, then his whole body jerked as his heart finally gave up the struggle. Sharpe tore at the tunic that was decorated with mauve tiger stripes. He felt the seams, looking for coins, found none, so pulled off the wide red turban that was sticky with fresh blood. The dead man's face was already crawling with flies. Sharpe pulled the turban apart, and there, in the very centre of the greasy cloth, he found 3 silver and a dozen small copper coins. "Knew you'd have something," he told the dead man, then pushed the coins into his own pouch. The cavalry was finishing off the remnants of the Tipu's infantry. The Tipu himself, with his entourage and standard-bearers, had gone from the top of the ridge, and there was no cannon firing there either. The enemy had slipped away, abandoning their trapped infantry to the sabres and lances of the British and Indian cavalry. The Indian cavalry had been recruited from the city of Madras and the East Coast states, which had all suffered from the Tipu's raids, and now they took a bloody revenge, whooping and laughing as their blades cut down the terrified fugitives. Some cavalrymen, running out of targets, were already dismounted and searching the dead for plunder. The seaboy infantry, too late to join the killing, arrived to join the plunder. Sharpe twisted the bayonet off his musket, wiped it clean on the dead man's sash, scooped up the sabre and pistol, then went to find more loot. He was grinning, and thinking that there was nothing to this fighting business, nothing at all. A few shots in Flanders, one volley here, and neither fight was worthy of the name battle. Flanders had been a muddle, and this fight had been as easy as slaughtering sheep. No wonder Sergeant Hexwell would live forever. And so would he, Sharpe reckoned, because there was nothing to this business. Just a couple of bangs, and it was all over. He laughed, slid the bayonet into its sheath, and knelt beside another dead man. There was work to do, and a future to finance. If only he could decide where it would be safe to run. Chapter 2. Sergeant Obadiah Hexwell glanced about to see what his men were doing. Just about all of them were plundering, and quite right too. That was a soldier's privilege. Fight the battle, then strip the enemy of anything worth a penny. The officers were not looting, but officers never did, at least not so that anyone noticed them. But Hexwell did see that Ensign Fitzgerald had somehow managed to get himself a jewelled sabre, that he was now flashing around like a shilling whore given a guinea fan. Mr. Bloody Ensign Fitzgerald was getting above himself in Sergeant Hexwell's considered opinion. Ensigns were the lowest of the low, apprentice officers, lads in silver lace, and Mr. Bloody Fitzgerald had no business countermanding Hexwell's orders, so Mr. Bloody Fitzgerald must be taught his place. But the trouble was that Mr. Fitzgerald was Irish, and Hexwell was of the opinion that the Irish were only half civilized, and never did understand their place. Most of them, anyway. Major Shee was Irish, and he was civilized, at least when he was sober. And Colonel Wellesley, who was from Dublin, was wholly civilized. But the Colonel had possessed the sense to make himself more English than the English, while Mr. Bloody Fitzgerald made no pretence about his birth. "See this, Hexwell!" Fitzgerald, sublimely unaware of Hexwell's glowering thoughts, stepped across a body to show off his new sabre.
"See what, sir?"
"Damned blade is made in Birmingham. Will you credit that? Birmingham, says so on the blade, see. Made in Birmingham."
Hexwell dutifully examined the legend on the blade, then fingered the sabre's pommel, which was elegantly set with a ring of 7 small rubies.
"Looks like glass to me, sir,"
he said dismissively, hoping he could somehow persuade Fitzgerald to relinquish the blade.
"Nonsense," Fitzgerald said cheerfully. "Best rubies. Bit small, maybe, but I doubt the ladies will mind that. 7 pieces of glitter. That adds up to a week of sin, Sergeant. It was worth killing the rascal for that."
If you did kill him, Hexwell thought sourly as he stumped away from the exuberant ensign. More likely picked it up off the ground. And Fitzgerald was right. 7 rubies, even small ones, would buy a lot of Naig's ladies. Nasty Naig was a merchant from Madras, one of the many travelling with the army, and he had brought his brothel with him. It was an expensive brothel, officers only, or at least only those who could pay an officer's price, and that made Hexwell think of Mary Bickerstaff. Mrs. Mary Bickerstaff. She was a half and half Indian and half British, and that made her valuable, very valuable. Most of the women who followed the army were dark as Hades, and while Obadiah Hexwell had no distaste for dark skin, he did miss the touch of white flesh. So did many of the officers, and there was a guinea or two to be made out of that lust. Naig would pay well for a skin as pale as Mary Bickerstaff's. She was a rare beauty, Mary Bickerstaff, a beauty amongst a pack of ugly, rancid women. Hexwell watched as a group of the battalion's wives ran to take part in the plundering, and almost shuddered as he contemplated their ugliness. About 2/3 of the wives were Bibis, Indians, and most of those, Hakeswill knew, were not properly married with the Colonel's permission, while the rest were those lucky British women who had won the brutal lottery that had taken place on the night before the battalion had sailed from England. The wives had been gathered in a barrack-room. Their names had been put into 10 shakos, one for each company, and the first 10 names drawn from each hat were allowed to accompany their husbands. The rest had to stay in Britain, and what happened to them there was anybody's guess. Most went on the parish, but parishes resented feeding soldiers' wives, so as like as not they were forced to become whores. Barrack-gate whores, for the most part, because they lacked the looks for anything better. But a few, a precious few, were pretty, and none was prettier than Sergeant Bickerstaff's half-and-half widow. The women spread out among the dead and dying Mysoreans. If anything, they were even more efficient than their men at plundering the dead, for the men tended to hurry, and so missed the hiding places where a soldier secreted his money. Hakeswill watched Flora Plackett strip the body of a tall tiger-striped corpse whose throat had been slashed to the backbone by the slice of a cavalryman's sabre. She didn't rush her work, but searched carefully, garment by garment, then handed each piece of clothing to one of her 2 children to fold and stack. Hakeswill approved of Flora Plackett, for she was a large and steady woman, who kept her man in good order and made no fuss about her campaign's discomforts. She was a good mother, too, and that was why Obadiah didn't care that Flora Plackett was as ugly as a haversack. Mothers were sacred. Mothers were not expected to be pretty. Mothers were Obadiah Hakeswill's guardian angels, and Flora Plackett reminded Obadiah of his own mother, who was the only person in all his life who had shown him kindness. Biddy Hakeswill was long dead now. She had died a year before the 12-year-old Obadiah had dangled on a scaffold for the trumped-up charge of sheep-stealing, and, to amuse the crowd, the executioner had not let any of that day's victims drop from the gallows, but had instead hoisted them gently into the air, so that they choked slowly as their piss-soaked legs jerked in the death dance of the gibbet. No one had taken much notice of the small boy at the scaffold's end, and when the heavens had opened, and the rain come down in bucketfuls to scatter the crowd, no one had bothered when Biddy Hakeswill's brother had cut the boy down and set him loose.
"Did it for your mother,"
his uncle had snarled.
"God rest her soul. Now be off with you, and don't ever show your face in a dale again."
Hakeswill had run south, joined the army as a drummer boy, had risen to sergeant, and had never forgotten his dying mother's words.
"No one will ever get rid of Obadiah," she had said. "Not my Obadiah. Death's too good for him."
The gallows had proved that. Touched by God he was, indestructible. A groan sounded near Hakeswill, and the sergeant snapped out of his reverie to see a tiger-striped Indian struggling to turn onto his belly. Hakeswill scurried over, forced the man onto his back again, and placed his halberd spear-point at the man's throat.
"Money!"
Hakeswill snarled, then held out his left hand and motioned the counting of coins.
"Money!"
The man blinked slowly, then said something in his own language.
"I'll let you live, you bugger,"
Hakeswill promised, leering at the wounded man.
"Not that you'll live long. Got a ghoulie in your belly, see?"
He pointed at the wound in the man's belly where the bullet had driven home.
"Now where's your money? Money! Pice! Damn, pagodas, annas, rupees!"
The man must have understood, for his hand fluttered weakly towards his chest.
"Good boy now,"
Hakeswill said, smiling again. Then his face jerked in its involuntary spasms as he pushed the spear-point home. But not too quickly, for he liked to see the realization of death on a man's face.
"You're a stupid bugger, too,"
Hakeswill said when the man's death throes had ended. Then he cut open the tunic and found that the man had strapped some coins to his chest with a cotton sash. He undid the sash and pocketed the handful of copper change. Not a big haul, but Hakeswill was not dependent on his own plundering to fill his purse. He would take a cut from whatever the soldiers of the like company found. They knew they would have to pay up, or else face punishment. He saw Sharpe kneeling beside a body and hurried across.
"Got a sword there, Sharpie?"
Hakeswell asked.
"Stole it, did ya?"
"I killed the man, Sergeant." Sharpe looked up.
"Doesn't bleeding matter, does it, lad? You ain't permitted to carry a sword. Officer's weapon a sword is. Mustn't get above your station, Sharpie. Get above yourself, boy, you'll be cut down. So I'll take the blade, I will."
Hakeswell half expected Sharpe to resist, but the private did nothing, as the sergeant picked up the silver-hilted blade.
Worth a few bob, I dare say,"
Hakeswell said appreciatively. Then he laid the sword's tip against the stock at Sharpe's neck.
"Which is more than you're worth, Sharpie. Too clever for your own good, you are."
Sharpe edged away from the sword and stood up. "I ain't got a quarrel with you, Sergeant," he said.
"Oh, but you do, boy, you do."
Hakeswell grimaced as his face went into spasm.
"And you know what the quarrel's about, don't you?"
Sharpe backed away from the sword. "I ain't got a quarrel with you," he repeated stubbornly.
"I think our quarrel is called Mrs. Bickerstaff,"
Hakeswell said, and grinned when Sharpe said nothing.
"I almost got you with that flint, didn't I? Would have had you flogged raw, boy, and you'd have died of a fever within a week. A flogging does that in this climate. Wears a man down, a flogging does. But you got a friendly officer, don't you? Mr. Lawford, he likes you, does he?"
He prodded Sharpe's chest with the sword's tip.
"Is that what it is? Officer's pet, are you?"
"Mr. Lawford ain't nothing to me," Sharpe said.
"That's what you say, but my eyes tell different."
Hakeswell giggled.
"Sweet on each other, are you and Mr. Lawford? Ain't that nice, Sharpie? But it don't make you much use to Mrs. Bickerstaff, does it? Reckon she'd be better off with a real man."
"She ain't your business," Sharpe said.
"Ain't my business? Oh, listen to it."
Hakeswell sneered, then prodded the sword forward again. He wanted to provoke Sharpe into resisting, for then he could charge him with attacking a superior. But the tall young man just backed away from the blade.
"You listen, Sharpie,"
Hakeswell said,
"and you listen well. She's a sergeant's wife, not the whore of some common ranker like you."
"Sergeant Bickerstaff's dead," Sharpe protested.
"So? She needs a man,"
Hakeswell said.
"And a sergeant's widow don't get rogered by a stinking bit of dirt like you. It ain't right. Ain't natural. It's beneath her station, Sharpie, and it can't be allowed. Says so in the scriptures."
"She can choose who she wants," Sharpe insisted.
"Choose, Sharpie, choose?"
Hakeswell laughed.
"Women don't choose, you soft bugger. Women get taken by the strongest, says so in the scriptures, and if you stand in my way, Sharpie,"
he pushed the sword hard forward,
"then I'll have your spine laid open to the daylight. A lost flint, that would have been 200 lashes, lad. But next time, 1,000, and laid on hard, real hard. Be blood and bones, boy, bones and blood. And who'll look after your Mrs. Bickerstaff then, eh? Tell me that. So you takes your filthy hands off her. Leave it to me, Sharpie."
He leered at Sharpe, but still the younger man refused to be provoked. And Hakeswell at last abandoned the attempt.
"Worth a few guineas, this sword,"
the sergeant said again as he backed away.
"Obliged to you, Sharpie."
Sharpe swore uselessly at Hakeswell's back, then turned as a woman held him from among the heaped bodies that had been the leading ranks of the Tippoo's column. Those bodies were now being dragged apart to be searched, and Mary Bickerstaff was helping the work along. He walked towards her, and as ever was struck by the beauty of the girl. She had black hair, a thin face, and dark, big eyes that could spark with mischief. Now, though, she looked worried. "What did Hakeswell want?" she asked. "You." She spat, then crouched again to the body she was searching. "He can't touch you, Richard," she said. "Not if you do your duty. The army's not like that, and you know it." "You've just got to be clever," Mary insisted. She was a soldier's daughter who'd grown up in the Calcutta barrack lines. She'd inherited her dark Indian beauty from her mother, and learned the way of soldiers from her father, who'd been an engineer sergeant in the old fort's garrison before an outbreak of cholera had killed him and his native wife. Mary's father had always claimed she was pretty enough to marry an officer, and so rise in the world, but no officer would marry a half-caste, at least no officer who cared about advancement. And so, after her parents' death, Mary had married Sergeant Jem Bickerstaff of the 33rd, a good man. But Bickerstaff had died of the fever shortly after the army had left Madras to climb to the Mysore plateau, and Mary at 22 was now an orphan and a widow. She was also wise to the army's ways. "If you're made up to Sergeant, Richard," she told Sharpe now, "then Hicksville can't touch you." Sharpe laughed. "Me? A sergeant? That'll be the day, lass. I made corporal once, but that didn't last." "You can be a sergeant," she insisted, "and you should be a sergeant, and Hicksville couldn't touch you if you were." Sharpe shrugged. "It ain't me he wants to touch, lass, but you." Mary had been cutting a tiger-striped tunic from a dead man, but now she paused and looked quizzically up at Sharpe. She had not been in love with Jem Bickerstaff, but she had recognized that the sergeant was a good, kind man, and she saw the same decency in Sharpe. It wasn't exactly the same decency, for Sharpe, she reckoned, had 10 times Jem Bickerstaff's fire, and he could be as cunning as a snake when it suited him. But Mary still trusted Sharpe. She was also attracted to him. There was something very striking about Sharpe's lean good looks, something dangerous, she acknowledged, but very exciting. She looked at him for a few seconds, then shrugged. "Maybe he won't dare touch me if we're married," she said. "I mean, proper married, with the Colonel's permission." "Married?" Sharpe said, flustered by the word. Mary stood. "It ain't easy being a widow in the army, Richard. Every man reckons your loot." No, it's hard," Sharpe said, frowning. He stared at her as he thought about the idea of getting married. Till now he'd only been thinking of desertion, but maybe marriage wasn't such a bad idea. At least it would make it much harder for Hicksville to get his hands on Mary's skin. And a married man, Sharpe reckoned, was more likely to be promoted. But what was the point of rising an inch or two in the dunghill? Even a sergeant was still at the bottom of the heap. It was better to be out of the army altogether, and Mary, Sharpe decided, would be more likely to desert with him if she was properly married to him. That thought made him nod slowly. "I reckon I might like to be married," he said shyly. "Me too." She smiled, and awkwardly Sharpe smiled back. For a moment neither had anything to say. Then Mary excitedly fished in the pocket of her apron to produce a jewel she'd taken from a dead man. "Look what I found!" She handed Sharpe a red stone, half the size of a hen's egg. "You reckon it's a ruby?" Mary asked eagerly. Sharpe tossed the stone up and down. "I reckon it's glass, lass," he said gently. "Just glass. But I'll get you a ruby, for a wedding gift. Just you watch me." "I'll more than watch you, Dick Sharpe," she said happily, and put her arm into his. Sergeant Hicksville, 100 paces away, watched them, and his face twitched. While on the edges of the killing place, where the looted and naked bodies lay scattered, the vultures came down, sidled forward, and began to tear at the dead. The Allied armies camped a quarter of a mile short of the place where the dead lay. The camp sprawled across the plain, an instant town where 50,000 soldiers and thousands of camp followers would spend the night. Tents went up for officers, well away from the places where the vast herds of cattle were guarded for the night. Some of the cattle were beeves, being herded and slaughtered for food. Some were oxen that carried panniers filled with the 18- and 24-pounder cannonballs that would be needed to blast a hole through the walls of Seringapatam, while yet others were bullocks that hauled the wagons and guns, and the heaviest guns, the big siege pieces, needed 60 bullocks apiece. There were more than 200,000 cattle with the army, but all were now scrawny, for the Tipu's cavalry was stripping the land of fodder as the British and Hyderabad armies advanced. The common soldiers had no tents. They would sleep on the ground close to their fires. But first they ate, and this night the feeding was good, at least for the men of the King's 33rd, who had coins taken from the enemy dead to spend with the Binjaris, the merchant clans that travelled with the army, and had their own private guards to protect their goods. The Binjaris all sold chickens, rice, flour, beans, and, best of all, the throat-burning skins of arrack, which could make a man drunk even faster than rum. Some of the Binjaris also hired out whores, and the 33rd gave those men good business that night. Captain Morris expected to visit the famous green tents of Naig, the Binjari whose stock in trade was the most expensive whores of Madras. But for now he was stuck in his own tent, where, under the feeble light of a candle that flickered on his table, he disposed of the company's business. Or rather, Sergeant Hakeswell disposed of it, while Morris, his coat unbuttoned and silk stock loosened, sprawled in a camp chair. Sweat dripped down his face. There was a small wind, but the muslin screen hanging at the entrance to the tent took away its cooling effects, and if the screen was discarded, the tent would fill with savagely huge moths. Morris hated moths, hated the heat, hated India.
"Guard roster, sir?"
Hakeswell said, offering the papers. "Anything I should know?"
Not a thing, sir. Just like last week, sir. Ensign Hicks made up the roster, sir. Good man, sir. Ensign Hicks knows his place."
"You mean he does what you tell him to do?" Morris asked dryly.
"Learning his trade, sir. Learning his trade, just like a good little ensign should. Unlike some, as I could mention."
Morris ignored the sly reference to Fitzgerald, and instead dipped his quill in ink and scrawled his name at the foot of the rosters. "I assume Ensign Fitzgerald and Sergeant Green have been assigned all the night duty?" he asked.
"They need the practice, sir."
"And you need your sleep, Sergeant?"
"Punishment book, sir,"
Hakeswell said, offering the leather-bound ledger and taking back the guard roster without acknowledging Morris's last comment. Morris leafed through the book. "No floggings this week?"
"Will be soon, sir. Will be soon."
"Private Sharpe escaped you today?" Morris laughed. "Losing your touch, Obadiah." There was no friendliness in his use of the Christian name, just scorn. But Sergeant Hakeswell took no offence. Officers were officers. At least those above ensigns were proper officers, in Hakeswell's opinion, and such gentlemen had every right to be scornful of lesser ranks.
"I ain't losing nothing, sir,"
Hakeswell answered equably.
"If the rat don't die first shake, sir, and you puts the dog in again. That's how it's done, sir. Said so in the scriptures. Sick report, sir. Nothing new, except that Sears has a fever, so he won't be with us long. But he won't be no loss, sir. No good to man or beast, Private Sears. Better off dead he is."
"Are we done?" Morris asked when he had signed the sick report. But then a tactful cough sounded at the tent's opening, and Lieutenant Lawford ducked under the flap and pushed through the muslin screen. "Busy, Charles?" Lawford asked Morris. "Always pleased to see you, William," Morris said sarcastically. "But, I was about to go for a stroll." "There's a soldier to see you," Lawford explained. "Man's got a request, sir." Morris sighed as though he was too busy to be bothered with such trifles, but then he shrugged and waved a hand, as if to suggest he was making a great and generous gesture by giving the man a moment of his precious time. "Who?" he asked. "Private Sharpe, sir."
"Troublemaker, sir,"
Hakeswell put in. "He's a good man," Lawford insisted hotly, but then decided his small experience of the army hardly qualified him to make such judgments, and so diffidently he added that it was only his opinion. "But he seems like a good man, sir," he finished. "Let him in," Morris said. He sipped from a tin mug of arrack, while Sharpe negotiated the muslin screen, and then stood to attention beneath the ridge pole.
"Hat off, boy," Hakeswell snapped. "Don't you know to take your hat off in the presence of an officer?"
Sharpe snatched off his shako. "Well?" Morris asked. For a second it seemed that Sharpe didn't know what to say, but then he cleared his throat, and, staring at the tent wall a few inches above Captain Morris's head, he at last found his voice. "Permission to marry, sir." Morris grinned. "Marry? Found yourself a BB, have you?" He sipped more arrack, then looked at Hakeswell.
How many wives are on the company's strength now, Sergeant?
Full complement, sir. No room for more, sir. Full up, sir. Not a vacancy to be had. Shall I dismiss Private Sharpe, sir?
This girl's on the complement. Lieutenant Lawford intervened. She's Sergeant Bickerstaff's widow. Morris stared up at Sharpe. Bickerstaff, he said vaguely, as though the name was strange to him. Bickerstaff. Fellow who died of a fever on the march, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Hexwell answered. Didn't know the man was even married, Morris said. Official wife, was she?
Very official, sir.
Hexwell answered.
On the company's strength, sir. Colonel's signature on the certificate, sir. Proper married before God in the army, sir.
Morris sniffed and looked up at Sharpe again. Why on earth do you want to marry, Sharpe? Sharpe looked embarrassed. Just do, sir, he said lamely. Can't say I disapprove of marriage, Morris said. Steady as a man does marriage. But a fellow like you, Sharpe, can do better than a soldier's widow, can't you? Dreadful creatures, soldiers' widows. Used goods, Private. Fat and greasy, like lumps of lard wrapped up in linen. Get yourself a sweet little baby man, something that ain't yet run to seed.
Very good advice, sir,
Hexwell said, his face twitching.
Words of wisdom, sir. Shall I dismiss him, sir?
Mary Bickerstaff is a good woman, sir, Lieutenant Lawford said. The lieutenant whom Sharpe had first approached with his request was eager to do his best. Sharpe could do a lot worse than marry Mary Bickerstaff, sir. Morris cut a cigar and lit it from the guttering candle that burnt on his camp table. White, is she? He asked negligently.
Half baby and half Christian, sir,
Hexwell said.
But she had a good man for her husband.
He sniffed, pretending that he was suddenly overcome with emotion.
And Jem Bickerstaff ain't this month in his grave, sir. Too soon for the trollop to marry again. It ain't right, sir. Says so in the scriptures.
Morris offered Hexwell a cynical glance. Don't be absurd, Sergeant. Most army widows marry the next day. The ranks are hardly high society, you know.
But Jem Bickerstaff was a friend of mine, sir,
Hexwell said, sniffing again and even coughing at an invisible tear.
Friend of mine, sir,
he repeated more hoarsely.
And on his dying bed, sir, he begged me to look after his little wife, sir. I know she ain't through and through white, he told me, but she deserves to be looked after. His very dying words, sir.
He bloody hated you. Sharpe couldn't resist the words.
Quiet in front of an officer,
Hexwell shouted.
Speak when you're spoken to, boy. Otherwise keep your filthy mouth buttoned like God wanted it.
Morris frowned as though Hexwell's loud voice was giving him a headache. Then he looked up at Sharpe. I'll talk to Major Shee about it, Sharpe. If the woman is on the strength and wants to marry you, then I don't suppose we can stop her. I'll talk to the Major. You're dismissed. Sharpe hesitated, wondering whether he should thank the captain for the laconic words, but before he could say anything, Hexwell was bawling in his ear.
About turn, smartly now, hat on, quick, march, oh, 1, 2, smartly now. Mind the bleeding curtain, boy. This ain't a pigsty like what you grew up in, but an officer's quarters.
Morris waited till Sharpe was gone, then looked up at Lawford. Nothing more, Lieutenant? Lawford guessed that he, too, was dismissed. You will talk to Major Shee, Charles? He pressed Morris. I just said so, didn't I? Morris glared up at the lieutenant. Lawford hesitated, then nodded. Good night, sir, he said, and ducked under the muslin screen. Morris waited until he was certain that both men were out of earshot. Now what do we do? He asked Hexwell.
Tell the silly bugger that Major Shee refused permission, sir.
And Willie Lawford will talk to the Major and find that he didn't, or else he'll go straight to Wellesley. Lawford's uncle is on the staff, or had you forgotten? That use your wits, man! Morris slapped at a moth that had managed to slip through the screen. What do we do? He asked again. Hexwell sat on a stool opposite the camp table. He scratched his head, glanced into the night, then looked back to Morris.
He's a sharp one, Sharpe, he is. Slippery. But I'll do him.
He paused.
Of course, sir, if you helped, it'd be quicker. Much quicker.
Morris looked dubious. The girl will only find herself another protector, he said. I think you're wasting my time, Sergeant.
What, me, sir? No, sir, not at all, sir. I'll have the girl, sir, just you watch, and Nasty Nag says you can have all you want of her, free and gratis, sir, like you ought to.
Morris stood, pulled on his jacket, and picked up his hat and sword. "You think I'd share your woman, Hexwell?" The captain shuddered. "And get your pox."
Pox, sir? Me, sir? Hexwell stood. Not me, sir. Clean as a whistle, I am, sir. Cured, sir. Mercury. His face twitched. Ask the surgeon, sir. He'll tell you.
Morris hesitated, thinking of Mary Bickerstaff. He thought a great deal about Mary Bickerstaff. Her beauty ensured that, and men on campaign were deprived of beauty, and so Mary's allure only increased with every mile the army marched westwards. Morris wasn't alone. On the night when Mary's husband had died, the 33rd's officers, at least those who had a mind for such games, had wagered which of them would first take the widow to their bed, and so far none of them had succeeded. Morris wanted to win, not only for the 14 guineas that would accrue to the successful seducer, but because he had become besotted by the woman. Soon after she had become a widow, he had asked Mary to do his laundry, thinking that thereby he could begin the intimacy he craved. But she had refused him with a lacerating scorn. Morris wanted to punish her for that scorn, and Hexwell, with his intuition for other men's weaknesses, had sensed what Morris wanted, and promised he would arrange everything. Nag, Hexwell assured his bitter officer, had a way of breaking reluctant girls.
There ain't a baby born that Nasty can't break, sir,
Hexwell had promised Morris.
And he'd give a small fortune for a proper white one. Not that Mrs. Bickerstaff's proper white, sir, not like a Christian, but in the dark she'd pass well enough.
The sergeant needed Morris's help in ridding Mrs. Bickerstaff of Richard Sharpe, and as an inducement he had offered Morris the free run of Nag's tent. In return, Morris knew Hexwell would expect a lifetime's patronage. As Morris climbed the army's ranks, so Hexwell would be drawn ineluctably after him, and with each step the sergeant would garner more power and influence. "So when will you free Mrs. Bickerstaff of Sharpe?" Morris asked, buckling his sword-belt.
"Tonight, sir, with your help. You'll be back here by midnight, I dare say."
"I might."
"If you are, sir, we'll do him tonight, sir."
Morris clapped the cocked hat on his head, made sure his purse was in his coat-tail pocket, and ducked under the muslin. "Carry on, Sergeant," he called back.
"Sir!"
Hexwell stood to attention for a full 10 seconds after the captain was gone, and then, with a sly grin twitching on his lumpy face, followed Morris into the night. 19 miles to the south lay a temple. It was an ancient place, deep in the country, one of the many Hindu shrines where the country folk come on high days and holidays to do honour to their gods, and to pray for a timely monsoon, for good crops, and for the absence of warlords. For the rest of the year the temple lay abandoned, its gods and altars and richly carved spires home to scorpions, snakes, and monkeys. The temple was surrounded by a wall through which one gate led, though the wall wasn't high, and the gate was never shut. Villagers left small offerings of leaves, flowers, and food in niche of the gateposts, and sometimes they'd go into the temple itself, cross the courtyard, and climb to the inner shrine, where they'd place their small gifts beneath the image of a god. But at night, when the Indian sky lay black over a heat-exhausted land, no one would ever dream of disturbing the gods. But this night, the night after battle, a man entered the temple. He was tall and thin, with white hair and a harsh sun-tanned face. He was over 60 years old, but his back was still straight, and he moved with the ease of a much younger man. Like many Europeans who'd lived a long time in India, he was prone to bouts of debilitating fever, but otherwise he was in sterling health, and Colonel Hector McCandless ascribed that good health to his religion, and to a regimen that abjured alcohol, tobacco, and meat. His religion was Calvinism, for Hector McCandless had grown up in Scotland, and the godly lessons that had been whipped into his young, earnest soul had never been forgotten. He was an honest man, a tough man, and a wise one. His soul was old in experience, but even so it was offended by the idols that reflected the small light of the lantern he had lit once he was through the temple's ever-open gate. He had lived in India for over 16 years now, and he was more accustomed to these heathen shrines than to the kirks of his childhood. But still, whenever he saw these strange gods with their multiplicity of arms, their elephant heads, their grotesquely coloured faces, and their cobra-hooded masks, he felt a stab of disapproval. He never let that disapproval show, for that would have imperilled his duty, and McCandless was a man who believed that duty was a master second only to God. He wore the red coat and the tartan kilt of the King's Scotch Brigade, a Highland regiment that hadn't seen McCandless's stern features for 16 years. He'd served with the brigade for over 30 years, but lack of funds had obstructed his promotion, and so, with his colonel's blessing, he'd accepted a job with the army of the East India Company, which governed those parts of India that were under British rule. In his time he had commanded battalions of sepoys, but McCandless's first love was surveying. He had mapped the Carnatic coast. He had charted the Sundarbans of the Hooghly, and he had once ridden the length and breadth of Mysore. And while he had been so engaged, he had learned a half-dozen Indian languages, and met a score of princes, rajas, and nawabs. Few men understood India as McCandless did, which was why the company had promoted him to colonel, and attached him to the British Army as its chief of intelligence. It was McCandless's task to advise General Harris of the enemy's strength and dispositions, and, in particular, to discover just what defences waited for the Allied armies when they reached Seringapatam. It was his search for that particular answer that had brought Colonel McCandless to this ancient temple. He had surveyed the temple 7 years before, when Lord Cornwallis's army had marched against Mysore, and back then McCandless had admired the extraordinary carvings that covered every inch of the temple's walls. The Scotsman's religion had been offended by so much decoration, but he was too honest a man to deny that the old stoneworkers had been marvellous craftsmen, for the sculpture here was as fine, if not finer, than anything produced in medieval Europe. The wan yellow light of his lantern washed across caparisoned elephants, fierce gods, and marching armies, all made of stone. He climbed the steps to the central shrine, passed between its vast squat pillars, and so went into the sanctuary. The roof here beneath the temple's high carved tower was fashioned into lotus blossoms. The idols stared blankly from their niche, with flowers and leaves drying at their feet. The colonel placed the lantern on the flagstone floor, then sat cross-legged and waited. He closed his eyes, letting his ears identify the noises of the night beyond the temple's walls. McCandless had come to this remote temple with an escort of 6 Indian lancers, but he had left that escort 2 miles away, in case their presence should have inhibited the man he was hoping to meet. So now he just waited, with eyes closed and arms folded, and after a while he heard the thump of a hoof on dry earth, the chink of a snaffle chain, and then, once again, silence. And still he waited with eyes closed. "If you are not in that uniform," a voice said a few moments later, "I would think you at your prayers." "The uniform does not disqualify me from prayer any more than does your uniform," the colonel answered, opening his eyes. He stood. "Welcome, General." The man who faced McCandless was younger than the Scot, but every inch as tall and lean. Appa Rao was now a general in the forces of the Tipu Sultan. But once, many years before, he'd been an officer in one of McCandless's sepoy battalions, and it was that old acquaintanceship, which had verged upon friendship, that had persuaded McCandless it was worth risking his own life to talk to Appa Rao. Appa Rao had served under McCandless's orders until his father had died, and then, trained as a soldier, he'd returned to his native Mysore. Today he'd watched from the ridge as the Tipu's infantry had been massacred by a single British volley. The experience had made him sour, but he forced a grudging courtesy into his voice. "So, you are still alive, Major?" Appa Rao spoke in Canarese, the language of the native Mysoreans. "Still alive and a full colonel now," McCandless answered in the same tongue. "Shall we sit?" Appa Rao grunted, then sat opposite McCandless. Behind him, beyond the sunken courtyard, where they were framed by the temple's gateway, were 2 soldiers. They were Appa Rao's escort, and McCandless knew they must be trusted men, for if the Tipu Sultan were ever to discover that this meeting had taken place, then Apa Rao and all his family would be killed. Unless, of course, the Tipu already knew, and was using Apa Rao to make some mischief of his own. The Tipu's general was dressed in his master's tiger-striped tunic, but over it he wore a sash of the finest silk, and slung across his shoulder was a second silk sash, from which hung a gold-hilted sword. His boots were red leather, and his hat a coil of watered red silk, on which a milky blue jewel gleamed soft in the lantern's flickering light. "You were at Malavelly today?" he asked McCandless. "I was," McCandless said. Malavelly was the nearest village to where the battle had been fought. "So, you know what happened?" "I know the Tipu sacrificed hundreds of your people," McCandless said. "Your people, General, not his." Apa Rao dismissed the distinction. "The people follow him." "Because they have no choice. They follow, but do they love him?" "Some do," Apa Rao answered. "But what does it matter? Why should a ruler want his people's love? Their obedience, yes, but love. Love is for children, McCandless, and for gods, and for women." McCandless smiled, tacitly yielding the argument, which was not important. He didn't have to persuade Apa Rao to treachery. The very presence of the Mysorean general was proof that he was already halfway to betraying the Tipu. But McCandless didn't expect the general to yield gracefully. There was pride at stake here, and Apa Rao's pride was great, and needed to be handled as gently as a cocked dueling pistol. Apa Rao had always been thus, even when he was a young man in the company's army, and McCandless approved of that pride. He had always respected Apa Rao, and still did, and he believed Apa Rao returned the respect. It was in that belief that the colonel had sent a message to Seringapatam. The message was carried by one of the company's native agents, who wandered as a naked fakir through southern India. The message had been concealed in the man's long greasy hair, and it had invited Apa Rao to a reunion with his old commanding officer. The reply had specified this temple, and this night as the rendezvous. Apa Rao was flirting with treachery, but that didn't mean he was finding it either easy or pleasant. "I have a gift," McCandless said, changing the subject, "for your Raja. He is in need of gifts. Then this comes with our most humble duty and high respect." McCandless took a leather bag from his sporran and placed it beside the lantern. The bag chinked as it was laid down, and though Apa Rao glanced at it, he didn't take it. "Tell your Raja," McCandless said, "that it is our desire to place him back on his throne." "And who will stand behind his throne?" Apa Rao demanded. "Men in red coats?" "You will," McCandless said, "as your family always did." "And you?" the general asked. "What do you want?" "To trade. That's the company's business, trade. Why should we become rulers?" Apa Rao sneered. "Because you always do. You come as merchants, but you bring guns and use them to make yourselves into taxmen, judges, and executioners. Then you bring your churches." He shuddered. "We come to trade," McCandless insisted equably. "And what would you prefer, General, to trade with the British or be ruled by Muslims?" And that, McCandless knew, was the question that had brought Apa Rao to this temple in the dark night. Mysore was a Hindu country, and its ancient rulers, the Wadiyars, were Hindus, like their people. But the Tipu's father, the fierce Hyder Ali, had come from the north and conquered their state, and the Tipu had inherited his father's stolen throne. To give himself a shred of legality, the Tipu, like his father before him, kept the old ruling family alive. But the Wadiyars were now reduced to poverty, and to ceremonial appearances only. The new Raja was scarce more than a child, but to many of Mysore's Hindus he was still their rightful monarch, though that was an opinion best kept secret from the Tipu. Apa Rao had not answered the Scotsman's question, so McCandless phrased it differently. "Are you the last Hindu senior officer in the Tipu's army?" "There are others," Apa Rao said evasively. "And the rest?" Apa Rao paused. "Fed to his tigers," he eventually admitted. "And soon, General," McCandless said softly. "There'll be no more Hindu officers in Mysore, and some very fat tigers. And if you defeat us, you'll still not be safe. The French will come." Appa Rao shrugged. "There are already Frenchmen in Seringapatam. They demand nothing of us." "Yet," McCandless said ominously. "But let me tell you what stirs in the wide world, General. There is a new French general named Bonaparte. His army sits on the Nile now. But there's nothing in Egypt that interests Bonaparte or the French. They have their eyes farther east. They have their eyes on India. Bonaparte wrote to the Tipu earlier this year. Did the Tipu show you his letter?" Appa Rao said nothing, and McCandless took the silence to mean that Rao knew nothing of the French general's letter. And so he took from his sporran a piece of paper. "You speak French, General?" "No." "Then let me translate for you. One of our agents copied the letter before it was sent, and it reads, Le 7 pluviose, l'an 6 de la République Française. That's the 27th of January this year to the rest of us. And it says, I've reached the borders of the Red Sea with an innumerable and invincible army, full of the desire to deliver you from the yoke of England. Here." McCandless offered Appa Rao the letter. "There's plenty more in the letter like that. Take it back with you and find someone who'll translate it." "I believe you," Appa Rao said, ignoring the proffered letter. "But why should I fear this French general?" "Because Bonaparte's ally is the Tipu, and Bonaparte's ambition is to take away the company's trade. His victory will strengthen the Muslims and weaken the Hindus. But if he sees Mysore defeated, and if he sees your Raja back on his ancestor's throne, and if he sees a Hindu army led by General Appa Rao, then he'll think twice before he takes ship. Bonaparte needs allies in this land, and without Mysore he'll have none." Appa Rao frowned. "This Bonaparte, he is a Muslim. He is friendly to Muslims, but he has no religion that we know of." "If he is friendly to Muslims," Appa Rao observed, "why should he not be friendly to Hindus also?" "Because it's to the Muslims that he looks for allies. He'll reward them." Appa Rao shifted on the hard floor. "Why should we not let this Bonaparte come and defeat you?" "Because then he'll have made the Tipu all-powerful, and after that, General, how long will there be any Hindus in his service? And how long will the surviving warriors live? The Tipu keeps the warrior family alive, for he needs Hindu infantry and cavalry. But if he no longer has enemies, why will he need reluctant friends?" "And you will restore the warriors?" "I promise it." Appa Rao looked past McCandless, gazing up at the small light reflecting off the serene image of a Hindu goddess. The temple was still here, as were all Mysore's temples, for though the Tipu was a Muslim, he hadn't torn down the Hindu sanctuaries. Indeed, like his father, the Tipu had restored some of the temples. Life wasn't hard under the Tipu, but all the same the Tipu was not the ancestral ruler of Appa Rao's country. That ruler was a boy, kept in poverty in a small house in a back alley of Seringapatam. And Appa Rao's hidden loyalty was to the Wadiyar dynasty, not to the Muslim interlopers. The general's dark eyes shifted to McCandless. "You British captured the city 7 years ago. Why didn't you replace the Tipu then?" "A mistake," McCandless admitted candidly. "We thought he could be trusted to keep his promises, but we were wrong. This time, if God wills it, we shall replace him. A man bitten by a snake once does not let the snake live a second time." Appa Rao brooded for a while. Bats flickered in the courtyard. The two men in the gateway watched as McCandless let the silence stretch. The colonel knew it wouldn't serve to pressure this general too hard, but McCandless also knew he didn't need to press. Appa Rao might not be certain that a British victory would be in Mysore's best interest, but what would serve that interest in these hard, confusing times? Appa Rao's choice lay between the Muslim usurpers and foreign domination, and McCandless knew only too well of the simmering distrust that lay between Hindus and Muslims. It was that breach that the Scotsman was assaulting, in the hope that he could widen the rift into full betrayal. Appa Rao finally shook his head, then raised an arm and beckoned. One of the two men in the gateway came running forward and knelt beside the general. He was a young man of startling good looks, black-haired and with a long, fine face of strong bones and defiant eyes. Like Apparao, he wore the tiger tunic, and had a gold-hilted sword slung at his hip. "This is Kunvar Singh," Apparao introduced the young man. "He is the son of a cousin of mine." He announced the relationship vaguely, intimating that it wasn't close. "And the commander of my bodyguard." McCandless looked into Kunvar Singh's eyes. "Do your job well, my friend. Your master is valuable." Kunvar Singh smiled, and then at a signal from Apparao, he took a roll of paper from inside his tunic. He unrolled the sheet and weighted its corners with a pistol, a knife, a handful of bullets and the lantern. McCandless leant forward. The scroll was a map, and it showed the big island and the river Cauvery on which the Tipu's capital of Seringapatam was built. The fortress town occupied the island's western tip, while beyond its walls to the east were pleasure gardens, suburbs, the Tipu's summer palace, and the mausoleum where the fearsome Hyder Ali was entombed. Apparao drew a knife from his belt. He tapped the island's northern bank, where it fronted the Cauvery's main channel. "That is where General Cornwallis crossed, but since then the walls have been strengthened. The French advised us how to do it. There are new guns on the walls, hundreds of them." He looked up into McCandless's eyes. "I mean hundreds, McCandless. That is not an exaggeration. The Tipu is fond of cannon and rockets. He has thousands of rocket men and deep arsenals crammed with weapons. All this," he swept the knife's tip around the walls that faced the river, "has been rebuilt, refortified, and given cannon and rockets." "We have cannon too," McCandless said. Apparao ignored the comment. Instead, he tapped the knife against the western ramparts that overlooked the Cauvery's smaller channel. "At this time of year, McCandless, the river here is shallow. The crocodiles have gone to the deeper pools, and a man can walk across the river with dry knees. And when your army reaches Seringapatam, they will see that these walls," he tapped the western fortifications again, "have not been rebuilt. They are made of mud bricks, and the rains have crumbled the rampart. It looks like a weak place, and you will be tempted to attack there. Do not, for that is where the Tipu wants you to attack." A beetle flew onto the map and crawled along the line marking the western walls. Apparao gently swept the insect aside. "There is another wall there, a new wall, hidden behind that rampart, McCandless. And when your men get through the first wall, they will be in a trap. Here." He pointed to a bastion that connected the outer and inner walls. "That used to be a water gate, but it's been blocked up, and there are hundreds of pounds of gunpowder inside. Once your men are trapped between the two walls, the Tipu plans to blow the mine." Apparao shrugged. "Hundreds of pounds of powder, McCandless, just waiting for you. And when that attack has failed, you have no time to make another before the monsoon comes, and when the rains do come, the river will rise and the roads will turn to mud, and you will be forced to retreat. And every foot of your way back to Madras will be dogged by the Tipu's cavalry. That is how he plans to beat you." "So we must attack anywhere but in the west." "Anywhere but from the west," Apparao said. "The new inner wall," he demonstrated on the map with the tip of his knife, "extends all the way round the north. These other walls," he tapped the southern and eastern ramparts, "look stronger, but don't be deceived. The west wall is a trap, and if you fall into it, it will be your death." He moved the weights off the corners of the map and let it roll itself up. Then he unshielded McCandless's lantern and held one end of the scroll in the candle flame. The paper blazed, lighting the intricate carvings of the shrine. The three men watched as the paper burnt to ash. "Anywhere but from the west," Apparao said. Then, after a moment's hesitation, he lifted the bag of gold coins from beside the lantern. "All this will go to my Raja," he said. "I shall keep none." "I never expected you to," McCandless said. "You have my thanks, General." "I don't want your thanks. I want my Raja back. That is why I came, and if you disappoint me, then you English will have a new enemy." "I'm a Scot." "But you would still be my enemy," Apparao said, then turned away, but paused and looked back from the inner shrine's threshold.
Tell your general that his men should be gentle with the people of the city. I'll tell General Harris. Then I shall look to see you in Seringapatam, Apparao said heavily. Me and thousands of others, McCandless said. Thousands? Apparao's tone mocked the claim. You may have thousands, Colonel, but the Tipu has tigers. He turned and walked to the temple's outer gateway, followed by Kunvar Singh. McCandless burned the copy of Bonaparte's letter, waited another half-hour, and then, as silently as he'd come to the temple, he left it. He would join his escort, sleep a few hours, then ride with his precious secret to the waiting army. End of Side 2. Side 3. Few men of the 33rd slept that night, for the excitement of fighting and beating the Tipu's vaunted troops had filled them with a nervous energy. Some spent their loot on arrack, and those fell asleep soon enough, but the others stayed around their fires and relived the day's brief excitement. For most of the troops it had been their first battle, and on its slim evidence they built a picture of war and their own valour. Mary Bickerstaff sat with Sharpe and listened patiently to the tales. She was accustomed to soldiers' stories, and shrewd enough to know which men exaggerated their prowess and which pretended not to have been nauseated by the horrors of the dead and wounded. Sharpe, after he returned from Captain Morris's tent with the news that the captain would ask Major Shee's permission for them to marry, was silent, and Mary sensed he wasn't really listening to the tales, not even when he pretended to be amused or amazed. "What is it?" she asked him after a long while. "Nothing, lass." "Are you worried about Captain Morris?" "Well, if he says no, we just ask Major Shee," Sharpe said with a confidence he did not entirely feel. Morris was a bastard, but Shee was a drunk, and in truth there was little to choose between them. Sharpe had an idea that Lieutenant Colonel Arthur Wellesley, the 33rd's real commanding officer, was a man who might be reasonable, but Wellesley had been temporarily appointed as one of the Army's 2 deputy commanders, and had thus shrugged off all regimental business. "We'll get our permission," he told Mary. "So, what's worrying you?" "I told you, nothing." "You're miles away, Richard." He hesitated. "Wish I was." Mary tightened the grip of her hand on his fingers, then lowered her voice to something scarce above a whisper. "Are you thinking of running, Richard Sharpe?" He leant away from the fire, trying to make a small private space where they could talk without being overheard. "Gotta be a better life than this, love," he said. "Don't do it," Mary said fiercely, but laying a hand on his cheek as she spoke. Some of the men on the other side of the fire saw the tender gesture and greeted it with a chorus of jeers and whistles. Mary ignored them. "They'll catch you, Richard," she insisted. "Catch you and shoot you." "Not if we run far enough." "We?" she asked cautiously. "Well, I want you, lass." Mary took hold of one of his hands and squeezed it. "Listen," she hissed. "Work to become a sergeant. Once you're a sergeant, you're made. You could even become an officer. Don't laugh, Richard. Mr. Lambert in Calcutta, he was a sergeant once, and he was a private before that. They made him up to ensign." Sharpe smiled and traced a finger down her cheek. "You're mad, Mary. I love you, but you're mad. I couldn't be an officer. You have to know how to read." "I can teach you," Mary said. Sharpe glanced at her with some surprise. He had never known she could read, and the knowledge made him somewhat nervous of her. "I wouldn't want to be an officer anyway," he said scathingly. "Stuck-up bastards, all of them." "But you can be a sergeant," Mary insisted, "and a good one. But don't run, love. Whatever you do, don't run."
"Is that the lovebirds?"
Sergeant Hakeswell's mocking voice cut through their conversation.
"Oh, it's sweet, isn't it? Good to see a couple in love. Restores a man's faith in human nature, it does."
Sharpe and Mary sat up and disentangled their fingers as the sergeant stalked through the ring of men beside the fire.
"I want you, Sharpie."
Hakeswill said when he reached their side.
Got a message for you, I have.
He touched his hat to Mary.
Not you, mum,
he said as she stood to accompany Sharpe.
This is men's business, Mrs. Bickerstaff, soldiers' business, no business for BBs.
Come on, Sharpe, I ain't got all night, look lively now.
He strode away, thumping the ground with the butt of his halberd, as he threaded his way between the fires.
Got news for you, Sharpe,
he called over his shoulder.
Good news, lad, good news.
I can marry? Sharpe asked eagerly. Hakeswill threw a sly glance over his shoulder as he led Sharpe towards the picketed lines of officers' horses.
Now, why would a lad like you want to marry? Why throw all your spunk away on one BB, eh? And that one used goods, too. Another man's leavings, that's all Mary Bickerstaff is. You should spread it about, boy. Enjoy yourself when you're still young.
Hakeswill pushed his way between the horses to reach the dark space between the two picketed lines, where he turned and faced Sharpe.
Good news, Sharpe. You can't marry. Permission is refused. You want to know why, boy?
Sharpe felt his hopes crumbling. At that moment he hated Hakeswill more than ever. But his pride forced him not to show that hate, nor his disappointment. "Why?" he asked.
"I'll tell you why, Sharpe," Hakeswill said.
Stand still, boy. When a sergeant condescends to talk to you, stand still. Attention! That's better, lad. Bit of respect, like what is proper to show to a sergeant.
His face twitched as he grinned.
"You want to know why, boy? Because I don't want you to marry her, Sharpe, that is why. I don't want little Mrs. Bickerstaff married to anyone. Not to you, not to me, not even to the King of England himself, God bless him."
He was circling Sharpe as he talked.
"And do you know why, boy?"
He stopped in front of Sharpe and pushed his face up towards the younger man.
"Because that Mrs. Bickerstaff is a BB, Sharpe, with possibilities, possibilities."
He giggled at his joke.
"Got a future, she has."
He grinned again, and the grin was suddenly twisted as his face shuddered with its distorting rictus.
"You familiar with Naig, Nasty Naig?" "Answer me, boy!"
"I've heard of him," Sharpe said.
"Fat bugger, Sharpe, he is, fat and rich. Rides a elephant, he does, and he's got a dozen green tents. One of the army's followers, Sharpe, and rich as a rich man can be.
Richer than you'll ever be, Sharpe. You know why?"
"'Cause Nasty Naig provides the officers with their women, that's why.
And I'm not talking about those rancid slags the other heathens hires out to you nasty common soldiers.
I'm talking about the desirable women, Sharpe, desirable."
He lingered on the word.
"Nasty's got a whole herd of expensive whores, Sharpe, he does, all riding in those closed wagons with the coloured curtains. Full of officers' meat, those wagons are. Fat ones, skinny ones, dark ones, light ones, dirty ones, clean ones, tall ones, short ones, all sorts of ones. And all of them are prettier than you could ever dream of. But there ain't one of them as pretty as little Mrs. Bickerstaff. And there ain't one who looks as white as pretty little Mary does. And if there's one thing an English officer abroad wants once in a while, Sharpe, it's a spot of the white meat. That's the itch Morris has got, Sharpe. Got it bad. But he ain't no different from the others. They get bored with the dark meat, Sharpe. And the Indian officers, Naig tells me they'll pay a month's wages for a white. You following me, Sharpe? You and me marching in step, are we?"
Sharpe said nothing. It had taken all his self-discipline not to hit the sergeant, and Hakeswill knew it, and mocked him for it.
"Go on, Sharpe, hit me,"
Hakeswill taunted him, and when Sharpe did not move, the sergeant laughed.
"You ain't got the guts, have you?" "I'll find a place and time," Sharpe said angrily. "Place and time, listen to him."
Hakeswill chuckled, then began pacing around Sharpe once again.
"Well, we've made a deal, Nasty and me, like brothers we are, me and him, just like brothers. We understand each other, see? And Nasty's right keen on your little Mary. Profit there, you see, boy, and I'll get a cut of it."
"Mary stays with me, Sarge," Sharpe said stubbornly, "married or not."
"Oh, Sharpe, dear me, you don't understand, do you?
You didn't hear me, boy, did you? Nasty and me, we've made a bargain. Drunk to it, we did. And not in Harrick neither, but in proper gentleman's brandy. I give him little Mrs. Bickerstaff, and he gives me half the money she earns. He'll cheat me, of course, she'll cheat me, but she'll make so much that it won't signify. She won't have a choice, Sharpe. She'll get snatched on a march, given to one of Nasty's men, one of the ugly buggers. She'll be right wicked for a week, whipped every night, and at the end of it, Sharpe, she'll do whatever she's told. That's the way the business works, Sharpe. Says so in the scriptures. And how are you going to stop it? Answer me that, boy. You going to pay me more than Nasty, Will?
Hakeswill stopped in front of Sharpe, where he waited for an answer. And when none came, he shook his head derisively.
You're a boy playing in men's games, Sharpe. And you're going to lose, unless you're a man. Are you man enough to fight me here? Put me down? Claim I was kicked by a horse in the night? You can try, Sharpe, but you're not man enough, are you?
Hit you, Sergeant, Sharpe said, and be put on a flogging charge. I'm not daft. Hakeswill made an elaborate charade of looking right and left.
Well, ain't no one here but you and me, Sharpe. Nice and private.
Sharpe resisted the urge to lash out at his persecutor. I'm not daft, he said again, stubbornly remaining at attention.
But you are, boy, daft as a bucket. Don't you understand? I'm offering you the soldier's way out. Forget the bloody officers, you daft boy. You and me, Sharpe, we're soldiers, and soldiers settle their arguments by fighting. It says so in the scriptures, doesn't it? So beat me now, lad. Beat me here and now. Beat me in a square fight. And I warrant you can keep Mrs. Bickerstaff all to your little self.
He paused, grinning up into Sharpe's face.
That's a promise, Sharpe. Fight me now, fair and honest, and our argument's over. Ah, you're not man enough, are you? Just a boy.
I'm not falling for your trick, Sergeant, Sharpe said.
There ain't no trick, boy,
Hakeswill said hoarsely. He stepped 2 paces away from Sharpe, reversed his halberd, and thrust its steel point hard into the turf.
I can beat you, Sharpe, that's what I'm reckoning. I've been around a bit, know how to fight. But you might be taller than me, you might be stronger. But you ain't as quick as me, and you ain't half as dirty. I'm going to pound the bloody guts out of you, and when I've finished with you, I'll take little Mary down to Nasty's tent and earn my money. But not if you beat me, boy. You beat me, and on a soldier's honour, I'll persuade Captain Morris to let you marry. You got my word on it, boy, a soldier's honour.
He waited for an answer.
Dah, you ain't a soldier, he said scornfully, when Sharpe still kept quiet. You ain't got the guts.
He stepped up to Sharpe and slapped him hard across the face.
Nothing but a lily, ain't you? Lieutenant Lawford's lily, boy. Maybe that's why you ain't got the guts to fight for your Mary.
The last insult provoked Sharpe to hit Hakeswill. He did it hard and fast. He slammed a low blow into Hakeswill's belly that folded the sergeant over, then cut his other hand hard up into the sergeant's face to split open Hakeswill's nose and jerk his head back up. Sharpe brought up his knee, missed the sergeant's crutch. But his left hand had hold of Hakeswill's clubbed hair now, and he was just feeling with his right fingers for the squealing sergeant's eyeballs, when a voice was suddenly shouting close behind him. "Guard!" the voice called. "Guard!" Jesus! Sharpe let go of his enemy, turned and saw Captain Morris standing just beyond the picketed horses. Ensign Hicks was with him. Hakeswill had sunk onto the ground, but now hauled himself upright on the staff of his halberd.
"Assaulted me, sir, he did."
The sergeant could scarcely speak for the pain in his belly.
"He went mad, sir. Just mad, sir."
"Don't worry, Sergeant. Hicks and I both saw it," Morris said. "Came to check on the horses. Ain't that right, Hicks?" "Yes, sir," Hicks said. He was a small young man, very officious, who would never contradict a superior. If Morris claimed the clouds were made of cheese, Hicks would just stand to attention, twitch his nose, and swear blind he could smell cheddar. "Plain case of assault, sir," the ensign said. "Unprovoked assault." "Guard!" Morris shouted. "Here, now!" Blood was pouring down Hakeswill's face, but the sergeant managed a grin.
"Got you, Sharpe," he said softly. "Got you. Flogging offence, that."
"You bastard," Sharpe said softly, and wondered if he should run. He wondered if he would stand any chance of making it safely away if he just sprinted into the dark. But Ensign Hicks had drawn his pistol, and the sound of the hammer being cocked stilled Sharpe's tiny impulse to flee. A panting Sergeant Green arrived with 4 men of the guard, and Morris pushed the horses aside to let them through. "Arrest Private Sharpe, Sergeant," he told Green. "Close arrest. He struck Sergeant Hickswell, and Hicks and I witnessed the assault. Ensign Hicks will do the paperwork." "Gladly, sir," Hicks agreed. The ensign was slurring his words, betraying that he had been drinking. Morris looked at Sharpe. "It's a court-martial offence, Sharpe," the captain said. Then he turned back to Green, who hadn't moved to obey his orders. "Do it!" "Sir," Green said, stepping forward. "Come on, Sharpe." "I didn't do nothing, Sergeant," Sharpe protested. "Come on, lad. It'll sort itself out," Green said quietly. Then he took Sharpe's elbow and led him away. Hicks went with him, happy to please Morris by writing up the charge. Morris waited until the prisoner and his escort had gone, then grinned at Hickswell.
"The boy was faster than you thought, Sergeant."
"He's a devil, that one, sir. A devil broke my nose, he did."
Hickswell gingerly tried to straighten the cartilage, and the bleeding nose made a horrible crunching noise.
"But his woman's ours."
"Tonight?"
Morris couldn't keep the eagerness from his voice.
"Not tonight, sir,"
Hickswell said in a tone that suggested the captain had made a foolish suggestion.
"There'll be enough trouble in the company with Sharpe arrested, sir, and if we go after his baby tonight, it'll be a rare brawl. Half of the bastards are full of herring. No, sir. Wait till the bastard's flogged to death. Wait for that, sir, and then they'll all be meek as lambs. Meek as lambs. Flogging does that to men. Quietens them down something proper. A good whipping does. All be done in a couple of days, sir."
Morris flinched as Hickswell tried to straighten his nose again.
"You'd better see Mr. Micklewhite, Hickswell."
"Nah, sir. Don't believe in doctors, sir, except for the pox. I'll strap it up, sir. Soon be right as rain. Besides, watching Sharpe be flogged will be treatment enough. I reckon we done him, sir. You won't have long to wait, sir, not long at all."
Morris found Hickswell's intimate tone unseemly, and stepped stiffly back.
"Then I'll wish you a good night, Sergeant."
"Thank you kindly, sir. And the same to you, sir. And sweet dreams too, sir." Hickswell laughed. "Just as sweet could ever be, sir."
For Sharpe was done. Chapter 3. Colonel McCandless woke as the dawn touched the world's rim with a streak of fire. The crimson light glowed bright on the lower edge of a long cloud that lay on the eastern horizon like the smoke rill left by a musket volley. It was the only cloud in the sky. He rolled his plaid and tied it onto his saddle's cantle, then rinsed his mouth with water. His horse, picketed close by, had been saddled all night in case some enemy discovered McCandless and his escort. That escort, 6 picked men of the 4th Native Cavalry, had needed no orders to be about the day. They grinned a greeting at McCandless, stowed their meagre bedding, then made a breakfast out of warm canteen water and a dry cake of ground lentils and rice. McCandless shared the cavalryman's meal. He liked a cup of tea in the mornings, but he dared not light a fire, for the smoke might attract the pestilential patrols of the Tipu's light cavalry. "It will be a hot day, Sahib," the havildar remarked to McCandless. "They're all hot," McCandless answered. "I'm not a cold day since I came here." He thought for a second, then worked out that it must be Thursday the 28th of March. It would be cold in Scotland today, and for an indulgent moment he thought of Loch Arbour and imagined the snow lying deep in Glen Scattle, and the ice edging the loch's foreshore. And though he could see the image clearly enough, he couldn't really imagine what the cold would feel like. He had been away from home too long, and now he wondered if he could ever live in Scotland again. He certainly wouldn't live in England, not in Hampshire, where his sister lived with her petulant English husband. Harriet kept pressing him to retire to Hampshire, saying that they had no relatives left in Scotland, and that her husband had a wee cottage that would suit McCandless's declining years to perfection. But the colonel had no taste for a soft, plump English landscape, nor indeed for his soft, plump sister's company. Harriet's son, McCandless's nephew, William Lawford, was a decent enough young fellow, even if he had forgotten his Scottish ancestry. But young William was now in the army, here in Mysore indeed, which meant that the only relative McCandless liked was close at hand, and that circumstance merely strengthened McCandless's distaste for retiring to Hampshire. But to Scotland? He'd often dreamt of going back. though whenever the opportunity arose for him to take the company's pension and sail to his native land, he always found some unfinished business that kept him in India. Next year, he promised himself, the year of our Lord 1800, would be a good year to go home. Though in truth he'd promised himself the same thing every year for the last decade. The 7 men unpicketed the horses and hauled themselves into their worn saddles. The Indian escort was armed with lances, sabres, and pistols, while McCandless carried a claymore, a horse pistol, and a carbine that was holstered on his saddle. He glanced once towards the rising sun to check his direction, then led his men northwards. He said nothing, but he needed to give these men no orders. They knew well enough to keep a keen lookout in this dangerous land. For this was the kingdom of Mysore, high on the southern Indian plateau, and as far as the horsemen could see, the land was under the rule of the Tipu Sultan. Indeed, this was the Tipu's heartland, a fertile plain rich with villages, fields, and water cisterns. Only now, as the British army advanced and the Tipus retreated, the country was being blighted. McCandless could see 6 pillars of smoke, showing where the Tipu's cavalry had burned granaries to make sure that the hated British could not find food. The cisterns would all have been poisoned, the livestock driven westwards, and every storehouse emptied, thus forcing the armies of Britain and Hyderabad to carry all their own supplies on the cumbersome bullock carts. McCandless guessed that yesterday's brief and unequal battle had been an attempt by the Tipu to draw the escorting troops away from the precious baggage onto his infantry, after which he would have released his fearsome horsemen onto the wagons of grain and rice and salt. But the British hadn't taken the bait, which meant that General Harris's ponderous advance would continue. Say another week until they arrived at Seringapatam? Then they would face 2 months of short rations and searing weather before the monsoon broke. But McCandless reckoned that 2 months was plenty enough time to do the job, especially as the British would soon know how to avoid the Tipu's trap at the western walls. He threaded his horse through a grove of cork trees, glad of the shade cast by the deep green leaves. He paused at the grove's edge to watch the land ahead, which dropped gently into a valley where a score of people were working in rice paddies. The valley, McCandless supposed, lay far enough from the line of the British advance to have been spared the destruction of its stores and water supply. A small village lay to the west of the rice paddies, and McCandless could see another dozen people working in the small gardens around the houses, and he knew that he and his men would be spotted as soon as they left the cover of the cork grove. But he doubted that any of the villagers would investigate 7 strange horsemen. The folk of Mysore, like villagers throughout all the Indian states, avoided mysterious soldiers in the hope that the soldiers would avoid them. At the far side of the rice paddies were plantations of mango and date palms, and beyond them a bare hill crest. McCandless watched that empty crest for a few minutes, and then, satisfied that no enemy was nearby, he spurred his mare forward. The people working the rice immediately fled towards their homes, and McCandless swerved eastwards to show them he meant no harm, then kicked the mare into a trot. He rode beside a grove of carefully tended mulberry trees, part of the Tipu's scheme to make silk weaving into a major industry of Mysore. Then he spurred into a canter as he approached the bed of the valley. His escort's curb and scabbard chains jingled behind him as the horses pounded down the slope, splashed through the shrunken stream that trickled from the paddies, then began the gentle climb to the date palm grove. It was then that McCandless saw the flash of light in the mango trees. He instinctively dragged his horse around to face the rising sun and pricked back his spurs. He looked behind as he rode, hoping that the flash of light was nothing but some errant reflection. But then he saw horsemen spurring from the trees. They carried lances, and all of them were dressed in the tiger-striped tunic. There were a dozen men at least, but the Scotsman had no time to count them properly, for he was plunging his spurs back to race his mare diagonally up the slope towards the crest. One of the pursuing horsemen fired a shot that echoed through the valley. The bullet went wide. McCandless doubted it had been supposed to hit anything, but it was rather intended as a signal to alert other horsemen who must be in the area. For a second or two the Scotsman debated turning and charging directly at his pursuers, but he rejected the idea. The odds were marginally too great, and his news far too important to be gambled on a skirmish. Flight was his only option. He pulled the carbine from its saddle holster, cocked it, then clapped his heels hard onto the mare's flank. Once over the crest, he reckoned there was a good chance he could outrun his pursuers. Goats scattered from his path as he spurred the mare over the ridge's skyline. One glance behind satisfied McCandless that he had gained a long enough lead to let him turn north without being headed off, and so he twitched the rein and let the mare run. A long stretch of open, tree-dotted country lay ahead, and beyond were thick stands of timber in which he and his escort could lose themselves. "Run, girl!" he called to the mare, then looked behind to make certain his escort was closed up and safe. Sweat dripped down his face. His scabbarded claymore thumped up and down on his hip, but the strong mare was running like the wind now, her speed blowing the kilt back up around his hips. This was not the first time McCandless had raced away from enemies. He had once run for a whole day, dawn to twilight, to escape a Maratha band, and the mare had never once lost her footing. In all India, and that meant all the world, McCandless had no friend better than this mare. "Run, girl!" he called to her again, then looked behind once more, and it was then that the havildar shouted a warning. McCandless turned to see more horsemen coming from the trees to the north. There must have been 50 or 60 horsemen racing towards the Scotsman, and even as he swerved the mare eastwards, he realized that his original dozen pursuers must have been the scouts for this larger party of cavalry, and that by running north he had been galloping towards the enemy rather than away from them. Now he rode towards the rising sun again, but there was no cover to the east, and these new pursuers were already dangerously close. He angled back to the south, hoping he might find some shelter in the valley beyond the crest, but then a wild volley of shots sounded from his pursuers. One bullet struck the mare. It was a fortunate shot, fired at the gallop, and 99 times out of 100 such a shot would have flown yards wide. But this ball struck the mare's haunch, and McCandless felt her falter. He slapped her rump with the stock of his carbine, and she tried to respond, but the bullet had driven close to the mare's spine, and the pain was growing, and she stumbled, neighed, yet still she tried to run again. Then one of her back legs simply stopped working, and the horse slewed round in a cloud of dust. McCandless kicked his feet out of the stirrups as his escort galloped past. The havildar was already hauling on his reins, wheeling his horse to rescue McCandless, but the Scotsman knew it was too late. He sprawled on the ground, hurled free of the falling mare, and shouted at the havildar. "Go, man!" he called. "Go!" But the escort had sworn to protect the colonel, and instead of fleeing, the havildar led his men towards the rapidly approaching enemy. "You fools!" McCandless shouted after them. Brave fools, but fools. He was bruised but otherwise unhurt, though his mare was dying. She was whinnying, and somehow she had managed to raise the front part of her body on her forelegs, and seemed puzzled that her back legs wouldn't work. She whinnied again, and McCandless knew she would never again run like the wind. And so he did the friend's duty. He went to her head, pulled it down by the reins, kissed her nose, and then put a bullet into her skull just above her eyes. She reared back, white-eyed and with blood spraying. Then she slumped down. Her forelegs kicked a few times, and after that she was still. The flies came to settle on her wounds. The havildar's small group rode full tilt into the enemy's pursuit. That enemy had been scattered by their gallop, and the havildar's men were closed up, and so the first few seconds were an easy victory. 2 lances found Mysore bellies, 2 sabres drew more blood, but then the main body of the enemy crashed into the fight. The havildar himself had ridden clean through the leading ranks, leaving his lance behind, and he now looked back to see his men fighting desperately among a milling group of enemy horsemen. He drew his sabre and turned back to help, when he heard McCandless shouting, "Go, man, go, go!" McCandless yelled, pointing north. The havildar could not take back the vital news McCandless had gained from Upper Rao, but it was still important to let the army know that the colonel had been captured. McCandless was not a vain man, but he knew his own value, and he had left some careful instructions that might retrieve some of the damage of his capture. Those instructions offered a chance for the army to rescue McCandless, and that dangerous expedient was now the Scotsman's only hope of passing on Upper Rao's message. "Go!" McCandless roared as loudly as he could. The havildar was caught between his duty to his men and his duty to obey McCandless's orders. He hesitated, and two of the pursuers swerved aside to pounce on him. That made up his mind. He clapped his spurs back, charged the pursuers, touched the rein at the last moment, and swung his sabre as he went past the two men. The blade sliced across the nape of the nearer man's neck, and then the havildar curved away northwards, galloping free, while the rest of the enemy gathered about the survivors for the kill. McCandless threw down his pistol and carbine, drew his heavy claymore, and walked towards the melee. He never reached it, for an enemy officer detached himself from the clash of sabres and turned his horse to meet the Scotsman. The Mysorean officer sheathed his sabre, then mutely held out his right hand for McCandless's blade. Behind him the sabres and lances worked briefly. Then the small fight was over, and McCandless knew that his escort, all but the havildar, was dead. He looked at the horseman above him. "This sword," he said bitterly, "belonged to my father and to his father." He spoke in English. "This sword," McCandless said, "was carried for Charles Stuart at Culloden." The officer said nothing, just held his hand out, his eyes steady on McCandless. The Scotsman slowly reversed his blade, then held the hilt upwards. The Mysorean officer took it, and seemed surprised by the claymore's weight. "What were you doing here?" the officer asked in Canarese. "You speak English?" McCandless asked in that tongue, determined to hide his knowledge of India's languages. The officer shrugged. He looked at the old claymore, then slid it into his sash. His men, their horses white with sweat, gathered excitedly to stare at the captured heathen. They saw an old man, and some wondered if they had captured the enemy's general. But the captive seemed to speak no language any of them knew, and so his identity would have to wait. He was given one of his dead escort's horses, and then, as the sun climbed towards its daily furnace heat, McCandless was taken west towards the Tipu's stronghold. While behind him the vultures circled, and at last, sure that nothing lived where the dust and flies had settled on the newly made corpses, flew down for their feast. It took 2 days to convene the court-martial. The army couldn't spare the time in its march for the business to be done immediately, and so Captain Morris had to wait until the great ponderous horde was given a half-day's rest to allow the straggling herds to catch up with the main armies. Only then was there time to assemble the officers and have Private Sharpe brought into Major Shee's tent, which had one of its sides brailed up to make more space. Captain Morris laid the charge, and Sergeant Hakeswell and Ensign Hicks gave evidence. Major John Shee was irritable. The Major was irritable at the best of times, but the need to stay at least apparently sober had only shortened his already short Irish temper. He did not in truth enjoy commanding the 33rd. Major Shee suspected, when he was sober enough to suspect anything, that he did the job badly, and that suspicion had given rise to a haunting fear of mutiny. And mutiny, to Major Shee's befuddled mind, was signalled by any sign of disrespect for established authority. Private Sharpe was plainly a man who brimmed over with such disrespect, and the offence with which he was charged was plain, and the remedy just as obvious. But the court proceedings were delayed because Lieutenant Lawford, who should have spoken for Sharpe, was not present. "And where the devil is he?" Shee demanded. Captain Fillmore, commander of the 4th Company, spoke for Lawford. "He was summoned to General Harris's tent, sir." Shee frowned at Fillmore. "He knew he was supposed to be here." "Indeed, sir, but the General insisted." "And we're just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while he takes tea with the General?" Shee demanded. Captain Fillmore glanced through the tent's open side as if he hoped to see Lawford hurrying towards the court-martial, but there were only sentries to be seen. "Lieutenant Lawford did ask me to assure the court, sir, that Private Sharpe is a most reliable man," Fillmore said, fearing that he was not doing a very good job of defending the unfortunate prisoner. "The lieutenant would have spoken most forcibly for the prisoner's character, sir, and begged the court to grant him the benefit of any doubt." "Doubt?" Shee snapped. "What doubt is there? He struck a sergeant. He was seen doing it by 2 officers, and you think there's doubt? It's an open and shut case. That's what it is, open and shut." Fillmore shrugged. "Ensign Fitzgerald would also like to say something." Shee glared at Fitzgerald. "Not much to say, Ensign, I trust?"
Whatever it might take, sir, to prevent a miscarriage of justice.
Fitzgerald, young and confident, stood and smiled at his commanding officer and fellow Irishman.
I doubt we got a better soldier in the regiment, sir, and I suspect Private Sharpe was given provocation.
Captain Morris says not, she insisted, and so does Ensign Hicks.
I cannot contradict the captain, sir, Fitzgerald said blandly, but I was drinking with Timothy Hicks earlier that evening, sir, and if his eyes weren't crossed by midnight, then he must possess a belly like a Flanders cauldron.
She looked dangerously belligerent.
Are you accusing a fellow officer of being under the influence of liquor?
Fitzgerald reckoned that most of the 33rd's mess was ever under the influence of arrack, rum or brandy, but he also knew better than to say as much.
I'm just agreeing with Captain Fillmore, sir, that we should give Private Sharpe the benefit of the doubt.
Doubt!
She spat.
There is no doubt. Open and shut.
He gestured at Sharpe, who stood hatless in front of his escort. Flies crawled on Sharpe's face, but he wasn't allowed to brush them away. She seemed to shudder at the thought of Sharpe's villainy.
He struck a sergeant in full view of 2 officers, and you think there's doubt about what happened?
I do, sir,
Fitzgerald declared forcibly.
Indeed I do.
Sergeant Hexwell's face twitched. He watched Fitzgerald with loathing. Major Shee stared at Fitzgerald for a few seconds, then shook his head as though questioning the ensign's sanity. Captain Fillmore tried one last time. Fillmore doubted the evidence of Morris and Hicks, and he had never trusted Hexwell, but he knew Shee could never be persuaded to take the word of a private against that of 2 officers and a sergeant.
Might I beg the court,
Fillmore said respectfully, to suspend judgment until Lieutenant Lawford can speak for the prisoner?
What can Lawford say in the name of God?
She demanded. There was a flask of arrack waiting in his baggage, and he wanted to get these proceedings over and done. He had a brief, muttered conversation with his 2 fellow judges, both of them field officers from other regiments, then glared at the prisoner.
You're a damned villain, Sharpe, and the army has no need of villains. If you can't respect authority, then don't expect authority to respect you. 2,000 lashes.
He ignored the shudder of astonishment and horror that some of the onlookers gave, and looked instead at the sergeant major.
How soon can it be done?
This afternoon's as good a time as any, sir,
Bywaters answered stolidly. He had expected a flogging verdict, though not as severe as this, and he had already made the necessary arrangements. She nodded.
Parade the battalion in 2 hours. These proceedings are over.
He gave Sharpe one foul glance, then pushed his chair back. He'd need some arrack, she thought, if he was to sit his horse in the sun through 2,000 lashes. Maybe he should have only given 1,000, for 1,000 lashes were as liable to kill as 2. But it was too late now. The verdict was given, and Shee's only hope of respite from the dreadful heat was his hope that the prisoner would die long before the awful punishment was finished. Sharpe was kept under guard. His sentinels were not men from his own battalion, but 6 men from the King's 12th, who didn't know him, and who could therefore be trusted not to connive in his escape. They kept him in a makeshift pen behind Shee's tent, and no one spoke to Sharpe there until Sergeant Green arrived.
"I'm sorry about this, Sharpe,"
Green said, stepping over the ammunition boxes that formed the crude walls of the pen. Sharpe was sitting with his back against the boxes. He shrugged. "I've been whipped before, Sergeant."
"Not in the army, lad, not in the army. Here."
Green held out a canteen.
"It's rum."
Sharpe uncorked the canteen and drank a good slug of the liquor.
"I didn't do nothing anyway,"
he said sullenly.
"Maybe, maybe not," Green said, "but the more you drink, the less you'll feel. Finish it, lad."
"Tompkins says you don't feel a damn thing after the first 30, Sharpe said.
"I hope he's right, lad, I hope he's right. But you drink that rum anyway."
Green took off his shako and wiped the sweat from his bald head with a scrap of rag. Sharpe tipped the canteen again.
"And where was Mr. Lawford?"
he asked bitterly.
"You heard, son. He was called off to see the General."
Green hesitated.
"But what could he have said anyway?"
he added. Sharpe leant his head against the box-built wall.
"He could have said that Morris is a lying bastard and that Hicks will say anything to please him."
"No, he couldn't say that, lad, and you know it."
Green filled a clay pipe with tobacco and lit it with his tinder box. He sat on the ground opposite Sharpe and saw the fear in the younger man's eyes. Sharpe was doing his best to hide it, but it was plainly there, and so it should be, for only a fool didn't fear 2,000 lashes, and only a lucky man came away alive. No man had ever actually walked away from such a punishment, but a handful had recovered after a month in the sick tent. "Your Mary's all right," Green told Sharpe. Sharpe gave a sullen grimace. "You know what Hakeswill told me? That he was going to sell her as a whore." Green frowned. "He won't, lad. He won't. And how will you stop him?" Sharpe asked bitterly. "She's been looked after now," Green reassured him. "The lads are making sure of that, and the women are all protecting her." "But for how long?" Sharpe asked. He drank more of the rum, which seemed to be having no effect that he could sense. He momentarily closed his eyes. He knew he'd been given an effective death sentence. But there was always hope. Some men had survived. Their ribs might have been bared to the sun, and their skin and flesh be hanging from their backs in bloody ribbons, yet they'd lived. But how was he to look after Mary when he was bandaged in a bed? If he was even lucky enough to reach a sick bed instead of a grave? He felt tears pricking at his eyes, not for the punishment he faced, but for Mary. "How long can they protect her?" he asked gruffly, cursing himself for being so near to weeping. "I tell you she'll be all right," Green insisted. "You don't know Hakeswill," Sharpe said. "Oh, but I do, lad, I do," Green said feelingly, then paused. For a second or two he looked embarrassed, then glanced up at Sharpe. "The bastard can't touch her if she's married. Married proper, I mean, with the Colonel's blessing." "That's what I thought." Green drew on the pipe. "If the worst does happen, Sharpie," he said, then stopped in embarrassment again. "Aye?" Sharpe prompted him. "Not that it will, of course," Green said hurriedly. "Billy Nixon survived a couple of thousand tickles, but you probably don't remember him, do you? Little fellow with a wall eye. He survived all right. He was never quite the same afterwards, of course, but you're a tough lad, Sharpie, tougher than Billy." "But if the worst does happen," Sharpe reminded the sergeant. "Well," Green said, colouring, but then at last he summoned the courage to say what he'd come to say. "I mean, if it don't offend you, lad, and only if the worst does happen, which of course it won't, and I pray it won't, but if it does, then I thought I might ask for Mrs. Bickerstaff's hand myself, if you follow my meaning." Sharpe almost laughed, but then the thought of 2,000 lashes choked off even the beginnings of a smile. 2,000! He had seen men with backs looking like offal after just 100 lashes, and how the hell was he to survive with another 1,900 strokes on top of that? Such survival really depended on the battalion surgeon. If Mr. Micklewhite thought Sharpe was dying after 500 or 600 lashes, he might stop the punishment to give his back time to heal before the rest of the lashes were given. But Micklewhite was not known for stopping whippings. The rumour in the battalion was that so long as a man didn't scream like a baby, and thus disturb the more squeamish of the officers, the surgeon would keep the blows coming, even if they were falling onto a dead man's spine. That was the rumour, and Sharpe could only hope it wasn't true. "Did you hear me, Sharpie?" Sergeant Green interrupted Sharpe's gloomy thoughts. "I heard you, Sergeant," Sharpe said. "So, would you mind if I asked her?" "Have you asked her already?" Sharpe said accusingly. "No," Green said hastily. "No, it wouldn't be right. Not while you're still, well, you know." "Alive," Sharpe said bitterly. "It's only if the worst happens." Green tried to sound optimistic. "Which it won't." "You won't need my permission when I'm dead, Sergeant." "No, but if I can tell Mary you wanted her to accept me, then it'll help. Don't you see that? I'll be a good man to her, Sharpe. I was married before I was, only she died on me, but she never complained about me. No more than any woman ever complains, anyhow." "Hakeswill might stop you marrying her." Green nodded. "Ah, he might, but I can't see how. Not if we tie the knot quick. I'll ask Major Shee, and he's always fair with me. Ask him tonight, see, but only if the worst happens." "But you need a chaplain," Sharpe warned the sergeant. The 33rd's own chaplain had committed suicide on the voyage from Calcutta to Madras,
and no marriage in the army was considered official unless it had the regimental commander's permission and the blessing of a chaplain. "The lads in the old dozen tell me they've got a godwalloper," Green said, gesturing at the soldiers guarding Sharpe. "And he can do the splicing tomorrow. I'll probably have to slip the bugger a shilling, but Mary's worth a bob." Sharpe shrugged. "Ask her, Sergeant," he said. "Ask her." What else could he say? And if Mary was properly married to Sergeant Green, then she would be protected by the Army's regulations. "But see what happens to me first," Sharpe added. "Of course I will, Sharpe. Hope for the best, eh? Never say die." Sharpe drained the canteen. "There's a couple of things in my pack, Sergeant. A good pistol I took off an Indian officer the other day, and a few coins. You'll give them to Mary?" "Of course I will," Green said, carefully hiding the fact that Hexwell had already plundered Sharpe's pack. "She'll be all right, Sharpe. Promise you, lad." "And some dark nights, Sergeant. Give bloody Hexwell a kicking for me." Green nodded. "Be a pleasure, Sharpe, be a pleasure." He knocked the ashes of his pipe against the ammunition boxes, then stood. "I'll bring you some more rum, lad. The more the better." The preparations for Sharpe's flogging had all been made. Not that they were many, but it took a few moments to make sure everything was to the sergeant major's satisfaction. A tripod had been constructed out of 3 sergeants' halberds, their spear points uppermost and lashed together so that the whole thing stood 2 feet higher than a tall man. The 3 halberd butts were sunk into the dry soil, then a 4th halberd was firmly lashed crosswise on one face of the tripod at the height of a man's armpits. Sergeant Hexwell personally selected 2 of the 33rd's drummer boys. The drummer boys always administered the floggings, a small element of mercy and a bestial punishment, but Hexwell made certain that the 2 biggest and strongest boys were given the task. And then he collected the 2 whips from the sergeant major and made the boys practice on a tree trunk. "Put your body into it, lads," he told them, "and keep the arm moving fast after the whip's landed, like this." He took one of the whips and slashed it across the bark, then showed them how to keep the lash sliding across the target by following the stroke through. "I did it often enough when I was a drummer," he told them, "and I always did a good job. Best flogger in the battalion I was, second to none." Once he was sure their technique was sufficient for the task, he warned them not to tire too quickly, and then with a pocket-knife he nicked the edges of the leather lashes so that their abrasions would tear at the exposed flesh as they were dragged across Sharpe's back. "Do it well, lads," he promised them, "and there's one of these for each of you." He showed them one of the Tipu's gold coins, which had been part of the battle's loot. "I don't want this bastard walking again," he told them. "Nor do you neither, for if Sharpe ever finds his feet, he'll give you 2 a rare kicking. So make sure you finish the bastard off proper. Whip him bloody, then put him underground, like it says in the scriptures." Hexwell coiled the 2 whips and hung them on the halberd that was mounted crosswise on the tripod, then went to find the surgeon. Mr. Micklewhite was in his tent, where he was trying to tie his white silk stock in preparation for the punishment parade. He grunted when he saw Hexwell. "You don't need more mercury, do you?" he snarled. "No, sir. Cured, sir. Thanks to your worship's skill, sir. Clean as a whistle I am, sir." Micklewhite swore as the knot in the damned stock loosened. He didn't like Hexwell, but like everyone else in the regiment he feared him. There was a wildness in the back of Hexwell's childlike eyes that spoke of terrible mischief. And though the sergeant was always punctilious in his dealings with the officers, Micklewhite still felt obscurely threatened. "So what do you want, Sergeant?" "Major She asked me to say a word, sir." "Couldn't speak to me himself?" "Well, you know the Major, sir. No doubt he's thirsty. A hot day." Hexwell's face quivered in a series of tremors. "It's about the prisoner, sir." "What about him?" "Troublemaker, sir, known for it. Thief and a liar and a cheat." "So he's a redcoat, so?" "So Major She ain't keen to see him back among the living, sir, if you follow my meaning. Is this what I owe you for the mercury, sir?" Hexwell held up a gold coin, a header which was worth around 2 shillings and 6pence. The coin was certainly not payment for the cure of his pox, for that cost had already been deducted from the sergeant's pay. So Micklewhite knew it was a bribe. Not a great bribe, but half a crown could still go a long way. Micklewhite glanced at it, then nodded. "Put it on the table, Sergeant." "Thank you, sir."
Micklewhite tugged the silk stock tight, then waved Hakeswill off. He pulled on his coat and pocketed the gold coin. The bribe hadn't been necessary, for Micklewhite's opposition to the coddling of flogging victims was well enough known in the battalion. Micklewhite hated caring for men who'd been flogged, for in his experience they almost always died, and if he did stop a punishment, then the recovering victim only cluttered up his sick cots, and if by some miracle the man was restored to health, it was only so he could be strapped to the triangle to be given the rest of his punishment, and that second dose almost always proved fatal. And so, all things considered, it was more prudent to let a man die at the first flogging. It saved money on medicine, and in Micklewhite's view it was kinder too. Micklewhite buttoned his coat and wondered just why Sergeant Hakeswill wanted this particular man dead. Not that Micklewhite really cared, he just wanted the bloody business over and done. The 33rd paraded under the afternoon's burning sun. 4 companies faced the tripod, while 3 were arrayed at either side, so that the battalion's 10 companies formed a hollow oblong, with the tripod standing in the one empty long side. The officers sat on their horses in front of their companies, while Major Shee, his aides, and the adjutant stood their horses just behind the tripod. Mr. Micklewhite, his head protected from the sun by a wide straw hat, stood to one side of the triangle. Major Shee, fortified by arrack and satisfied that everything was in proper order, nodded to Bywaters. "You'll begin punishment, Sergeant Major." "Sir!" Bywaters acknowledged, then turned and bellowed for the prisoner to be fetched. The 2 drummer boys stood nervously with their whips in hand. They alone of the parading soldiers were in shirt-sleeves, while everyone else was in full wool uniform. Women and children peered between the company intervals. Mary Bickerstaff was not there. Hakeswill had looked for her, wanting to enjoy her horror, but Mary had stayed away. The women who had come for the spectacle, like their men, were silent and sullen. Sharpe was a popular man, and Hakeswill knew that everyone here was hating him for engineering this flogging. But Obadiah Hakeswill had never been concerned by such enmity. Power didn't lie in being liked, but in being feared. Sharpe was brought to the triangle. He was bareheaded and already stripped to the waist. The skin of his chest and back were as white as his powdered hair, and contrasted oddly with his darkly tanned face. He walked steadily, for though he had the best part of a pint of rum in his belly, the liquor hadn't seemed to have the slightest effect. He didn't look up at either Hakeswill or Morris as he walked to the tripod. "Arms up, lad," the sergeant major said quietly. "Stand against the triangle, feet apart. There's a good lad." Sharpe obediently stepped up to the triangular face of the tripod. 2 corporals knelt at his feet and lashed his ankles to the halberds, then stood and pushed his arms over the crosswise halberd. They pulled his hands down and tied them to the uprights, thus forcing his naked back up and outwards. That way he couldn't sag between the triangle, and so hoped to exhaust some of the blows on the halberd staffs. The corporals finished their knots, then stepped back. The sergeant major went to the back of the triangle and brought from his pouch a folded piece of leather that was deeply marked by toothprints. "Open your mouth, lad," he said softly. He smelt the rum on the prisoner's breath and hoped it would help him survive. Then he pushed the leather between Sharpe's teeth. The gag served a double purpose. It would stifle any cries the victim might make, and would stop him biting off his tongue. "Be brave, boy," Bywaters said quietly. "Don't let the regiment down." Sharpe nodded. Bywaters stepped smartly back and came to attention. "Prisoner ready for punishment, sir?" he called to Major Shee. The major looked to the surgeon. "Is the prisoner fit for punishment, Mr. Micklewhite?" Micklewhite didn't even give Sharpe a glance. "Hale and fit, sir." "Then carry on, Sergeant Major." "Right, boys," the sergeant major said. "Do your duty. Let on hard now and keep the strokes high. Above his trousers. Drummer, begin." A 3rd drummer boy was standing behind the floggers. He lifted his sticks, paused, then brought the first stick down. The boy to the right brought his whip hard down on Sharpe's back. "One!" Bywaters shouted. The whip had left a red mark across Sharpe's shoulder blades. Sharpe had flinched, but the rope fetters restricted his movement, and only those close to the triangle saw the tremor run through his muscles. He stared up at Major Shee, who took good care to avoid the baleful gaze. "Two!" Bywaters called, and the drummer brought down his stick as the second boy planted a red mark crosswise on the first. Hexwold's face twitched uncontrollably, but he was smiling under the rictus, for the drumbeat of death had begun. Colonel McCandless stood alone in the centre of the courtyard of the Tipu's inner palace inside Seringapatam. The Scotsman was still in his full uniform, red-coated, tartan-kilted, and with his feather-plumed cocked hat on his head. 6 tigers were chained to the courtyard's walls, and those tigers sometimes strained to reach him, but they were always checked by the heavy chains that quivered tautly whenever one of the muscled beasts sprang towards the Scotsman. McCandless didn't move, and the tigers, after 1 or 2 fruitless lunges, contented themselves with snarling at him. The tigers' keepers, big men armed with long staves, watched from the courtyard entrance. It was those men who might receive the orders to unleash the tigers, and McCandless was determined to show them a calm face. The courtyard was covered with sand. Its lower walls were of dressed stone, but above the stone the palace's second story was a riot of stuccoed teak that had been painted red, white, green, and yellow. That decorated second story was composed of Moorish arches, and McCandless knew just enough Arabic to guess that the writing incised above each arch was a surah from the Koran. There were 2 entrances to the courtyard. The one behind McCandless, through which he had entered, and where the tigers' keepers now stood, was a plain double gateway that led to a tangle of stables and storehouses behind the palace, while in front of him, and evidently leading into the palace's staterooms, was a brief marble staircase rising to a wide door of black wood that had been decorated with patterns of inlaid ivory. Above that lavish door was a balcony that jutted out from 3 of the stuccoed arches. A screen of intricately carved wood hid the balcony, but McCandless could see that there were men behind the screen. He suspected that Tipu was there, and, the Scotsman trusted, so was the Frenchman who had first questioned him. Colonel Goudin had struck him as an honest fellow, and right now McCandless hoped Goudin was pleading to let him live, though McCandless had taken good care not to offer the Frenchman his real name. He feared that the Tipu would recognize it and realize just what a prize his cavalry had taken, and so the Scotsman had given his name as Ross instead. McCandless was right. Colonel Goudin and the Tipu were both staring down through the screen. "This Colonel Ross," the Tipu asked. "He says he was looking for forage." "Yes, sir," Goudin replied through the interpreter. "You believe him?" It was plain from his tone that the Tipu was sceptical. Goudin shrugged. "Their horses are thin." The Tipu grunted. He had done his best to deny the advancing enemy any food, but the British had taken to making sudden marches, north or south of their approach, to enter territory where his horsemen had not yet destroyed the villagers' supplies. Not only that, but they had brought a vast amount of food with them. Yet even so, the Tipu's spies reported that the enemy was going hungry. Their horses and oxen were especially ill-fed, so it wasn't unlikely that this British officer had been searching for forage. But why would a full colonel be sent on such an errand? The Tipu could find no answer to that, and the question fed his suspicions. "Could he have been spying?" "Scouting, maybe," Goudin said, "but not spying. Spies do not ride in uniform, Your Majesty." The Tipu grunted when the answer was translated into Persian. He was a naturally suspicious man, as any ruler should be, but he consoled himself with the observation that whatever this Britisher had been doing, he must have failed. The Tipu turned to his entourage and saw the tall, dark-faced Appa Rao. "You think this Colonel Ross was looking for food, General?" Appa Rao knew exactly who Colonel Ross truly was, and what McCandless had been looking for, and worse, Rao now knew that his own treachery was in dire danger of being discovered, which meant that this was no time to look weak in front of the Tipu. But nor was Appa Rao ready to betray McCandless. That was partly because of an old friendship, and partly because Appa Rao half suspected he might have a better future if he was allied to the British. "We know they're short of food," he said, "and that man looks thin enough.
So you don't consider him a spy?"
"Spy or not," Apa Rao said coldly, "he is your enemy." The Tipu shrugged at the evasive answer. His good sense suggested that the prisoner was not a spy, for why would he wear his uniform? But even if he was, that didn't worry the Tipu overmuch. He expected Seringapatam was full of spies, just as he had 200 of his own men marching with the British. But most spies, in the Tipu's experience, were useless. They passed on rumours, they inflated guesses, and they muddled far more than they ever made plain. "Kill him," one of the Tipu's Muslim generals suggested. "I shall think about it," the Tipu said, and turned back through one of the balcony's inner archways into a gorgeous room of marble pillars and painted walls. The room was dominated by his throne, which was a canopied platform 8 feet wide, 5 foot deep, and held 4 feet above the tiled floor by a model of a snarling tiger that supported the platform's centre and was flanked on each side by 4 carved tiger legs. 2 silver gilt ladders gave access to the throne's platform, which was made of ebony wood, on which a sheet of gold, thick as a prayer mat, had been fixed with silver nails. The edge of the platform was carved with quotations from the Koran, the Arabic letters picked out in gold, while above each of the throne's 8 legs was a finial in the form of a tiger's head. The tiger heads were each the size of a pineapple, cast from solid gold and studded with rubies, emeralds, and diamonds. The central tiger, whose long, lean body supported the middle of the throne, was made of wood, covered with gold, while its head was entirely of gold. The tiger's mouth was open, revealing teeth cut from rock crystal, between which a gold tongue was hinged so that it could be moved up and down. The canopy above the golden platform was supported by a curved pole, which, like the canopy itself, had been covered with sheet gold. The fringes of the canopy were made of strung pearls, and at its topmost point was a golden model of the fabulous Hummer, the royal bird that rose from fire. The Hummer, like the tiger finials, was studded with jewels. Its back was one solid, glorious emerald, and its peacock-like tail a dazzle of precious stones arrayed so thickly that the underlying gold was scarcely visible. The Tipu did not spare the gorgeous throne a glance. He had ordered the throne made, but had then sworn an oath that he would never climb its silver steps, nor sit on the cushions of its golden platform, until he had at last driven the British from southern India. Only then would he take his royal place beneath the pearl-strung canopy, and until that bright day the tiger throne would stay empty. The Tipu had made his oath, and the oath meant that he would either sit on the tiger throne, or else he would die. And the Tipu's dreams had given him no presentiment of death. Instead, he expected to expand Mysore's frontiers, and to drive the infidel British into the sea, where they belonged, for they had no business here. They had their own land, and if that far country was not good enough for them, then let them all drown. So the British must go. And if their destruction meant an alliance with the French, then that was a small price to pay for the Tipu's ambitions. He envisaged his empire spreading throughout southern India, then northwards into the Maratha territories, which were all ruled by weak kings, or child kings, or by tired kings, and in their place the Tipu would offer what his dynasty had already given to Mysore, a firm and tolerant government. The Tipu was a Muslim, and a devout one, but he knew the surest way to lose his throne was to upset his Hindu subjects, and so he took good care to show their temples reverence. He didn't entirely trust the Hindu aristocracy, and he had done what he could to weaken that elite over the years, but he wished only prosperity on his other Hindu subjects, for if they were prosperous, then they wouldn't care what god was worshipped in the new mosque that the Tipu had built in the city. In time, he prayed, every person in Mysore would kneel to Allah. But until that happy day, he would take care not to stir the Hindus into rebellion. He needed them. He needed them to fight for him against the infidel British. He needed them to cut down the red-coated enemy before the walls of Seringapatam. For it was here on his island capital that the Tipu expected to defeat the British and their allies from Hyderabad. Here, in front of his tiger-muzzled guns, the redcoats would be beaten down like rice under a flail. He hoped they could be lured into the slaughter yard he was preparing on the western bastions. But even if they didn't take the bait, and came at the southern or eastern walls, he was still ready for them. He had thousands of cannon and thousands of rockets, and thousands of men ready to fight. He would turn their infidel army into blood, and he would destroy the army of Hyderabad, and then he would hunt down the Nizam of Hyderabad, a fellow Muslim, and torture him to a slow and deserved death which the Tipu would watch from his canopied golden throne. He walked past the throne to stare at his favourite tiger. This one was a life-size model made by a French craftsman that showed a full-grown beast crouching above the carved figure of a British redcoat. There was a handle in the tiger's flank, and when it was turned, the tiger's paw moulded the redcoat's face, and reeds hidden within the tiger's body made a growling sound, and a pathetic noise that imitated the cries of a man dying. A flap opened in the tiger's flank to reveal a keyboard, on which an organ concealed in the tiger's belly could be played. But the Tipu rarely bothered with the instrument, preferring to operate the separate bellows that made the tiger growl and the victim cry out. He turned the handle now, delighting in the thin, reedy sound of the dying man. In a few days' time, he thought, he would stun the very heavens with the genuine cries of dying redcoats. The Tipu finally let the tiger organ fall silent. "I suspect the man is a spy," he said suddenly. "Then kill him," Apparao said. "A failed spy," the Tipu said. "Does that not deserve death? This is not his land, these are not his people, and the bread and water he consumes are not his." "Kill him, your majesty," Gudam warned, "and the British will show no mercy on any prisoners they take." "I am full of mercy," the Tipu said, and mostly that was true. There was a time for being ruthless, and a time for showing mercy. And maybe this Scotsman would be a useful pawn if there was a need to hold a hostage. Besides, the Tipu's dream the night before had promised well, and this morning's auguries had been similarly hopeful. So today he could afford to show mercy. "Put him in the cells for now," the Tipu said. Somewhere in the palace a French-made clock chimed the hour, reminding the Tipu that it was time for his prayers. He dismissed his entourage, then went to the simple chamber where, facing west towards Mecca, he made his daily obeisances. Outside, cheated of their prey, the tigers slunk back to the courtyard's shadows. One beast yawned, another slept. There'd be other days and other men to eat. That was what the 6 tigers lived for, the days when their master was not merciful. While up in the inner palace, with his back to the canopied throne of gold, Colonel Jean Goudin turned the tiger's handle. The tiger growled, the claws raked back and forth across the wooden blood-painted flesh, and the redcoat cried aloud. Sharpe hadn't meant to cry out. Before the punishment had begun, he'd been determined to show no weakness, and had even been angry with himself that he'd flinched as the first blow fell. But that sudden pain had been so acute that he'd involuntarily shuddered. Since then he closed his eyes and bitten down on the leather, but in his head a silent scream shrilled as the lashes landed one after the other. 123! Bywaters shouted hoarsely. The drummer's boys' arms were tiring, but they still knew better than to slacken their efforts, for Sergeant Hexwell was watching and savouring every blow. 124! Bywaters called, and it was then, through the silent scream that was filling his head, Sharpe heard a whimper. Then he heard another, and realized that it was he who was making the noise. And so he snarled instead, opened his eyes and stared his loathing at the bastard officers sitting on their horses a few paces away. He stared at them fixedly, as if he could transfer the ghastly pain from his back onto their faces. But not one of them looked at him. They stared at the sky, they gazed at the ground. They all tried to ignore the sight of a man being beaten to death in front of their eyes. 136! Bywaters shouted, and the drummer boy beat his instrument again. Blood had run down Sharpe's back and stained the weave of his white trousers past his knees. More blood had spattered onto his greased and powdered hair, and still the lashes whistled down, and each blow of the leather thongs splashed into the mess of broken flesh and ribboned skin, and more gleaming blood spurted away. 140! Keep it high, boy! Keep it high! Not on the kidneys! Bywater snapped, and the sergeant major looked across at the surgeon and saw that Micklewhite was staring vaguely up over the tripod's peak, his jowly face looking as calm as though he was merely idling away a summer's day. "Want to look at him, Mr. Micklewhite, sir?" the sergeant major suggested, but Micklewhite just shook his head. "Keep going, lads," the sergeant major told the drummer boys, not bothering to keep the disapproval from his voice. The flogging went on. Hakeswill watched it with delight, but most of the men stared into the sky and prayed that Sharpe would not cry aloud. That would be his victory, even if he died in achieving it. Some Indian troops had gathered around the hollow square to watch the flogging. Such punishments weren't permitted in the East India Company, and most of the sepoys found it inexplicable that the British inflicted it upon themselves. End of Side 3. Side 4. 169! Bywater shouted, then saw a gleam of white under a lash. The gleam was instantly obscured by a trickle of blood. "Can see a rib, sir," the sergeant major called to the surgeon. Micklewhite waved a fly away from his face and stared up at a small cloud that was drifting northwards. Must be some wind up there, he thought, and it was a pity that there was none down here to alleviate the heat. A tiny droplet of blood splashed onto his blue coat, and he fastidiously backed further away. 174! Bywater shouted, trying to imbue the bare numbers with a tone of disapproval. Sharpe was barely conscious now. The pain was beyond bearing. It was as if he was being burned alive and being stabbed at the same time. He was whimpering with each blow, but the sound was tiny, scarce loud enough to be audible to the two sweating boys whose aching arms brought the lashes down again and again. Sharpe kept his eyes closed. The breath hissed in and out of his mouth, past the gag, and the sweat and saliva dribbled down his chin and dripped onto the earth where his blood showed as stark splashes in the dust. 201! Bywaters called, and wondered if he dared take a sip of water from his canteen. His voice was becoming hoarse. "Stop!" a voice shouted. 202! Stop! The voice shouted again, and this time it was as if the whole battalion had been suddenly woken from a sleep. The drummer boy gave a last hesitant tap, then let his hands fall to his sides, as Sergeant Major Bywaters held up his hand to stop the next stroke, which was already faltering. Sharpe lifted up his head and opened his eyes, but saw nothing but a blur. The pain surged through him. He whimpered, then dropped his face again, and a string of spittle fell slowly from his mouth. Colonel Arthur Wellesley had ridden up to the tripod. For a moment she and his aides looked at their colonel almost guiltily, as though they had been caught in some illicit pastime. No one spoke as the colonel edged his horse closer to the prisoner. Wellesley looked down sourly, then put his riding crop under Sharpe's chin to lift up his head. The colonel almost recoiled from the look of hatred he saw in the victim's eyes. He pulled the crop away, then wiped its tip on his saddlecloth to remove the spittle. "The prisoner is to be cut down, Major Shee," the colonel said icily. "Yes, sir." She was nervous, wondering if he had made some terrible mistake. "At once, sir," he added, though he gave no orders. "I dislike stopping a well-deserved punishment," Wellesley said loudly enough for all the nearby officers to hear. "But Private Sharpe is to be taken to General Harris's tent as soon as he's recovered." "General Harris, sir?" Major Shee asked in astonishment. General Harris was the commander of this expedition against the Tipu, and what possible business could the commanding general have with a half-flogged private? "Yes, sir, of course, sir," Shee added quickly when he saw that his query had annoyed Wellesley. "At once, sir." "Then do it!" Wellesley snapped. The colonel was a thin young man, with a narrow face, hard eyes, and a prominently beaked nose. Many older men resented that the 29-year-old Wellesley was already a full colonel. But he came from a wealthy and titled family, and his elder brother, the Earl of Mornington, was Governor-General of the East India Company's British possessions in India. So it was hardly surprising that the young Arthur Wellesley had risen so high so fast. Any officer given the money to buy promotion, and lucky enough to possess relations who could put him in the way of advancement, was bound to rise. But even the less fortunate men who resented Wellesley's privileges were forced to admit that the young colonel had a natural and chilling authority, and maybe some thought even a talent for soldiering. He was certainly dedicated enough to his chosen trade, if that was any sign of talent. Wellesley nudged his horse forward and stared down as the prisoner's bonds were cut loose.
"Private Sharpe."
He spoke with utter disdain, as though he dirtied himself by even addressing Sharpe. Sharpe looked up, blinked, then made a guttural noise. Bywaters ran forward and worked the gag out of Sharpe's mouth. Freeing the pad took some manipulation, for Sharpe had sunk his teeth deep into the folded leather.
"Good lad, now," Bywaters said softly. "Good lad. Didn't cry, did you? Proud of you, lad."
The sergeant-major at last managed to work the gag free, and Sharpe tried to spit.
"Private Sharpe,"
Wellesley's disdainful voice repeated. Sharpe forced his head up.
"Sir."
The word came out as a croak.
"Sir."
He tried again, and this time it sounded like a moan. Wellesley's face twitched with distaste for what he was doing.
"You're to be fetched to General Harris's tent. Do you understand me, Sharpe?"
Sharpe blinked up at Wellesley. His head was spinning, and the pain in his body was vying with disbelief at what he heard, and with rage against the army.
"You heard the colonel, boy?" Bywaters prompted Sharpe.
"Yes, sir."
Sharpe managed to answer Wellesley. Wellesley turned to Micklewhite.
"Bandage him, Mr. Micklewhite. Put a salve on his back, whatever you think best. I want him compos mentis within the hour, you understand me?" "Within an hour?"
the surgeon said in disbelief, then saw the anger on his young colonel's face.
"Yes, sir,"
he said swiftly.
"Within an hour, sir." "And give him clean clothes,"
Wellesley ordered the sergeant-major before giving Sharpe one last withering look and spurring his horse away. The last of the ropes holding Sharpe to the tripod were cut away. She and the officers watched, all of them wondering just what extraordinary business had caused a summons to General Harris's tent. No one spoke as the sergeant-major plucked away the last strands of rope from Sharpe's right wrist, then offered his own hand.
"Here, lad. Hold on to me. Gently now."
Sharpe shook his head.
"I'm all right, Sergeant-Major,"
he said. He wasn't, but he'd be damned before he showed weakness in front of his comrades, and double damned before he showed it in front of Sergeant Hakeswill, who had watched aghast as his victim was cut down from the triangle.
"I'm all right,"
Sharpe insisted, and he slowly pushed himself away from the tripod, then, tottering slightly, turned and took 3 steps. A cheer sounded in the light company.
"Quiet!"
Captain Morris snapped.
"Take names, Sergeant Hakeswill." "Take names, sir. Yes, sir."
Sharpe staggered twice and almost fell, but he forced himself to stand upright and then to take some steady steps towards the surgeon.
"Reporting for bandaging, sir,"
he croaked. Blood had soaked his trousers, his back was carnage, but he'd recovered most of his wits, and the look he gave the surgeon almost made Micklewhite flinch because of its savagery.
"Come with me, Private,"
Micklewhite said.
"Help him! Help him!"
Bywaters snapped at the drummer boys, and the 2 sweating lads dropped their whips and hurried to support Sharpe's elbows. He had managed to remain upright, but Bywaters had seen him swaying and feared he was about to collapse. Sharpe half walked and was half carried away. Major Shee took off his hat, scratched his greying hair, and then, unsure what he should do, looked down at Bywaters.
"It seems we have no more business today, Sergeant-Major."
"No, sir." Shee paused. It was all so irregular. "Dismiss the battalion, sir?" Bywaters suggested. Shee nodded, glad to have been given some guidance.
"Dismiss him, Sergeant-Major."
"Yes, sir." Sharpe had survived. Chapter 4. It seemed airless inside General Harris's tent. It was a large tent, as big as a parish marquee, and though both its wide entrances had been brailed back, there was no wind to stir the damp air trapped under the high ridge. The light inside the big tent was yellowed by the canvas to the colour of urine, and gave the grass underfoot a dank, unhealthy look. 4 men waited inside the tent. The youngest and most nervous was William Lawford, who, because he was a mere lieutenant, and by far the most junior officer present, was sitting far off to one side on a gilt chair of such spindly and fragile construction it seemed a miracle that it had survived its transport on the army's wagons. Lawford scarcely dared move lest he draw attention to himself, and so he sat awkward and uncomfortable as the sweat trickled down his face and dripped onto the crown of his cocked hat, which rested on his thighs. Opposite Lawford, and utterly ignoring the younger man, sat his colonel, Arthur Wellesley. The colonel made small talk, but gruffly, as though he resented being forced to wait. Once or twice he pulled a watch from his fob pocket, snapped open the lid, glared at the revealed face, then restored the watch to his pocket without making a comment. General Harris, the army's commander, sat behind a long table that was spread with maps. The commander of the Allied armies was a trim, middle-aged man who possessed an uncommon measure of common sense and a great deal of practical ability, and both were qualities he recognized in his younger deputy, Colonel Wellesley. George Harris was an affable man, but now, waiting in the tense yellow gloom, he seemed distracted. He stared at the maps, he wiped the sweat from his face with a big blue handkerchief, but he rarely looked up to acknowledge the stilted conversation. Harris was uneasy, for, like Wellesley, he didn't really approve of what they were about to do. It wasn't so much the irregularity of the action that concerned the 2 men, for neither was hidebound, but rather because they suspected that the proposed operation would fail, and that 2 good men, or rather 1 good man and 1 bad, would be lost. The 4th man in the tent refused to sit, but instead strode up and down between the tables and the scatter of flimsy chairs. It was this man who kept alive what little conversation managed to survive the tent's stiff, damp, and airless atmosphere. He jollied his companions, he encouraged them, he tried to amuse them, though every now and then his efforts would fail, and then he would stride to one of the tent doorways and stoop to peer out.
"Can't be long now,"
he would say each time, and then begin his pacing again. His name was Major General David Baird, and he was the senior and older of General Harris's 2 deputy commanders. Unlike his colleagues, he had discarded his uniform coat and waistcoat, stripping down to a dirty, much-darned shirt, and letting the braces of his breeches hang down to his knees. His dark hair was damp and tousled, while his broad face was so tanned that to Lawford's nervous gaze Baird looked more like a labourer than a general. The resemblance was even more acute because there was nothing delicate or refined about David Baird's appearance. He was a huge Scotsman, tall as a giant, broad-shouldered and muscled like a coal-heaver. It had been Baird who persuaded his 2 colleagues to act, or rather he persuaded General Harris to act, much against that officer's better judgment, and Baird frankly didn't give a tinker's damn whether Colonel Arthur bloody Wellesley approved or not. Baird disliked Wellesley, and bitterly resented the fact that the younger man had been made into his fellow second-in-command. Baird, never a man to let his grudges simmer unspoken, had protested Arthur Wellesley's appointment to Harris.
"If his brother wasn't Governor-General Harris, you'd never have promoted him."
"Not true, Baird," Harris had answered mildly. "Wellesley has ability."
"Ability, my ass! He's got family!"
Baird spat. "Well, we all have family."
"Not pinking English popinjay families with too much bloody money."
"He was born in Ireland."
"Poor bloody Ireland, then. But he ain't Irish, Harris, and you know it. The man doesn't even drink, for God's sake. A little wine, maybe, but nothing I'd call a proper drink. Have you ever met an Irishman so sober?"
"Some. Quite a few. A good number, to tell the truth." Harris, a fair-minded man, had answered honestly. "But is inebriation such a desirable quality in a military commander?"
"Experiences,"
Baird had growled.
"Hell, man, you and I've seen some service. We've lost blood. And what has Wellesley lost? Money. Nothing but money, while he purchased his way up to colonel. Man's never been in a battle."
"He will still make a very good second-in-command, and that's all that matters," Harris had insisted. And indeed Harris had been well pleased with Wellesley's performance, The colonel's responsibilities lay mainly with the army of the Nizam of Hyderabad, and he had proved adept at persuading that potentate to submit to Harris's suggestions, a task Baird could never have performed even half so well, for the Scotsman was notorious for his hatred of all Indians. That hatred went back to the years Baird had spent in the dungeons of the Tipu Sultan in Seringapatam. 17 years before, in battle against the Tipu's fierce father, Hyder Ali, the young David Baird had been captured. He and the other prisoners had been marched to Seringapatam, and there endured 44 humiliating months of hot, damp hell in Hyder Ali's cells. For some of those months Baird had been manacled to the wall, and now the Scotsman wanted revenge. He dreamt of carrying his Scottish claymore across the city's ramparts and cornering the Tipu, and then, by Christ, the hell of Seringapatam's cells would be paid back 1,000-fold. It was the memory of that ordeal, and the knowledge that his fellow Scotsman, McCandless, was now doomed to endure it, that had persuaded Baird that McCandless must be freed. Colonel McCandless had himself suggested how that release might be achieved, for before setting out on his mission he had left a letter with David Baird. The letter, which had instructions penned on its cover, saying that it should only be opened if McCandless failed to return, suggested that if the colonel should be captured, and should General Harris feel it was important to make an attempt to release him, then a trusted man should be sent secretly into Seringapatam, where he should contact a merchant named Ravi Shekhar. "If any man has resources to free me, it is Shekhar," McCandless had written, "though I trust both you and the General will weigh well the risk of losing such a prized informant, against whatever small advantages might be gained from my release." Baird had no doubts about McCandless's worth. McCandless alone knew the identities of the British agents in the Tipu's service, and no one in the army knew as much of the Tipu as did McCandless. And Baird was aware that should the Tipu ever discover McCandless's true responsibilities, then McCandless would be given to the tigers. It was Baird who'd remembered that McCandless's English nephew, William Lawford, was serving in the army, and Baird who had persuaded Lawford to enter Seringapatam in an effort to free McCandless, and Baird who had then proposed the mission to General Harris. Harris had initially scorned the idea, though he had unbent sufficiently to suggest that maybe an Indian volunteer could be found, who would stand a much greater chance of remaining undetected in the enemy capital. But Baird had vigorously defended his choice.
"This is too important to be left to some blackamoor, Harris. And besides, only McCandless knows which of the bastards can be trusted. Me? I wouldn't trust any damn one of them."
Harris had sighed. He led 2 armies, 50,000 men, and all but 5,000 of those soldiers were Indians, and if blackamoors could not be trusted, then Harris, Baird, and everyone else was doomed. But the general knew he would make no headway against Baird's stubborn dislike of all Indians. "I would like McCandless freed," Harris had allowed, "but, upon my soul, Baird, I can't see a white man living long in Seringapatam."
"We can't send a blackamoor," Baird had insisted. "They'll take money from us, then go straight to the Tipu and get more money from him. Then you can kiss farewell to McCandless and to the Shaker fellow."
"But why send this young man Lawford?" Harris had asked.
"Because McCandless is a secretive fellow, sir, more cautious than most, and if he sees Willie Lawford, then he'll know that we sent him. But if it's some other British fellow, he might think it's some deserter sent to trap him by the Tipu. I'll never underestimate the Tipu, Harris. He's a clever little bastard. It reminds me of Wellesley. He's always thinking."
Harris had grunted. He had resisted the idea, but it had still tempted him. For the havildar who'd survived McCandless's ill-starred expedition had returned to the army, and his story suggested that McCandless had met with the man he hoped to meet. And though Harris didn't know who that man was, he did know that McCandless had been searching for the key to the Tipu's city. Only a mission so important, a mission that could guarantee success, had persuaded Harris to allow McCandless to risk himself. And now McCandless was taken, and Harris was being offered a chance to fetch him back, or at least to retrieve McCandless's news, even if the colonel himself could not be fetched out of the Tipu's dungeons. Harris was not so confident of British success in the campaign that he could disregard such a windfall. "But how in God's name is this fellow Lawford supposed to survive inside the city?" Harris had asked.
"Easy,"
Baird had answered scornfully.
The Tippoo's only too damned eager for European volunteers, so we dress young Lawford in a private's uniform, and he can pretend to be a deserter. He'll be welcome with open arms. They'll be hanging bloody flowers round his neck, giving him the first choice of the beebies." Harry had slowly allowed himself to be persuaded, though Wellesley, once introduced to the idea, had advised against it. Lawford, Wellesley insisted, could never pass himself off as an enlisted man. But Wellesley had been overruled by Baird's enthusiasm, and so Lieutenant Lawford had been summoned to Harris's tent, where he had complicated matters by agreeing with his colonel. "I'd dearly like to help, sir," he had told Harris, "but I'm not sure I'm capable of the pretence."
"Good God, man!" Baird intervened. "Spit and swear it ain't difficult."
"It will be very difficult," Harris had insisted, staring at the diffident lieutenant. He was doubtful whether Lawford had the resources to carry off the deception, for the lieutenant, while plainly a decent man, seemed guileless. Then Lawford had complicated matters still further. "I think it would be more plausible, sir," he suggested respectfully, "if I could take another man with me. Deserters usually run in pairs, don't they? And if the other man is the genuine article, a ranker, it'll be altogether more convincing."
"Well, makes sense. Makes sense,"
Baird had put in encouragingly.
"You have a man in mind?"
Wellesley had asked coldly. "His name is Sharpe, sir," Lawford said. "They're probably about to flog him."
"Then he'll be no damned use to you,"
Wellesley said in a tone which suggested the matter was now closed. "I'll go with no one else, sir," Lawford retorted stubbornly, addressing himself to General Harris rather than to his colonel, and Harris was pleased to see this evidence of backbone. The lieutenant, it seemed, was not quite so diffident as he appeared. "How many lashes is this fellow getting?" Harris asked. "Don't know, sir. He's standing trial now, sir, and if I wasn't here I'd be giving evidence on his behalf. I doubt his guilt." The argument over whether to employ Sharpe had continued over a midday meal of rice and stewed goat. Wellesley was refusing to intervene in the court-martial or its subsequent punishment, declaring that such an act would be prejudicial to discipline. But William Lawford stubbornly and respectfully refused to take any other man. It had, he said, to be a man he could trust.
"And we could send another officer,"
Wellesley had suggested, but that idea had faltered when the difficulties of finding a reliable volunteer were explored. There were plenty of men who might go, but few were steady, and the steady ones would be too sensible to risk their precious commissions on what Wellesley scathingly called a fool's errand. "So why are you willing to go?" Harris had asked Lawford. "You don't look like a fool." "I trust I'm not, sir, but my uncle gave me the money to purchase my commission." "Did he, by God? Well, that's damned generous. And I hope I'm damned grateful, sir."
"Grateful enough to die for him?"
Wellesley put in sourly. Lawford had coloured, but stuck to his guns. "I suspect Private Sharpe is resourceful enough for both of us, sir." The decision whether or not to employ Sharpe belonged in the end to General Harris, who privately agreed with Wellesley that to spare a man his well-earned punishment was to display a dangerous laxity. But at last, persuaded that extraordinary measures were needed to save McCandless, the general surrendered to Baird's enthusiasm, and so with a heavy heart Harris had ordered the unfortunate Sharpe fetched to the tent. Which was why, at long last, Private Richard Sharpe limped into the wan yellow light cast through the tent's high canvas. He was dressed in a clean uniform, but everyone in the tent could see that he was still in dreadful pain. He moved stiffly, and the stiffness was not just caused by the yards of bandage that circled his torso, but by the agony of every movement of his body. He had tried to wash the blood out of his hair, and had succeeded in taking out most of the powder as well, so that when Colonel Wellesley told him to take off his shako, he appeared with curiously mottled hair.
"I think you'd better sit, man,"
General Baird suggested, with a glance at Harris for his permission. "Fetch that stool," Harris ordered Sharpe, then saw that the private could not bend down to pick it up. Baird fetched the stool.
"Is it hurting?"
he asked sympathetically.
"Yes, sir. It's supposed to hurt,"
Wellesley said curtly. "Pain is the point of punishment." He kept his back to Sharpe, pointedly demonstrating his disapproval. "I do not like cancelling a flogging," Wellesley went on to no one in particular. "It erodes good order.
Once men think their sentences can be curtailed, then God only knows what roguery they'll be up to." He suddenly twisted in his chair and gave Sharpe an icy glare. "If I had my way, Private Sharpe, I'd march you back to the Triangle and finish the job." I doubt Private Sharpe even deserved the punishment. Lawford dared to intervene, blushing as he did. "The time for that sentiment, Lieutenant, was during the court-martial." Wellesley snapped, his tone suggesting that it would have been a wasted sentiment anyway. "You've been lucky, Private Sharpe," Wellesley said with distaste. "I shall announce that you've been spared the rest of your punishment as a reward for fighting well the other day. Did you fight well?" Sharpe nodded. "Killed my share of the enemy, sir." "So, I'm commuting your sentence. And tonight, damn your eyes, you'll reward me by deserting." Sharpe wondered if he'd heard right, decided it was best not to ask, and so he looked away from the colonel, composed his face, and stared fixedly at the wall of the tent. "Have you ever thought about deserting, Sharpe?" General Baird asked him. "Me, sir?" Sharpe managed to look surprised. "Not me, sir. No, sir. Never crossed my mind, sir." Baird smiled. "We need a good liar for this particular service, so maybe you're an excellent choice, Sharpe. Besides, anyone who looks at your back will know why you wanted to desert." Baird liked that idea, and his face betrayed a sudden enthusiasm. "In fact, if you hadn't already conveniently had yourself flogged, man, he might have had to give you a few lashes anyway." He smiled. Sharpe did not smile back. Instead, he looked warily from one officer to the other. He could see that Mr. Lawford was nervous. Baird was doing his best to be friendly. General Harris's face was unreadable, while Colonel Wellesley had turned away in disgust. But Wellesley had always been a cold fish, so there was no point in trying to gain his approval. Baird was the man who had saved him, Sharpe guessed, and that fitted with Baird's reputation in the army. The Scotsman was a soldier's general, a brave man and well liked by the troops. Baird smiled again, trying to put Sharpe at his ease. "Let me explain why you're running, Sharpe. 3 days ago we lost a good man, a Colonel McCandless. The Tippoo's forces captured him, and so far as we know, they took him back to Seringapatam. We want you to go to that city and be captured by the Tippoo's forces. Are you understanding me this far?" "Yes, sir," Sharpe said obediently. "Good man. Now, when you reach Seringapatam, the Tippoo will want you to join his army. He likes to have white men in his ranks, so you won't have any trouble taking his shilling. And once you're trusted, your job is to find Colonel McCandless and bring him out alive. Are you still following me now?" "Yes, sir," Sharpe said stoically, and wondered why they did not first ask him to hop over to London and steal the crown jewels. Bloody idiots! Put a bit of gold lace on a man's coat and his brain turned to mush. Still, they were doing what he wanted them to do, which was kicking him out of the army, and so he sat very still, very quiet, and very straight, not so much out of respect, but because his back hurt like the very devil every time he moved. "You won't be going alone," Baird told Sharpe. "Lieutenant Lawford volunteered your services, and he's going as well. He'll pretend to be a private and a deserter, and your job is to look after him." "Yes, sir," Sharpe said, and hid his dismay that perhaps things were not going to be quite so easy after all. He couldn't just run now, not with Lawford tied to his apron strings. He glanced at the lieutenant, who gave him a reassuring smile. "The thing is, Sharpe," Lawford said, still smiling, "I'm not too certain I can pass myself off as a private, but they'll believe you, and you can say I'm a new recruit." A new recruit? Sharpe almost laughed. You could no more pass a lieutenant off as a new recruit than you could pass Sharpe off as an officer. He had an idea, then, and the idea surprised him, not because it was a good idea, but because it implied he was suddenly trying to make this idiotic scheme work. "Better if you said you were a company clerk, sir." He muttered the words too softly, made shy by the presence of so many senior officers. "Speak up, man!" Wellesley snarled. "It would be better, sir," Sharpe said so loudly that he was verging on insolence, "if the lieutenant said he was a company clerk, sir." "A clerk?" Baird asked. "Why?" "He's got soft hands, sir. Clean hands, sir. Clerks don't muck about in the dirt like the rest of us. And recruits, sir, they're usually just as filthy-handed as the rest of us, but not clerks, sir." Harris, who had been writing, looked up with a faint expression of admiration. "Put some ink on his hand, sir." Sharpe still spoke to Baird. "And he won't look wrong."
"I like it, Sharpe, indeed I do," Baird said. "Well done."
Wellesley sneered, then pointedly stared through one of the tent openings, as though he found the proceedings tiresome. General Harris looked at Lawford. "You could manage to play the part of a disgruntled clerk, Lieutenant?" he asked. "Oh, indeed, sir, I'm sure, sir." Lawford at last sounded confident. "Good," Harris said, laying down his pen. The General wore a wig to hide the scar where an American bullet had torn away a scrap of his skull on Bunker Hill. Now, unconsciously, he lifted a corner of the wig and scratched at that old scar. "And I suppose once you reach the city, you contact this merchant. Remind me of his name, Baird."
"Ravi Shaker, sir."
"Yes. And what if this fellow Shaker ain't there?" Harris asked. "Or won't help?" There was silence after the question. The sentries outside the tent moved far enough away so they couldn't overhear the conversation, stamped up and down. A dog barked. "You have to anticipate these things," Harris said mildly, scratching again under his wig. Wellesley offered a harsh laugh, but no suggestion.
"If Ravi Shaker won't help us, sir," Baird suggested, "then Lawford and Sharpe must get themselves into McCandless's jail, then find a way of getting themselves out."
The Scotsman turned to Sharpe.
"Were you by any chance a thief before you joined up?"
A heartbeat's hesitation, then Sharpe nodded. "Yes, sir."
"What kind of thief?"
Wellesley asked in a disgusted voice, as though he was astonished to discover the ranks of his battalion contained criminals. And when Sharpe didn't answer, the colonel became even more irritable.
"What, a diver? A scamp?"
Sharpe was surprised that his colonel even knew such slang. He shook his head indignantly, denying he'd ever been a mere pickpocket or a highwayman.
"I was a houseboner, sir," he said. "And proper trained, too," he added proudly.
In fact, he'd done his share on the highway, not so much holding up coaches as slicing the leather straps that held the passengers' portmanteaus on the back of coaches. The job was done while the coach was speeding along a road, so that the noises of the hooves and wheels would hide the sound of the tumbling luggage. It was a job for agile youngsters, and Sharpe had been good at it.
"A houseboner means he was a burglar,"
Wellesley translated for his two senior officers, unable to hide his scorn. Baird was pleased with Sharpe's answers.
"Do you still have a picklock, Private?"
"Me, sir? No, sir. But I suppose I could find one, sir, if I had a guinea." Baird laughed, suspecting the true cost was nearer a shilling, but he still went to his coat, which was hanging from a hook on one of the tent poles, and fished out a guinea which he tossed onto Sharpe's lap.
"Find one before tonight, Private Sharpe," he said. "But who knows, it might be useful."
He turned to Harris.
"But I doubt it will come to that, sir. I pray it doesn't come to that, for I'm not sure that any man, even Private Sharpe here, can escape from the Tipu's dungeons."
The tall general turned back to Sharpe.
"I was near 4 years in those cells, Sharpe, and in all that time not one man escaped. Not one."
Baird paced restlessly as he remembered the ordeal.
"The Tipu's cells have barred doors with padlocks, so your picklock could take care of that. But when I was there, we always had 4 jailers in the daytime, and some days there were even jetties on guard."
"Jetties, sir?" Lawford asked.
"Jetties, Lieutenant. The Tipu inherited a dozen of the bastards from his father. They're professional strongmen, and their favourite trick is executing prisoners. They have several ways of doing it, none of them pleasant. You want to know their methods?"
"No, sir," Lawford said hurriedly, blanching at the thought. Sharpe was disappointed, but dared not ask for the details. Baird grimaced.
"Very unpleasant executions, Lieutenant," he said grimly. "You still want to go?"
Lawford remained pale, but nodded. "I think it's worth a try, sir." Wellesley snorted at the lieutenant's foolishness, but Baird ignored the colonel.
"At night the guards are withdrawn," he went on, "but there's still a sentry."
"Well, just one?" Sharpe asked.
"Just one, Private,"
Baird confirmed. "I can take care of one sentry, sir," Sharpe boasted.
"Not this one,"
Baird said grimly.
"Because when I was there, he was 8 feet long if he was an inch. He was a tiger, Sharpe, a man-eater,
and the 8 foot don't count his tail. I used to be put in the corridor every night, so pray you don't ever end up in the Tipu's cells. Pray that Ravi Shaker will know how to get McCandless out."
"Or, at the very least," Harris intervened, "pray that Shaker can discover what McCandless knows, and that you can get that news out to us."
"So, that's what we want of you,"
Baird said to Sharpe with a brusque cheerfulness.
"Are you willing to go, man?"
Sharpe reckoned it was all idiocy, and he didn't much like the sound of the tiger, but he knew better than to show any reluctance.
"I reckon 3 is better than 2,000, sir," he said.
"3?"
Baird asked, puzzled. 3 stripes are better than 2,000 lashes, sir. If we find out what you want to know, or else fetch this Colonel McCandless out of jail, sir, can I be a sergeant?"
He asked the question of Wellesley. Wellesley looked enraged at Sharpe's presumption, and for a second it was plain that he proposed to turn him down. But General Harris cleared his throat and mildly remarked that it sounded a reasonable suggestion to him. Wellesley thought about opposing the general, then decided that it was most unlikely that Sharpe would even survive this nonsense, and so, albeit reluctantly, he nodded.
"Sergeant Stripes, Sharpe, if you succeed."
"Thank you, sir," Sharpe said. Baird dismissed him.
"Go with Lieutenant Lawford now, Sharpe. He'll tell you what to do. Oh, and one other thing." The Scotsman's voice became urgent. "For God's sake, man, don't tell another soul what you're doing."
"Wouldn't dream of it, sir," Sharpe said, flinching as he stood up.
"Go then,"
Baird said. He waited till the 2 men were gone, then sighed.
"A bright young fellow, that Sharpe."
He spoke to Harris.
"A rogue!"
Wellesley interjected.
"I could provide you with 100 others just as disreputable. Scum, all of them. And the only thing that keeps them from riot is discipline."
Harris rapped the table to stop the squabbling of his 2 seconds in command.
"But will the rogue succeed?" he asked. "Not a chance,"
Wellesley said confidently.
"A woefully small chance,"
Baird admitted dourly, then added more vigorously,
"but even a small chance is worth it if we can get McCandless back."
"At the risk of losing 2 good men?" Harris asked.
"1 man who might become a decent officer,"
Wellesley corrected the general,
"and 1 man whose loss the world won't mourn for a second." "But McCandless might hold the key to the city, General,"
Baird reminded Harris.
"True,"
Harris said heavily, then unrolled a map that had lain scrolled on the edge of his table. The map showed Seringapatam, and whenever he gazed at it he wondered how he was to set about besieging the city. Lord Cornwallis, who had captured the city 7 years before, had assaulted the north side of the island, and then attacked the eastern walls, but Harris doubted that he'd be given that route again. The Tipu would have been forewarned by that earlier success, which meant this new assault must come from either the south or the west. A dozen deserters from the enemy's forces had all claimed that the west wall was in bad repair, and maybe that would give Harris his best chance. "South or west?" he said aloud, reiterating the problem he had already discussed a score of times with his 2 deputies. "But either way, gentlemen, the place is crammed with guns, thick with rockets, and filled with infantry, and we'll have only the one chance before the rains come, just one. West or south, eh?" He stared at the map, hoping against hope that McCandless could be fetched from his dungeon to offer some guidance. But that, he admitted to himself, was a most unlikely outcome, which meant the decision would inevitably be all his to make. The final decision could wait till the army was close to the city, and Harris had been given a chance to view the Tipu's defences. But once the army was ready to make camp, the choice would have to be made swiftly, and all things being equal, Harris was fairly sure which route he would choose. For weeks now his instinct had been telling him where to attack, but he worried that the Tipu might have foreseen the weakness in his city's defences. But there was no point in wondering whether the Tipu was outfoxing him. That way lay indecision. And so Harris tapped his quill on the map. "My instincts tell me to attack here, gentlemen, right here." He was indicating the west wall. "Across the river shallows, and right through the weakest stretch of the walls. It seems the obvious place." He tapped the map again. "Right here, right here." Right where the Tipu had set his trap.
Allah in his infinite mercy had been good to the Tipu Sultan, for Allah in his immeasurable wisdom had revealed the existence of a merchant who was sending information to the British army. The man dealt in common metals, in copper, tin and brass, and his wagons frequently passed through one of the city's two main gates loaded with their heavy cargoes. God alone knows how many such cargoes had passed out of Seringapatam in the last 3 months, but at least the gate guards had searched the right wagon, the one that carried a coded letter, which, under interrogation, the wretched merchant had admitted contained a report of the strange work that was being done in the old closed gateway of the western wall. That work should have been a close secret, for the only men allowed near the gateway were Gudin's reliable European troops and a small band of the Tipu's Muslim warriors, whom he regarded as utterly trustworthy. The merchant, not surprisingly, was a Hindu. But when his wife was brought into the interrogation room and threatened with the red-hot pincers, the merchant had confessed the name of the Muslim soldier who had allowed himself to be suborned by the merchant's gold. And so much gold! A strong room filled with the metal, far more than the Tipu suspected could be earned from trading in tin, brass and copper. It was British gold, the merchant confessed, given him so he could raise rebellion inside Seringapatam. The Tipu did not consider himself a cruel man, but nor indeed did he think of himself as a gentle one. He was a ruler, and cruelty and mercy were both weapons of rulers. Any monarch who flinched from cruelty would not rule long, just as any ruler who forgot mercy would soon earn hatred. And so the Tipu tried to balance mercy with cruelty. He didn't want the reputation of being lenient any more than he wanted to be judged a tyrant, and so he tried to use both mercy and cruelty judiciously. The Hindu merchant, his confession made, had pleaded for mercy, but the Tipu knew that this was no time to show weakness. This was the time to let a shudder of horror ripple through the streets and alleys of Seringapatam. It was a time to let his enemies know that the price for treason was death. And so both the merchant and the Muslim soldier who had taken the merchant's gold were now standing on the hot sand of the inner palace's courtyard, where they were being guarded by two of the Tipu's favoured jetties. The jetties were Hindus, and their strength, which was remarkable, was devoted to their religion. That amused the Tipu. Some Hindus sought the rewards of godliness by growing their hair and fingernails, others by denying themselves food, still others by abjuring all earthly pleasures. But the jetties did it by developing their muscles, and the results, the Tipu admitted, were extraordinary. He might disagree with their religion, but he encouraged them all the same, and like his father he had hired a dozen of the most impressive strongmen to amuse and serve him. Two of the finest now stood beneath the throne-room balcony, stripped to their waist, with their vast chests oiled, so that their muscles shone dark in the early afternoon sun. The 6 tigers, restless because they had been denied their midday meal of freshly slaughtered goat meat, glared with yellow eyes from the courtyard's edges. The Tipu came from his prayers to the balcony, where he threw open the filigree shutters, so that he and his entourage could view the courtyard clearly. Colonel Gudin was in attendance, as was Apparao. Both men had been summoned from the city ramparts, where they had been making the last preparations for the arrival of the British. Gun carriages were being repaired, ammunition being laid down in magazines deep enough to be shielded from the fall of enemy howitzer shells, while dozens of rockets were in the ready magazines on the ramparts' fire steps. The Tipu liked to tour his defences, where he could imagine his rockets and shells searing down into the enemy ranks. But now, in the courtyard of his inner palace, he had an even more pleasurable duty to perform. He would kill traitors. "Both men betrayed me," he told Colonel Gudin through the interpreter, "and one is also a spy. What would you do in France with such men, Colonel?" "Send them to Madame Guillotine, Your Majesty." The Tipu chuckled when the answer was translated. He was curious about the guillotine, and at one time he had thought of having such a machine built in the city. He was fascinated by all things French, and indeed, when the Revolution had swept France and destroyed the Ancien Regime, the Tipu had for a time embraced the new ideas of liberty, equality, and fraternity. He had erected a tree of liberty in Seringapatam, ordered his guards to wear the red hats of the Revolution, and had even ordered revolutionary declarations to be posted in the city's main streets. But the fascination had not endured. The Tipu had begun to fear that his people might become too fond of liberty, or even infected with equality. And so he had removed the Tree of Liberty and had the declarations torn down. Yet still the Tipu treasured a love of France. He had never built the guillotine, not for lack of funds, but rather because Gudin had persuaded him that the machine was a device of mercy, constructed to end a criminal's life with such swiftness that the victim would never even realize he was being killed. It was an ingenious device, the Tipu admitted, but much too merciful. How could such a machine deter traitors? "That man," the Tipu now pointed to the Muslim soldier who had betrayed the secrets of the gatehouse, "will be killed first, and then his body will be fed to pigs. I can think of no fate worse for a Muslim, and believe me, Colonel, he fears the pigs more than he fears his death. The other man will feed my tigers, and his bones will be ground to powder and delivered to his widow. Their deaths will be short, not perhaps as quick as your machine, Colonel, but still mercifully short." He clapped his hands, and the two chained prisoners were dragged forward until they stood in the centre of the courtyard. The Muslim soldier was forced to his knees. His tiger-striped uniform had been stripped from him, and now he wore nothing but a short pair of loose cotton breeches. He stared up at the Tipu, who was gaudy in a yellow silk tunic and a jewelled turban, and the man raised his manacled hands in a mute appeal for clemency that the Tipu ignored. Gudin tensed himself. He had seen the jetties at work before, but familiarity did not make the spectacle any more pleasant. The first jetty placed a nail on the crown of the victim's bare head. The nail was of black iron, and had a 6-inch shank that was topped by a flat head that was a good 3 inches wide. The man held the nail in place with his left hand, then looked up at the balcony. The doomed soldier, feeling the touch of the iron point on his scalp, called for forgiveness. The Tipu listened for a second to the soldier's desperate excuses, then pointed a finger at him. The Tipu held the finger steady for a few seconds, and the soldier held his breath as he dared to believe he might be forgiven. But then the Tipu's hand abruptly dropped. The jetty raised his right hand, its palm facing downwards, then took a deep breath. He paused, summoning his huge strength. Then he slapped the hand fast down so that his open palm struck the nail's flat top. He shouted aloud as he struck, and at the very instant that his right hand slapped the nail, so he snatched his left hand away from the long shank, which was driven hard and deep into the soldier's skull. It went so deep that the nail's flat head crushed the prisoner's black hair. Blood spurted from under the nail as its shank slammed home. The jetty stepped away, gesturing at the nail as if to show how much strength had been needed to so drive it through the thick bone of the skull. The traitor still lived. He was babbling and shrieking, and blood was spilling down his face in quick, lacing rivulets as he swayed on his knees. His body was shaking, but then, quite suddenly, his back arched. He stared wide-eyed up at the Tipu and then fell forward. His body shuddered twice, then was still. One of the 6 chained tigers stirred at the smell of blood and padded forward until its chain stretched to its full length, and so held it back. The beast growled, then settled down to watch the second man die. The Tipu and his entourage applauded the first jetty's skill. Then the Tipu pointed at the wretched Hindu merchant. This second prisoner was a big man, fat as butter, and his gross size would only make the second demonstration all the more impressive. The first jetty, his execution successfully completed, fetched a stool from the gateway. He set it down and forced the fat, weeping merchant onto its seat. Then he knelt in front of the chair and pinned the man's manacled arms down tight against his sagging belly so that he couldn't move. The chair faced the Tipu, and the kneeling jetty made certain he stayed low so that he wouldn't spoil his master's view. "It takes more strength than you would think," the Tipu remarked to Gudin, "to drive a nail into a skull." "So your Majesty has been kind enough to inform me before," Gudin answered dryly. The Tipu laughed. "You do not enjoy this, Colonel?" "The death of traitors is ever necessary, sire," Gudin said evasively. "But I should like to think you derive amusement from it. Surely you appreciate my men's strength?" "Oh, I do admire it, sir." "Then admire it now," the Tipu said, "for the next death takes even more strength than the nail." The Tipu smiled and turned back to look into the courtyard where the second jetty waited behind the prisoner. The Tipu pointed at the merchant, held the gesture as before, then dropped his hand abruptly. The merchant screamed in anticipation, then began to shake like a leaf as the jetty placed his hands against the sides of the merchant's skull. His touch was gentle at first, almost a caress. His palms covered the merchant's ears as his fingers groped to find a purchase amongst the skull bones beneath the victim's fat cheeks. Then the jetty suddenly tightened his grip, distorting the plump face, and the merchant's scream became frantic until at last he had no breath left to scream, and could only mew in terror. The jetty drew breath, paused to concentrate all his force, then gave a great shout that made the 6 tigers leap to their feet in alarm. As he shouted, the jetty twisted the merchant's head. He was wringing his victim's neck like a man would wring a chicken's gullet, only this neck was thick and fat. But the jetty's first great effort twisted it so far around that the face was already looking back across its right shoulder, when the executioner made his second effort, marked by a grunt, which pulled the head all the way around. And Gouda, flinching from the sight on the balcony, heard the distinct crack as the merchant's spine was broken. The jetty let go of the head and sprang back, proud of his work, as the dead merchant collapsed off the stool. The Tipu applauded, then tossed down 2 small bags of gold. "Take that one to the pigs," he said, pointing at the Muslim, "and leave the other here. Let the tigers loose." The balcony shutters were closed. Somewhere deep in the palace, perhaps from the harem where the Tipu's 600 wives, concubines, and handmaidens all lived, a harp tinkled prettily, while down in the courtyard the tigers' keepers used their long staves to herd the beasts as they released them from their chains. The Tipu smiled at his followers. "Back to the walls, gentlemen," he said. "We have work to do." The keepers released the last tiger, then followed the jetties out through the gateway. The dead soldier had been dragged away. For a moment the tigers watched the remaining body. Then one of the beasts crossed to the merchant's corpse and eviscerated the fat belly with one blow of its huge paw. And so Ravi Shaker had died, and now was eaten. Sharpe was back with his company before sunset. He was greeted ebulliently by men who saw in his release from the flogging a small victory for the lower ranks against blind authority. Private Mallinson even clapped Sharpe on the back, and was rewarded with a stream of curses. Sharpe ate with his usual 6 companions, who, as ever, were joined by 3 wives and by Mary. The supper was a stew of beans, rice, and salt beef, and it was at the end of the small meal, when they were sharing a canteen of arrack, that Sergeant Hakeswill appeared.
"Private Sharpe."
He was carrying a cane that he pointed towards Sharpe.
"I wants you."
"Sergeant." Sharpe acknowledged Hakeswill, but did not move.
"A word with you, Private. On your feet now."
Sharpe still did not move. "I'm excused company duties, Sergeant. Colonel's orders." Hakeswill's face wrenched itself in a grotesque twitch.
"This ain't your duty," the sergeant said. "This is your bleeding pleasure, so get on your bloody feet and come here."
Sharpe obediently stood, flinching as his coat tugged at his grievously wounded back. He followed the sergeant to an open space behind the surgeon's tent, where Hakeswill turned and rammed his cane into Sharpe's chest.
"How the hell did you escape that flogging, Sharpie?"
Sharpe ignored the question. Hakeswill's broken nose was still swollen and bruised, and Sharpe could see the worry in the sergeant's eyes.
"Didn't you hear me, boy?"
Hakeswill shoved the cane's tip into Sharpe's belly.
"How come you was cut down?"
"How come you were cut down from the scaffold, Sergeant?" Sharpe asked.
"No lip from you, boy, no lip, or by God I'll have you strapped to the tripod again. Now tell me what the General wanted."
Sharpe shook his head. "If you want to know that, Sergeant," he said, "you'd better ask General Harris yourself."
"Stand still, stand straight!"
Hakeswill snapped, then cut with his cane at a nearby guy rope. He sniffed. wondering how best to worm the information out of Sharpe, and decided for a change to try gentleness.
"I admire you, Sharpe,"
the sergeant said hoarsely.
"Not many men have the guts to walk after getting 200 tickles of the whip. Takes a strong man to do that, Sharpe, and I'd hate to see you getting even more tickles. It's in your best interest to tell me, Sharpe, you know that. It'll go bad with you else. So, why was you released, lad?"
Sharpe pretended to relent. "You know why I was released, Sergeant," he said. "The Colonel announced it."
"No, I don't know, lad," Hexwell said. "Upon my soul, I don't. So, you tell me now."
Sharpe shrugged. "Because we fought well the other day, Sergeant. It's a reward, like."
"No, it bleeding ain't!"
Hexwell shouted, then dodged to one side and slashed his cane onto Sharpe's wounded back. Sharpe almost screamed with the pain.
"You don't get called away to a general's tent for that, Sharpe," Hexwell said. "Stands to reason. Never heard anything like it in all my born days, so you tell me why, you bastard."
Sharpe turned to face his persecutor.
"You lay that cane on me again, Obadiah," he said softly, "and I'll tell General Harris about you. I'll have you skinned of your stripes, I will, and turned back into a private. Would you like that, Obadiah? You and me in the same file? I'd like that, Obadiah." "Stand still,"
Hexwell spat. "Shut your face, Sergeant," Sharpe said. He'd called Hexwell's bluff, and there was pleasure in that. The sergeant had doubtless thought he could bully the truth out of Sharpe, but Sharpe held all the trump cards here. "How's your nose?" he asked Hexwell.
"Be careful, Sharpe, be careful."
"Oh, I am, Sergeant, I am. I'm real careful." "Have you done now?" Sharpe didn't wait for an answer, but just walked away. The next time he faced Obadiah, he thought, he'd have the stripes on his sleeve, and God help Hexwell then. He talked to Mary for half an hour, then it was time to make the excuses that Lieutenant Lawford had rehearsed with him. He picked up his pack, took his musket, and said he had to report to the paymaster's tent. "I'm on light duties till the stripes heal," he told his mates, "doing sentry go on the money. I'll see you tomorrow." Major General Baird had made all the arrangements. The camp's western perimeter was guarded by men he could trust, and those men had orders to disregard anything they saw, while next day Baird promised Lawford the army would take care not to send any cavalry patrols directly west, in case those patrols discovered the two fugitives.
"Your job is to go as far west as you can tonight,"
Baird told Sharpe and Lawford when he met them close to the western picket line.
"And then keep walking west in the morning. You understand now?"
"Yes, sir," Lawford answered. The lieutenant, beneath a heavy cloak that disguised his uniform, was now dressed in the common soldier's red wool coat and white trousers. Sharpe had tugged Lawford's hair back, then wrapped it round the leather pad to form the queue, and after that he had smothered it with a mix of grease and powder, so that Lawford looked no different from any other private, except that his hands were still too soft. But at least they now had ink under the fingernails and ground into the paws. Lawford had grimaced as Sharpe had tugged at his hair, and protested when Sharpe had gouged 2 marks in his neck where a stock would have scraped twin calluses, but Baird had hushed him. Lawford winced again when he put on the leather stock and realized just what discomfort the ordinary soldier endured daily. Now, safe out of sight of the soldiers about their campfires, he dropped the cloak, pulled on a pack, and picked up his musket. Baird hauled a huge watch from his pocket and tilted its face to the half-moon.
11 o'clock, the general said. "Time you fellows were away."
He put 2 fingers in his mouth and sounded a shrill, quick whistle, and the picket, visible in the pale moonlight, magically parted north and south to leave an unguarded gap in the camp's perimeter. Baird had shaken Lawford's hand, then patted Sharpe's shoulder.
"How's your back, Sharpe?"
"Hurts like hell, sir." It did too. Baird looked worried.
"You'll manage, though?"
"I ain't soft, sir."
"I never supposed you were, Private."
Baird patted Sharpe's shoulder again, then gestured into the dark.
"Off you go, lads, and God be with you."
Baird watched the 2 men run across the open ground and disappear into the darkness on the further side. He waited for a long time, hoping to catch a last glimpse of the two men's shadows, but he saw nothing, and his best judgment suggested that he would probably never see either soldier again, and that reflection saddened him. He sounded the whistle again and watched as the sentries reformed the picket line. Then he turned and walked slowly back to his tent. "This way, Sharpe," Lawford said when they were out of earshot of the sentries. "We're following a star."
"Just like the wise men, Bill," Sharpe said.
It had taken Sharpe an extraordinary effort to use Mr. Lawford's first name, but he knew he had to do it. His survival and Lawford's depended on everything being done right. But the use of the name shocked Lawford, who stopped and stared at Sharpe. "What did you call me?"
"I called you Bill," Sharpe said, "because that's your bleeding name. You ain't an officer now, you're one of us. I'm Dick, you're Bill. And we ain't following any bloody star, we're going to those trees over there. See? The three big buggers."
"Sharpe!" Lawford protested.
"No!"
Sharpe turned savagely on Lawford.
"My job is to keep you alive, Bill, so get one thing straight. You're a bleeding private now, not a bloody officer. You volunteered, remember? And we're deserters. There ain't no ranks here, no sirs, no bloody salutes, no gentlemen. When we get back to the army, I promise you I'll pretend this never happened, and I'll salute you till my bloody arm drops off, but not now, and not till you and me get out of this bloody nonsense alive. So come on!"
Lawford, stunned by Sharpe's confidence, meekly followed. "But this is south of west," he protested, glancing up at the stars to check the direction Sharpe was taking.
"We'll go west later," Sharpe said. "Now get your bleeding stock off."
He ripped his own off and tossed it into some bushes.
"First thing any runner does, sir,"
the sir was accidental, a habit, and he silently cursed himself for using it,
"is to take off his stock. Then mess your hair and get those trousers dirty. You look like you're standing guard on Windsor bleeding Castle."
Sharpe watched as Lawford did his best to obey.
"So where did you join up, Bill?" he asked.
Lawford was still resentful of this sudden reversal of roles, but he was sensible enough to realize Sharpe was right. "Join up," he repeated. "I didn't."
"Of course you did. Where did they recruit you?"
"My home's near Portsmouth."
"That's no bloody good. Navy would press you in Portsmouth before a recruiting sergeant could get near to you. Ever been to Sheffield?"
"Good Lord, no." Lawford sounded horrified.
"Good place, Sheffield," Sharpe said. "And there's a pub on Pond Street called the Hall in the Pond. Can you remember that? The Hall in the Pond in Sheffield. It's a favourite hunting hole for the 33rd's recruiters, especially on market days. You was tricked there by some bleeding sergeant. He got you drunk, and before you knew it, you'd taken the king's shilling. He was a sergeant of the 33rd, so what did he have on his bayonet?"
"His bayonet?" Lawford, fumbling to release the leather binding of his newly clubbed hair, frowned in perplexity. "Nothing, I should hope."
"With the 33rd, Bill, the havercakes. He carried an oatcake on his bayonet, remember? And he promised to be an officer inside 2 years because he was a lying bastard. And what did you do before you met him?"
Lawford shrugged.
"A farmer? No one would ever believe you laboured on a farm," Sharpe said scornfully. "You ain't got a farmer's arms. That General Baird now, he's got proper arms. Look as if he could hoist hay all day long and not feel a damn thing, but not you. You were a lawyer's clerk."
Lawford nodded. "I think we should go now," he said, trying to reassert his rapidly vanishing authority.
"We're waiting," Sharpe said stubbornly. "So why the hell are you running?"
Lawford frowned.
"Unhappiness, I suppose." "Bleeding hell, you're a soldier. You ain't supposed to be happy. Now let's think now. You boned the captain's watch. How about that? Got caught and you faced a flogging. You saw me flogged and didn't fancy you could survive, so you and me, being mates like, ran."
"I really do think we must go," Lawford insisted.
"In a minute, sir."
Again Sharpe cursed himself for using the honorific.
"Just let my back settle down."
"Oh, of course." Lawford was immediately contrite. "But we can't wait too long, Sharpe."
"Dick, sir. You call me Dick. We're friends, remember?"
"Of course." Lawford, as uncomfortable with this sudden intimacy as with the need to waste time, settled awkwardly by Sharpe at the base of a tree. "So why did you join up?" he asked Sharpe.
"The Harmen were after me."
"The Harmen? Oh, yes, the constables." Lawford paused. Somewhere in the night a creature shrieked as it was caught by a predator, while off to the east the sergeants called to their sentries. The sky glowed with the light of the army's myriad fires. "What had you done?" Lawford asked. "Killed a man. Put a knife in him." Lawford gazed at Sharpe. "Murdered him, you mean?" "Oh, it was murder right enough, even though the bugger deserved it. But the judge at York Assizes wouldn't have seen it my way, would he? Which meant Dick Sharpe would have been Morris dancing at the end of a rope. So I reckoned it was easier to put on the scarlet coat. The Harmon don't bother a man once he's in uniform. Not unless he killed one of the gentry." Lawford hesitated, not sure whether he should inquire too deeply, then decided it was worth a try. "So, who was the fellow you killed?" "Bugger kept an inn. I worked for him, see? It was a coaching inn, so he knew what coaches were carrying good baggage, and my job was to snaffle the stuff once the coach was on the road. That and some prigging." Lawford didn't like to ask what prigging was, so kept quiet. "He were a right bastard," Sharpe went on. "But that wasn't why I stuck him. It was over a girl, see? And he and I had a disagreement about who should keep her blanket warm. He lost, and I'm here, and God knows where the lass is now." He laughed. "We're wasting time," Lawford said. "Quiet!" Sharpe snapped, then picked up his musket and pointed it towards some bushes. "Is that you, lass?" "It's me, Richard." Mary Bickerstaff emerged from the shadows carrying a bundle. "Evening, Mr. Lawford, sir," she said shyly. "Call him Bill," Sharpe insisted, then stood and shouldered his musket. "Come on, Bill," he said. "No point in wasting time here. There's 3 of us now, and wise men always travel in threes, don't they? So find your bleeding star, and let's be moving." End of Side 4. Side 5. They walked all night, following Lawford's star towards the western skyline. Lawford took Sharpe aside at one point, and, insisting on his ever more precarious authority, ordered Sharpe to send the woman back. "That's an order, Sharpe," Lawford said. "She won't go," Sharpe retorted. "We can't take a woman," Lawford snapped. "Why not? Deserters always take their valuables, sir. Bill, I mean. Christ, Private, if you mess this up, I'll make sure you get all the stripes you escaped yesterday." Sharpe grinned. "It won't be me who messes it. It's a damn fool idea itself." "Nonsense." Lawford strode ahead, forcing Sharpe to follow. Mary, guessing that they were arguing about her, kept a few paces behind. "There's nothing wrong with General Baird's notion," Lawford said. "We fall into the Tippoo's hands, we join his wretched army, find this man Ravi Shaker, then leave everything to him. And just what part does Mrs. Bickerstaff play in that?" He asked the question angrily. "Whatever part she wants," Sharpe said stubbornly. Lawford knew he should argue, or rather that he should impose his authority on Sharpe, but he sensed he could never win. He was beginning to wonder whether it had been such a good idea to bring Sharpe after all. But from the first moment when Baird had suggested this desperate endeavour, Lawford had known he would need help, and he had also known which of the Light Company's soldiers he wanted. Private Sharpe had always stood out, not just because of his height, but because he was by far the quickest-witted man in the company. But even so, Lawford hadn't been ready for the speed or force with which Sharpe had taken over this mission. Lawford had expected gratitude from Sharpe, and also deference. He even believed he deserved that deference purely by virtue of being an officer. But Sharpe had swiftly torn that assumption into tatters. It was rather as if Lawford had harnessed a solid-looking draught horse to his gig, only to discover it was a runaway racer. But why had the racehorse insisted on bringing the filly? That offended Lawford, suggesting to him that Sharpe was taking advantage of the freedom offered by this mission. Lawford glanced at Sharpe, noting how pale and strained he looked, and he guessed that the flogging had taken far more from the private than he realized. "I still think Mrs. Bickerstaff should go back to the army," he said gently. "She can't," Sharpe said curtly. "Tell him, Mary." Mary ran to catch up. "I'm not safe while Hicksville's alive," she told Lawford. "You could have been looked after," Lawford suggested vaguely. "Who by?" Mary asked. "A man looks after a woman in the army and he wants his price. You know that, sir." "Call him Bill," Sharpe snarled. "Our lives might depend on it. If one of us calls him Sir, then they'll feed us to their bloody tigers." "And it isn't just Hickswill," Mary went on. "Sergeant Green wants to marry me now, which is at least more than Hickswill does, but I don't want either. I just want to be left in peace with Richard." "God knows," Lawford said bitterly, "but you've probably jumped out of the frying pan into the fire." "I'll take my chances," Mary said obstinately, though she had taken what care she could to reduce her chances of being raped. She had dressed herself in a torn dark frock and a filthy apron, both garments as drab and greasy as she could find. She had smeared ashes and dirt into her hair, but she had done nothing to disguise the lively beauty in her face. "Besides," she said to Lawford, "neither you nor Richard speak any of the languages. You need me, and I brought some more food." She hoisted the cloth bundle. Lawford grunted. Behind them the horizon was now marked with a pale glow that silhouetted trees and bushes. He guessed they had travelled about a dozen miles, and as the pale glow turned brighter and the dawn's light seeped across the landscape, he suggested they stop and rest. Mary's bundle held a half-dozen loaves of flat unleavened bread, and had 2 canteens of water which they shared as their breakfast. After he had eaten, Lawford went into the bushes for privacy, and as he came back he saw Sharpe hit Mary hard in the face. "For God's sake, man!" Lawford shouted. "What are you doing?" "Blacking my eye," Mary answered. "I asked him to." "Dear God!" Lawford said. Mary's left eye was already swelling, and tears were running down her cheeks. "Whatever for?" "Keeps the buggers off her, of course," Sharpe said. "You're right, love." "I'll live," Mary said. "You hit hard, Richard." "Well, no point in hitting softly. Didn't mean to hurt you, though." Mary splashed water on her eye. Then they all started walking again. They were now in an open stretch of country that was dotted with groves of bright-blossomed trees. There were no villages in sight, though they did come to an aqueduct an hour after dawn, and wasted another hour trying to find a way across before simply plunging into the weed-filled water and wading through. Seringapatam lay well below the horizon, but Lawford knew the city was almost due west, and he planned to angle southwards until he reached the Corvery, and then follow that river to the city. The lieutenant's spirits were low. He had volunteered for this mission readily enough, but in the night it had begun to dawn on him just how risky the errand was. He felt lonely too. He was only 2 years older than Sharpe, and he envied Sharpe Mary's companionship, and he still resented the private's lack of deference. He didn't dare express that resentment, for he knew it would be scorned. But nor did he really wish to express it, for he had discovered that he wanted Sharpe's admiration rather than his deference. Lawford wanted to prove that he was as tough as the private, and that desire kept him stoically walking on towards the horrid unknown. Sharpe was equally worried. He liked Lawford, but suspected he would have to work hard to keep the lieutenant out of trouble. He was a quick study, the lieutenant, but so ignorant of the world's ways that he could easily betray the fact that he was no common soldier. As for the Tipu, he was an unknown danger, but Sharpe was canny enough to know that he'd have to do whatever the Tipu's men wanted. He worried about Mary, too. He persuaded her to come on this fool's errand, and she hadn't taken much persuading, but now she was here, Sharpe was concerned that he could not protect both her and Lawford. But despite his worries, he still felt free. He was, after all, off the army's leash, and he reckoned he could survive so long as Lawford made no mistake. And if Sharpe survived, he knew how to prosper. The rules were simple. Trust no one, be ever watchful, and if trouble came, hit first and hit hard. It had worked for him so far. Mary, too, had doubts. She persuaded herself she was in love with Sharpe, but she sensed a restlessness in him that made her think he might not always be in love with her. Still, she was happier here than back with the army, and that wasn't just because of Sergeant Hickswill's threat, but because, although the army was the only life Mary had ever known, she sensed the world could offer her more. She had grown up in Calcutta, and though her mother had been Indian, Mary had never felt at home in either the army or in India. She was neither one thing nor the other. To the army she was a BB, while to the Indians she was outside their castes, and she was acceptable to neither. She was a half-breed, suspended in a purgatory of distrust, with only her looks to help her survive. and though the army was the place that provided the friendliest company, it hardly offered a secure future. Ahead of her stretched a succession of husbands, each one succeeding as the previous one was killed in battle, or else died of a fever. And when she was too old to attract another man, she'd be left with her children to fend as best she could. Mary, just like Sharpe, wanted to find some way up and out of that fate, but how she was to do it she did not know, though this expedition at least gave her a chance to break temporarily out of the trap. Lawford led them to a slight hill from where, screened by flowering bushes, he scanned the country ahead. He thought he could see a gleam of water to the south, and the small glimpse was sufficient to persuade him that it must be the River Corvery. "That way," he said, "but we'll have to avoid the villages." There were two in sight, both barring the direct path to the river. "The villagers will see us anyway," Mary said. "They don't miss much." "We're not here to trouble them," Lawford said, "so perhaps they'll leave us alone." "Turn our coats, Bill," Sharpe suggested. "Turn our coats? Well, we're running, aren't we? So put your coat on back to front as a sign that you're on the run." "Well, the villagers will hardly realise the significance of that," Lawford observed tartly. "Bugger the villagers," Sharpe said. "It's the Tippoo's bloody men I'm worried about. If those bastards see redcoats, they'll shoot before they ask questions." Sharpe had already undone his crossbelts and was shrugging off the wool coat, grunting with the pain that the exertion gave to his back. Lawford, watching, saw that blood had seeped through the thick bandages to stain the dirty shirt. Lawford was reluctant to turn his coat. A turned coat was a sign of disgrace. Battalions that had let the army down in battle were sometimes forced to turn their coats as a badge of shame. But once again the lieutenant saw the wisdom of Sharpe's argument, and so he stripped and turned his coat so that its grey lining was outermost. "Maybe we shouldn't carry the muskets," he suggested. "No deserter would throw away his gun," Sharpe answered. He buckled his belt over the turned coat and picked up his gun and pack. He'd carried the pack in his hand all night, rather than have its weight press on his wounds. "You ready?" "In a moment," Lawford said. Then, to Sharpe's surprise, the lieutenant went on one knee and said a silent prayer. "I don't pray often," Lawford admitted as he stood, "but maybe some help from on high would be providential today." For today, Lawford guessed, would be the day they would meet the Tippoo's patrols. They walked south towards the gleam of water. All three were tired, and Sharpe was plainly weakened by the loss of blood, but anticipation gave them all a nervous energy. They skirted the nearest village, watched by cows with pendulous folds of skin hanging beneath their necks. Then they walked through groves of cocoa trees as the sun climbed. They saw no one. A deer skittered away from their path in the late morning, and an hour later an excited troop of small monkeys scampered beside them. At midday they rested in the small shade offered by a grove of bamboos, then pressed on again beneath the baking sun. By early afternoon the river was in sight, and Lawford suggested they should rest on its bank. Mary's eye had swollen and blackened, giving her the grotesque look she believed would protect her. "I could do with a rest now," Sharpe admitted. The pain was terrible, and every step was now an agony. "And I need to wet the bandages." "Wet them?" Lawford asked. "That's what that bastard Micklewhite said, so to keep the bandages damp, or else the stripes won't heal." "We'll wet them at the river," Lawford promised. But they never reached the river bank. They were walking beside some beech trees when a shout sounded behind them, and Sharpe turned to see horsemen coming from the west. They were fine-looking men in tiger-striped tunics, and with sparring brass helmets, who couched their lances and galloped hard towards the three fugitives. Sharpe's heart pounded. He stepped ahead of his companions and held up a hand to show they meant no harm. But the leading lancer only grinned in reply, and lowered his lance point as he pricked back his spurs. Sharpe shook his head and waved, then realized the man intended to skewer the spear into his belly. "Bastard!" Sharpe shouted, and dropped his pack and put both hands on his musket as though it was a quarterstaff. Mary screamed in terror. "No!" Lawford shouted at the galloping lancers. "No!" The lancer thrust his blade at Sharpe, who knocked the spear point aside with the muzzle of the gun, then swung the gun fast back so that its butt smacked hard onto the horse's head. The beast whinnied and reared, throwing its rider backwards. The other lancers laughed, then sawed their reins to swerve past the fallen man. Mary was shouting at them in a language Sharpe didn't understand, Lawford was waving his hands desperately, but the lancers bored on in, concentrating on Sharpe, who stepped backwards from their wicked-looking spear points. He slashed a second lance aside, then a third man rammed his spurs back and attempted to drive his spear hard into Sharpe's belly. Sharpe half managed to edge away from the blow, and instead of skewering his stomach, the lance sliced through the skin of his waist, through his coat and into the tree behind him. The lancer left his spear buried in the beech and wheeled his horse away. Sharpe was pinned to the bark, his back a sheet of agony where it was forced against the tree. He tugged at the lance, but his loss of blood had made him far too weak, and the weapon wouldn't budge. And then another lancer spurred towards him, with his spear point aimed at Sharpe's eyes. Mary shouted frantically. The spear point paused an inch from Sharpe's left eyeball. The lancer looked at Mary, grimaced at her filthy state, then said something. Mary answered. The lancer, who was evidently an officer, looked back to Sharpe and seemed to be debating whether to kill or to spare him. Finally he grinned, leant down and grasped the spear pinning Sharpe to the tree. He dragged it free. Sharpe swore foully, then collapsed at the foot of the tree. There were a score of horsemen, and they all now gathered around the fugitives. Two of them held their razor-sharp lances at Lawford's neck, while the officer spoke to Mary. She answered defiantly, and to Sharpe, who was struggling to stand, it seemed that the conversation went on for a long time, nor did the lancers seem friendly. They were magnificent-looking men, and Sharpe, despite his pain, noted how well they maintained their weapons. There was no rust on the lance-heads, and the shafts were oiled smooth. Mary argued with the officer, and he seemed indifferent to her pleading. But at last she must have made her point, for she turned and looked at Lawford. "He wants to know if you're willing to serve in the Tippoo's forces," she told the lieutenant. The lance tips were tickling Lawford's neck, and as a recruiting device they worked wonders. The lieutenant nodded eagerly. "Absolutely," he said. "Just what we want. Volunteers, tell him we're ready to serve, both of us. Long live the Tippoo!" The officer didn't need the enthusiastic reply translated. He smiled and ordered his lancers to take their weapons from the redcoat's neck. And thus Sharpe joined the enemy's army. Chapter 5. Sharpe was near to exhausted despair by the time he reached the city. The lancers had driven the three fugitives westwards at an unrelenting pace, but had offered none of them a saddle, and so the three had walked, and by the time he stumbled through the ford that took them south across the Corvery to the island on which Seringapatam was built, Sharpe's back burned like a sheet of fire. The city itself still lay a mile to the west, but the whole island had been ringed with new earthworks inside which thousands of refugees were gathered. The refugees had brought their livestock, obedient to the Tippoo's orders that all foodstock should be denied to the slowly advancing British army. A half-mile from the city wall, a second earthwork had been thrown up to protect a sprawling encampment of thatched, mud-brick barracks, in which thousands of the Tippoo's infantry and cavalry lived. None of the troops was idle. Some were drilling, others were heightening the mud wall around the encampment, and still more were firing their muskets at targets of straw men propped against the city's stone wall. The straw men were all dressed in makeshift red coats, and Lawford watched aghast as the musket knocked the targets over, or else exploded great chunks from their straw-stuffed torsos. The soldiers' families lived inside the encampment, and the women and children flocked to see the two white men pass. They assumed Sharpe and Lawford were prisoners, and some jeered as they went by, and others laughed when Sharpe staggered in pain. "Keep going, Sharpe," Lawford said encouragingly. "Call me Dick, for Christ's sake," Sharpe snapped. "Keep going, Dick," Lawford managed to say, albeit angrily for having been reproved by the private. "Not far now," Mary said in Sharpe's ear. She was helping Sharpe walk, though at times when the jeering became raucous, she clung to Sharpe for support. Ahead of them were the city walls, and Lawford, seeing them, wondered how anyone could hope to blast through such massive works. The great ramparts were lime-washed, so that they seemed to shine in the sun, and Lawford could see cannon muzzles showing in every embrasure. Cavaliers jutting out like small square bastions had been built everywhere along the face of the wall, so that yet more guns could be brought to bear on any attacker. Above the walls, on which the Tippoo's flag stirred in the small warm wind, The twin white minarets of the city's mosque towered in the sunlight. Beyond the minarets, Lawford could see the intricate tower of a Hindu temple, its stone layers elaborately carved and gorgeously painted, while just north of the temple there shone the gleaming green tiles of what Lawford supposed was the Tipu's palace. The city was all much bigger and grander than Lawford had expected, while the white-painted wall was higher and stronger than he had ever feared. He had expected a mud wall, but as he drew closer to the ramparts he could see that these eastern walls were made from massive stone blocks that would need to be chipped away by the siege guns if a breach were ever to be made. In places where the wall had been damaged by previous sieges, there were patches where the stone had been repaired by brickwork, but nowhere did the wall look weak. It was true that the city had not had time to build itself a modern European type of defence, with star-shaped walls and outlying forts and awkward bastions and confusing ravelins, but even so the place looked dauntingly strong. And even now vast ant-like gangs of labourers, some of them naked in the heat, were carrying baskets of deep red earth on their backs and piling the soil to heighten the glacis that lay directly in front of the lime-washed walls. The growing earthen glacis that was separated from the walls by a ditch that could be flooded with river water was designed to deflect the besiegers' shots up and over the ramparts. Lawford consoled himself that Lord Cornwallis had managed to smash into this formidable city 7 years before, but the heightening of the glacis demonstrated that the Tipu had learned from that defeat, and suggested that General Harris would not find it nearly so easy. The lancers ducked their spired helmets as they clattered through the tunnel of the city's Bangalore gate, and so led the fugitives into the stinking tangle of crowded streets. The spears forged the lancers' path, driving civilians aside and forcing wagons and handcarts into hasty retreats up any convenient alley. Even the sacred cows wandered freely inside the city were forced aside, though the lancers did it gently, not wanting to offend the sensibilities of the Hindus. They passed the mosque, then turned down a street lined with shops, their open fronts thickly hung with cloth, silk, silver jewellery, vegetables, shoes, and hides. In one alley Lawford caught a glimpse of blood-soaked men butchering 2 camels, and the sight almost made him gag. A naked child hurled a bloody camel's tail at the 2 white men, and soon a horde of tattered, chanting children were dodging through the lancers' horses to mock the prisoners and pelt them with animal dung. Sharpe cursed them. Lawford hunched low as he walked, and the children only ran away when 2 European soldiers, both dressed in blue jackets, chased them away. "Prisonnier!" one of the 2 men called cheerfully. "Non, monsieur," Lawford answered in his best schoolboy French. "Nous sommes déserteurs." "Mais c'est bon." The man tossed Lawford a mango. "La femme aussi?" "La femme est notre prisonnière." Lawford tried a little wit, and was rewarded with a laugh and a farewell shout of bonne chance. "You speak French?" Sharpe asked. "A little," Lawford claimed modestly. "Really, only a little." "Bloody amazing," Sharpe said, and Lawford was obscurely pleased that he had at last succeeded in impressing his companion. "But not many private soldiers speak frog." Sharpe dashed Lawford's pleasure. "So don't show yourself as being too good at it. Stick to bloody English." "I didn't think of that," Lawford said ruefully. He looked at the mango as though he had never seen such a piece of fruit before, and it was plain that his hunger was tempting him to bite into the sweet flesh. But then his manners prevailed, and he gallantly insisted that Mary eat the fruit instead. The lancers turned into a delicately sculpted archway, where 2 sentries stood guard. Once inside the archway, the cavalrymen slid down from their saddles, and, lancers in hand, led their horses down a narrow passage between 2 high brick walls. Sharpe, Mary, and Lawford were more or less abandoned just inside the gateway, where the 2 sentries ignored them, but did chase away the more curious townsfolk who gathered to stare at the Europeans. Sharpe sat on a mounting block and tried to ignore the pain in his back. Then the lancer officer returned and shouted at them to follow him. He led them through another arch, then under an arcade where flowers twined round pillars, and so to a guard-room. The officer said something to Mary, then locked the door. "He says we're to wait," Mary said. She still had the mango, and though the lancers had stripped Sharpe and Lawford of their coats and packs, and had searched the 2 men for coins and hidden weapons, they had not searched Mary, and she took a small folding penknife from an inside pocket of her skirt and cut the fruit into 3 portions. Lawford ate his share, then wiped juice from his chin. "Did you ever get that picklock, Sharpe?" he asked. Saw Sharpe's furious glare, and coloured. "Dick," he corrected himself. "Had it all along," Sharpe said. "Mary's got it, and she's got the guinea." He grinned despite his pain. "You mean you lied to General Baird?" Lawford asked sternly. "Course I bloody lied," Sharpe snarled. "What kind of a fool admits to having a picklock?" For a moment Lawford looked as though he would reprove Sharpe for dishonesty, but the lieutenant controlled the urge. He merely shook his head in mute disapproval, then sat with his back against the bare brick wall. The floor was made of small green tiles on which Sharpe lay on his belly. In minutes he was asleep. Mary sat beside him, sometimes stroking his hair, and Lawford found himself embarrassed by her display of affection. He felt he ought to talk with Mary, but found he had nothing to say, and so decided it was better not to speak in case he woke Sharpe. He waited. Somewhere deep in the palace a fountain splashed. Once there was a great clatter of hoofs as cavalrymen led their horses out from the inner stables, but most of the time it was quiet in the room. It was also blessedly cool. Sharpe woke after dark. He groaned as the pains in his back registered, and Mary hushed him. "What time is it, love?" Sharpe asked her. "Late." "Jesus!" Sharpe said as a stab of agony tore down his spine. He sat up, whimpering with the effort, and tried to prop himself against the wall. A wan moonlight came through the small barred window, and Mary in its dim light could see the bloodstains spreading through the bandages and onto Sharpe's shirt. "Have they forgotten us?" Sharpe asked. "No," Mary said. "They brought us some water while you were asleep. Here." She lifted the jug towards him. "And they gave us a bucket." She gestured across the dim cell. "For—" She faltered. "I can smell what the bucket's for," Sharpe said. He took the jug and drank. Lawford was slumped against the far wall, and there was a small open book face down on the floor beside the sleeping lieutenant. Sharpe grimaced. "Glad the bugger's brought something useful," he said to Mary. "You mean this?" Lawford said, indicating the book. He had not been asleep after all. Sharpe wished he hadn't used the insult, but didn't know how to retrieve it. "Well, what is it?" he asked instead. "A Bible." "Bloody hell," Sharpe said. "You don't approve?" Lawford asked icily. "I had a bellyful of the good book when I was in the Foundlings' Home," Sharpe said. "If they weren't reading it to us, they were hitting us round the head with it. And it wasn't some little book like that one, but a bloody great big thick thing. Could have stunned an ox, that Bible." "Did they teach you to read it?" Lawford asked. We weren't reckoned good enough to read. Good enough to pick hemp we were, but not read. They just read it to us at breakfast. It was the same every morning. Cold porridge, tin of water, and an earful of Abraham and Isaac." "So you can't read?" Lawford asked. "Course I can't read." Sharpe laughed scornfully. "What the bloody hell's the use of reading?" "Don't be a fool, Dick," Lawford said patiently. "Only a fool takes pride in pretending that a skill he doesn't possess is worthless." For a second Lawford was tempted to launch himself on a panegyric of reading. How it would open a new world to Sharpe, a world of drama and story and information and poetry and timeless wisdom. Then he thought better of it. "You want your sergeant's stripes, don't you?" he asked instead. "A man doesn't have to read to be a sergeant," Sharpe said stubbornly. "No, but it helps, and you'll be a better sergeant if you can read. Otherwise the company clerks tell you what the reports say, and what the lists say, and what the punishment book says, and the quartermasters will rob you blind. But if you can read, then you'll know when they're lying to you." There was a long silence. Somewhere in the palace a sentry's footsteps echoed off stone. Then came a sound so familiar that it almost made Lawford weep for homesickness. It was a clock striking the hour. 12 o'clock. Midnight. "Is it hard?" Sharpe finally asked. "Learning to read," Lawford said. "Not really." "Then you and Mary had better teach me, Bill, hadn't you?" "Yes," Lawford said. "Yes, we had." They were taken out of the guardroom in the morning. 4 tiger-striped soldiers fetched them and pushed them down the arcade, then into a narrow corridor that seemed to run beside the kitchens, and afterwards through a shadowed tangle of stables and storerooms that led to a double gate which opened into a large courtyard where the bright sun made them blink. Then Sharpe's eyes adjusted to the brilliant daylight, and he saw what waited for them in the courtyard, and he swore. There were 6 tigers, all of them huge beasts with yellow eyes and dirty teeth. The animals stared at the 3 newcomers. Then one of the tigers rose, arched its back, shook himself, and slowly padded towards them. "Jesus Christ!" Sharpe said. But just then the tiger's chain lifted from the dusty ground, stretched taut, and the tiger, cheated of its breakfast, growled and went back to the shadows. Another beast scratched itself. A third yawned. "Look at the size of the bastards," Sharpe said. "Just big pussycats," Lawford said with an insouciance he didn't entirely feel. "Then you go and scratch their chins," Sharpe said, "and see if they purr. Bugger off, you!" This was to another curious beast that was straining towards him from the end of its chain. "Need a big mouse to feed one of those bastards." "The tigers can't reach you." A voice spoke in English from behind them. "Unless their keepers release them from their chains. Good morning." Sharpe turned. A tall, middle-aged officer with a black moustache had come into the courtyard. He was a European and wore the blue uniform of France. "I am Colonel Goudin," the officer said. "And you are—" For a moment none of them spoke, and then Lawford straightened to attention. "William Lawford, sir." "His name's Bill," Sharpe said. "I'm called Dick. This is my woman." He put an arm round Mary's shoulder. Goudin grimaced as he looked at Mary's swollen black eye and her filthy skirts. "You have a name?" He paused. "Mademoiselle?" He finally decided that that was the most appropriate way to address Mary. "Mary, sir." She made a small curtsy, and Goudin returned the courtesy with an inclination of his head. "And your name?" he asked Sharpe. "Sharpe, sir. Dick Sharpe." "And you are deserters?" the colonel asked with a measure of distaste. "Yes, sir," Lawford said. "I am never certain that deserters are to be trusted," Goudin said mildly. He was accompanied by a burly French sergeant who kept giving the tigers nervous glances. "If a man can betray one flag," Goudin observed, "why not another?" "A man might have good reason to betray his flag, sir," Sharpe said defiantly. "And your reason, Sharpe?" Sharpe turned round so that the blood on his back was visible. He let Goudin stare at the stains, then turned back. "Is that good enough, sir?" Goudin shuddered. "I never understand why the British flog their soldiers. It's barbarism." He waved irritably at the flies which buzzed about his face. "Sheer barbarism." "You don't flog in the French army, sir?" "Of course not," Goudin said scornfully. He put a hand on Sharpe's shoulder and turned him around again. "When was this done to you?" "A couple of days ago, sir." "Have you changed the bandages?" "No, sir. Wetted them, though." "You'll still be dead in a week unless we do something," Goudin said, then turned and spoke to the sergeant, who walked briskly out of the courtyard. Goudin turned Sharpe around again. "So what have you done to deserve such barbarism, Private Sharpe?" "Nothing, sir." "Beyond nothing," Goudin said tiredly, as though he had heard every excuse imaginable. "I hit a sergeant, sir." "And you?" Goudin challenged Lawford. "Why did you run?" "They were going to flog me, sir." Lawford was nervous telling the lie, and the nervousness intrigued Goudin. "For doing nothing?" Goudin asked with amusement. "For stealing a watch, sir." Lawford reddened as he spoke. "Which I did steal," he added, but most unconvincingly. He had made no effort to hide the accent that betrayed his education, though whether Goudin's ear was sufficiently attuned to English to detect the nuance was another matter. The Frenchman was certainly intrigued by Lawford. "What did you say your name was?" the colonel asked. "Lawford, sir." Goudin gave Lawford a long scrutiny. The Frenchman was tall and thin, with a lugubrious and tired face, but his eyes, Sharpe decided, were shrewd and kind. Goudin, Sharpe reckoned, was a gentleman, a proper type of officer. Like Lawford, really. And maybe that was the trouble. Maybe Goudin had already seen through Lawford's disguise. "You do not seem to me, Private Lawford, to be a typical British soldier," Goudin said, thus fulfilling Sharpe's fears. "In France, now, you would be nothing strange, for we must insist that every young man serve his country. But in Britain, am I not right, you only accept the dregs of the streets, men from the gutter?" "Men like me," Sharpe said. "Quiet!" Goudin reproved Sharpe with a sudden authority. "I did not speak to you." The Frenchman took one of Lawford's hands and mutely inspected the soft, uncalloused fingers. "How is it that you are in the army, Lawford?" "Father went bankrupt, sir," Lawford said, conjuring the worst disaster that he could ever imagine. "But the son of a bankrupt father can take employment, can he not?" Goudin looked again at the soft fingers, then released Lawford's hand. "And any job surely is better than the life of a British soldier." "I got drunk, sir," Lawford said miserably, "and I met a recruiting sergeant." The lieutenant's misery was not at the imagined memory, but at the difficulty he was having in telling the lie. But his demeanour impressed Goudin. "It was in a pub, sir, in Sheffield," Lawford went on. "The Horse in the Lake, sir, in Sheffield, sir, in Pond Lane, sir, on Market—" His voice tailed away as he suddenly realized he didn't know which day of the week the market was held. "In Sheffield?" Goudin asked. "Is that not where they make iron and, what is the word, cutlery? You don't look like a cutler, Lawford." "I was a lawyer's apprentice, sir." Lawford was blushing violently. He knew he'd mixed up the name of the pub, though it was doubtful that Colonel Goudin would ever know the difference, but the lieutenant was certain his lies were as transparent as a pane of glass. "And your job in the army?" Goudin asked. "Company clerk, sir." Goudin smiled. "No ink on your breeches, Lawford. In our army the clerks spatter ink everywhere." For a moment it seemed as though Lawford was about to abandon his lie, and in his misery confess the whole truth to the Frenchman. But then the lieutenant had a sudden inspiration. "I wear an apron, sir, when I'm writing. I don't want to be punished for a dirty uniform, sir." Goudin laughed. In truth, he had never doubted Lawford's story, mistaking the lieutenant's embarrassment for shame at his family's bankruptcy. If anything, the Frenchman felt sorry for the tall, fair-haired and fastidious young man who should plainly never have become a soldier. And that, to Goudin, was enough to explain Lawford's nervousness. "You're a clerk, eh? So does that mean you see paperwork?" "A lot, sir." "So, do you know how many guns the British are bringing here?" Goudin asked. "How much ammunition?" Lawford shook his head in consternation. For a few seconds he was speechless, then managed to say that he never saw that sort of paperwork. "It's just company papers I see, sir. Punishment books, that sort of thing." "Bloody thousands," Sharpe interjected. "Beg pardon for speaking, sir." "Thousands of what?" Goudin asked. "Bullocks, sir. 6 18-pounder shots strapped on a piece, sir, and some of the bugs have got 8. But it's thousands of round shot." 2,000, 3? Goudin asked. "More than that, sir. I ain't seen or heard the size of it. Not even when the Scots drive the beeves down from Scotland to London." Goudin shrugged. He very much doubted whether these two could tell him anything useful, certainly nothing that the Tipu's scouts and spies had not already discovered, but the questions had to be asked. Now, waving flies from his face, he told the two deserters what they might expect. "His Majesty the Tipu Sultan will decide your fate, and if he is merciful he will want you to serve in his forces. I assume you're willing?" "Yes, sir," Sharpe said eagerly. "That's why we came, sir." "Good," Goudin said. "The Tipu might want you in one of his own kushuns. That's the word they use for a regiment here, a kushun. They're all good soldiers and well trained, and you'll be made welcome, but there is one disadvantage. You'll both have to be circumcised." Lawford went pale, while Sharpe just shrugged. "Is that bad, sir?" "You know what circumcision is, Private?" "Something the army does to you, sir? Like swear you in?" Goudin smiled. "Not quite, Sharpe. The Tipu is a Muslim, and he likes his foreign volunteers to join his religion. It means one of his holy men will cut your foreskin off. It's quite quick, just like Slicing the top from a soft-boiled egg, really? My prick!
Sharpe was as aghast as Lawford now.
It's over in seconds,
Goudin reassured them.
though the bleeding can last for a while, and you cannot, how shall I say...
He glanced at Mary, then back to Sharpe.
You can't let the egg become hard-boiled for a few weeks. Bloody hell, sir, Sharpe said. For religion? I do that? We Christians sprinkle babies with water, Goudin said, and the Muslims chop off foreskins.
The Frenchman paused, then smiled.
However, I cannot think that a man with a bleeding prick will make a good soldier, and your armies will be here in a few days, so I will suggest to His Majesty that the two of you serve with my men. We are few, but none of us are Muslims, and all of our soft-boiled eggs retain their full shells.
Quite right too, sir, Sharpe said enthusiastically. And it'll be an honour to serve you, sir, he added.
In a French battalion?
Goudin teased him.
Well, if you don't flog, sir, and you don't carve up pricks, then it'll be more than an honour.
If the Tipu allows it, Goudin warned them.
Which he may not, but I think he might. I have other Britishers in the battalion, and some Germans and Swiss. I'm sure you'll be happy there.
He looked at Mary.
But what of you, mademoiselle?
Mary touched Sharpe's elbow.
I came with Richard, sir.
Goudin inspected her black eye.
How did that happen, mademoiselle? I fell, sir, Mary said.
Goudin's face flickered with a smile.
Or did Private Sharpe hit you, so that you would not appear attractive? I fell over, sir.
Goudin nodded.
You hit hard, Private Sharpe.
No point else, sir.
That's true, Goudin said, then shrugged. My men have their women. If His Majesty allows it, I don't see why the two of you should not stay together.
He turned as his sergeant reappeared, bringing with him an elderly Indian who carried a cloth-covered basket.
This is Dr. Venkatesh, Goudin said, greeting the doctor with a bow, and he is quite as good as any physician I ever found in Paris. I imagine, Sharpe, that removing those filthy bandages will hurt.
Not as much as circumscribing, sir.
Goudin laughed. All the same, I think you had better sit down.
Removing the bandages hurt like buggery. Mr. Micklewhite, the surgeon, had put a salve on the lashes, but no army surgeon ever wasted too much precious ointment on a common soldier, and Micklewhite had not used enough salve to stop the bandages from crusting to the wounds, and so the cloth had become one clotted mass of linen and dried blood that tore the scabs away from the wounds as the Indian peeled the bandages away. Dr. Venkatesh was indeed skilful and gentle, and his voice was ever soothing in Sharpe's ear as he delicately prized the horrid mess away from the torn flesh. But even so, Sharpe couldn't forbear from whimpering as the bandages were lifted. The tigers, smelling fresh blood, lunged at their chains, so that the courtyard was filled with the clank and snap of stretching links. The Indian doctor plainly disapproved of both the injury and the treatment. He tutted and muttered and shook his head as the carnage was revealed. Then, when he'd picked the last filthy scrap of bandage away with a pair of ivory tweezers, he poured an unguent over Sharpe's back, and the cool liquid was wonderfully soothing. Sharpe sighed with relief. Then suddenly the doctor sprang away from him, stood, clasped his hands, and bowed low. Sharpe twisted round to see that a group of Indians had come into the courtyard. At their head was a shortish, plump man, maybe 50 years old, with a round face and a neatly trimmed black moustache. He was dressed in a white silk tunic, above white silk leggings and black leather boots, but the simple clothes glittered with jewels. He wore rubies on his turban, diamond-studded bangles on his arms, and pearls were sewn onto his blue silk sash, from which there hung a sapphire-studded scabbard, in which rested a sword with a golden hilt fashioned into the face of a snarling tiger. Dr. Venkatesh backed hurriedly away, still bowing, while Goudin stood respectfully at attention.
"The Tipu,"
Goudin warned Sharpe and Lawford in a whisper, and Sharpe struggled to his feet and, like the Frenchman, stood to attention. The Tipu stood a half-dozen paces short of Sharpe and Lawford. He stared at them for a few seconds, then spoke softly to his interpreter.
"Turn round," the interpreter ordered Sharpe. Sharpe obediently turned, showing his back to the Tipu, who, fascinated by the open wounds, stepped close so he could inspect the damage. Sharpe could feel the Tipu's breath on the back of his neck. He could smell the man's subtle perfume, and then he felt a spider-soft touch as the Tipu fingered a strip of hanging skin. Then a sudden pain like the blow of a red-hot poker slammed through Sharpe. He almost cried aloud, but instead he stiffened and flinched. The Tipu had thrust the tiger hilt of his sword against the deepest wound to see Sharpe's reaction. He ordered Sharpe to turn around and peered up to see whether there were any tears showing. Tears were pricking at Sharpe's eyes, but none spilt onto his cheeks. The Tipu nodded approval and stepped back. "So, tell me about them," he ordered Goudin. "Ordinary deserters," Goudin said in French to the interpreter. "That one," he indicated Sharpe, "is a tough soldier, who'd probably be a credit to any army. The other one's just a clerk." Lawford tried not to show his disapproval of the judgment. The Tipu glanced at him, saw nothing to interest him, and looked at Mary instead. "The woman?" he asked Goudin. "She's with the tall one," Goudin said, again indicating Sharpe, then waited as the interpreter turned his answer into Persian. The Tipu gave Mary a brief inspection. She was slouching, trying to accentuate her drab, bruised and dirty appearance. But when she saw his pensive gaze, she became flustered and tried to make a curtsy. The Tipu seemed amused by the gesture, then looked back to Goudin. "So what do they know of the British plans?" he asked, gesturing at Lawford and Sharpe. "Nothing." "They say they know nothing," the Tipu corrected Goudin. "And they're not spies?" Goudin shrugged. "How can one tell? But I think not." "I think we can tell," the Tipu said, "and I think we can discover what kind of soldiers they are, too." He turned and rapped some orders to an aide, who bowed, then ran out of the courtyard. The aide returned with a pair of hunting muskets. The long-barrelled weapons were like no guns Sharpe had ever seen, for their stocks were crusted with jewels and inlaid with a delicate ivory filigree. The jewel butts had an extravagant flare at their shoulder-pieces, and the two guns' trigger guards were rimmed with small rubies. The dog heads that held the flints had been fashioned into tiger heads, with diamonds for the tiger's eyes. The Tipu took the guns, made sure their flints were properly seated within the tiger jaws, then tossed one gun to Lawford and the other to Sharpe. The aide then placed a pot filled with black powder on the ground, and beside it a pair of musket balls that Sharpe could have sworn were made of silver. "Load the guns," the interpreter said. A British soldier, like any other, learned to load with a paper cartridge, but there was no mystery about using naked powder and ball. Plainly the Tipu wished to see how proficient the two men were, and while Lawford hesitated, Sharpe stooped to the pot and took out a handful of powder. He straightened up and let the black powder trickle down the gun's chased barrel. The powder was extraordinarily fine, and a fair bit blew away on the small wind, but he had enough to spare. And once the charge was safe inside the barrel, he stooped again, picked up the bullet, shoved it into the muzzle, and scraped the ramrod out of its 3 golden hoops. He twirled the ramrod, let it slide through his hand onto the bullet, and then slammed the missile hard down onto the powder charge. The Tipu had provided no wadding, but Sharpe guessed it didn't matter. He pulled the ramrod out, reversed it, and let it fall into the precious loops beneath the long barrel. Then he stooped again, took a pinch of powder, primed the gun, closed the frizzen, and stood to attention with the gun's jewelled butt grounded beside him. "Sir," he said, signifying he was done. Lawford was still trying to trickle powder into the muzzle. The lieutenant was just as proficient at loading a gun as Sharpe, but being an officer he was never required to do it quickly, for that was the one indispensable skill of a private soldier. Lawford only loaded guns while hunting, but in the army he had a servant who loaded his pistols, and never in his life had he needed to be quick with a gun, and now he demonstrated a lamentable slowness. "He was a clerk, sir," Sharpe explained to Goudin. He paused to lick the powder residue off his fingers. "He never needed to fight like." The interpreter translated the words for the Tipu, who waited patiently as Lawford finished loading the musket. The Tipu, like his entourage, was amused at the Englishman's slowness, but Sharpe's explanation that Lawford had been a clerk seemed to convince them. Lawford at last finished, and, very self-consciously, stood to attention.
"You can evidently load," the Tipu said to Sharpe, "but can you shoot?"
"Aye, sir," Sharpe answered the interpreter. The Tipu pointed over Sharpe's shoulder.
"Then shoot him."
Sharpe and Lawford both turned to see an elderly British officer being escorted through the courtyard's gate. The man was weak and pale, and he stumbled as the bright sunlight struck his eyes. He coughed with a manacled hand at his face, then looked up and recognized Lawford. For a second an expression of disbelief crossed his face. Then he managed to hide whatever emotion he was feeling. The officer was white-haired and dressed in a kilt and red jacket, both garments stained with dust and damp, and Sharpe, horrified to see a British officer so dishevelled and humiliated, presumed this had to be Colonel McCandless. "You can't shoot—" Lawford began.
"Shut up, Bill,"
Sharpe said, and brought the musket up to his shoulder and swung its muzzle to face the horrified Scots officer.
"Wait!"
Goudin shouted, then spoke urgently to the Tipu. The Tipu laughed away Goudin's protest. Instead he had his interpreter ask Sharpe what he thought about British officers.
"Scum, sir,"
Sharpe said loudly enough for Colonel McCandless to hear.
"Goddamn bloody scum, sir. Think they're better than us because the bosses can read, and were born with a bit of money, but there ain't one I couldn't beat in a fight." "You are willing to shoot that one?" the interpreter asked. "I'll pay for the chance," Sharpe said vengefully.
Lawford hissed at him, but Sharpe ignored the warning.
"Pay for it," he said again. "His Majesty would like you to do it very close," the interpreter said. "He wants you to blow the man's head off." "It'll be a bloody pleasure," Sharpe said enthusiastically.
He cocked the gun as he walked towards the man he presumed he'd been sent to save. He stared at McCandless as he approached, and there was nothing but brute pleasure on Sharpe's hard face.
"Stuck-up Scotch bastard!"
Sharpe spat at him. He looked at the two guards who still flanked the colonel.
"Move out the way, you stupid sods, else you'll be smothered in the boss's blood."
The two men stared blankly at him, but neither moved, and Sharpe guessed that neither man spoke any English. Dr. Venkatesh, who'd been trying to hide in the gateway's shadows, shook his head in horror at what was about to happen. Sharpe raised the musket so that its muzzle was no more than 6 inches from McCandless's face.
"Any message for General Harris?"
he asked softly. McCandless again hid his reaction, other than sparing one glance at Lawford. Then he looked back to Sharpe and spat at him.
"Attack anywhere but from the west,"
the Scotsman said quietly, and then much louder,
"May God forgive you!"
"Bugger God," Sharpe said, then pulled the trigger. The flint fell, it snapped its spark on the frizzen, and nothing else happened. McCandless's face jerked back as the flint sparked, then an expression of pure relief crossed his face. Sharpe hesitated a second, then drove the gun's muzzle into the colonel's belly. The blow looked hard, but he checked it at the last moment. McCandless still doubled over, gasping, and Sharpe raised the dual butt to bring it hard down on the officer's grey head.
"Stop!"
Goudin shouted. Sharpe paused and turned.
"I thought you wanted the bugger dead."
The Tipu laughed.
"We need him alive for a while, but you passed your test."
He turned and spoke to Goudin, and Goudin answered vigorously. It seemed to Sharpe that they were discussing his fate, and he prayed he would be spared a painful initiation into one of the Tipu's kushuns. Another Indian officer, a tall man in a silk tunic decorated with the Tipu's tiger stripes, was talking to Mary, while Sharpe still stood above the crouching McCandless.
"Did Harris send you?"
McCandless asked softly.
"Yes,"
Sharpe hissed, not looking at the colonel. Mary was shaking her head. She glanced at Sharpe, then looked back to the tall Indian.
"Beware of the west," McCandless whispered. "Nothing else."
The Scotsman groaned, pretending to be in much more pain than he was. He retched dryly, tried to stand, and instead toppled over.
"You're a traitor," he said loudly enough for Goudin to hear him, "and you'll die a traitor's death."
Sharpe spat on McCandless.
"Come here, Sharpe."
Goudin, disapproval plain in his voice, ordered him. Sharpe marched back to Lawford's side, where one of the Tipu's attendants took back the 2 muskets. The Tippoo gestured at McCandless's guards, evidently signifying that the Scotsman was to be returned to his cell. The Tippoo then gave Sharpe an approving nod before turning and leading his entourage out of the courtyard. The tall Indian in the silk tiger stripes beckoned to Mary. "I'm to go with him, love," she explained to Sharpe. "I thought you were staying with me," Sharpe protested. "I'm to earn my keep," she said. "I'm to teach his little sons English. And sweep and wash, of course," she added bitterly. Colonel Goudin intervened. "She will join you later," he told Sharpe. "But for now you're both, how do you say it, on test." "Probation, sir," Lawford offered. "Exactly," Goudin said. "And soldiers on probation are not permitted wives. Don't worry, Sharpe. I'm sure your woman will be safe in General Rao's house. Now go, mademoiselle." Mary stood on tiptoe and kissed Sharpe's cheek. "I'll be all right, love," she whispered. "And so will you." "Look after yourself, lass," Sharpe said, and watched her follow the tall Indian officer out of the courtyard. Goudin gestured towards the archway. "We must let Dr. Venkatesh finish your back, Sharpe, and then give you both new uniforms and muskets. Welcome to the Tippoo Sultan's army, gentlemen. You earn a header each every day." "Good money," Sharpe said, impressed. A header was worth £0.50, far above the miserable twopence a day he received in the British army. "But doubtless in arrears," Lawford said sarcastically. He was still angry at Sharpe for having tried to shoot McCandless, and the musket's misfire had not placated him. "The pay is always in arrears," Goudin admitted cheerfully. "But in what army is the pay ever on time? Officially you earn a header a day, though you will rarely receive it. But I can promise you other consolations. Now, come." He summoned Dr. Venkatesh, who retrieved his basket and followed Goudin out of the palace. Thus Sharpe went to meet his new comrades and readied himself to face a new enemy, his own side. End of Side 5. Side 6. General David Baird did not feel guilty about Sharpe and Lawford, for they were soldiers and were paid to take risks, but he did feel responsible for them. The fact that neither the British nor Indian cavalry patrols had discovered the two men suggested that they might well have reached Seringapatam. But the more Baird thought about their mission, the less sanguine he was about its successful completion. It had seemed a good idea when he'd first thought of it, but 2 days' reflection had diluted that initial hope with a score of reservations. He'd always suspected that even with the help of Ravi Shekhar, their chances of rescuing McCandless were woefully small. But at the very least he'd hoped they might learn McCandless's news and succeed in bringing it out of the city. But now he feared that neither man would even survive. At best, he thought, the two men could only hope to escape execution by joining the Tippoo's forces, which would mean that both Sharpe and Lawford would be in enemy uniform when the British assaulted the city. There was little Baird could do about that, but he could prevent a dreadful miscarriage of justice following the city's fall. And so that night, when the two armies' great encampment was established just a few days' march from their goal, Baird sought out the lines of the 33rd. Major Shee seemed alarmed at the general's sudden appearance, but Baird soothed the major and explained he had a little business with the light company.
"Nothing to trouble you, Major. Just an administrative matter. A triviality."
"I'll take you to Captain Morris, sir,"
Shee said, then clapped on his hat and led the general down the line of officers' tents.
"It's the end one, sir," he said nervously. "Do you need me at all?"
"I wouldn't waste your time, Shee, on trifles, but I'm obliged for your help, though."
Baird found a shirt-sleeved Captain Morris frowning at his paperwork in the company of an oddly malevolent-looking sergeant, who at the general's unannounced arrival sprang to quivering attention. Morris hastily placed his cocked hat over a tin mug that Baird suspected was full of arrack.
"Captain Morris?"
the general asked.
"Sir!"
Morris upset his chair as he stood up. Then he plucked his red coat off the floor where it had fallen with the chair. Baird waved to show that Morris need not worry about donning a coat.
"There's no need for formality, Captain. Leave your coat off, man, leave it off. That's desperately hot, isn't it?"
"Unbearable, sir,"
Morris said nervously. "I'm Baird." Baird introduced himself. "I don't think we've had the pleasure."
No, sir."
Morris was too nervous to introduce himself properly.
"Sit you down, man,"
Baird said, trying to put the captain at his ease.
"Sit you down. May I?"
Baird gestured at Morris's cot, asking permission to use it as a chair.
"Thank you kindly,"
Baird said. Then he sat, took off his plumed hat, and fanned his face with its brim.
"I think I've forgotten what cold weather's like. Do you think it still snows anywhere? May God, but it saps a man, this heat. Saps him."
"Do relax, Sergeant."
"Oh, thank you, sir."
Sergeant Hakeswill's stiff posture unbent a fraction. Baird smiled at Morris.
"You lost 2 men this week, Captain, did you not?"
"2 men?" Morris frowned. That bastard Sharpe had run, taking his baby with him, but who else? "Oh," Morris said, "you mean Lieutenant Lawford, sir?"
"The very fellow. A lucky fellow too, eh? Carrying the dispatch to Madras. It's quite an honour for him."
Baird shook his head ruefully.
"Myself, I'm not so certain that little scrap the other day was worth a dispatch, but General Harris insisted, and your colonel chose Lawford."
Baird was using the excuse the army had invented to explain Lawford's disappearance. The excuse had provoked some resentment in the 33rd, for Lawford was one of the most junior of the battalion's lieutenants, and most men who carried dispatches could expect a promotion as a reward for the task, which in turn was usually only given to men who distinguished themselves in battle. It seemed to Morris, as to every other officer in the battalion, that Lawford had neither distinguished himself nor deserved promotion, but Morris could hardly admit as much to Baird. "Very glad for him," Morris managed to say.
"Found a replacement, have you?"
Baird asked. "Ensign Fitzgerald, sir," Morris said. "Lieutenant Fitzgerald now, sir, by brevet, of course." Morris managed to sound disapproving. He would have much preferred Ensign Hicks to have received the temporary promotion, but Hicks did not have the £150 needed to purchase up from ensign to lieutenant, whereas Fitzgerald did. And if Lawford's reward for carrying the dispatches was a promotion to captain, then Fitzgerald must replace him. In Morris's opinion, the newly breveted lieutenant was altogether too easy with the men. But a money draft was a money draft, and Fitzgerald was the moneyed candidate, and so he had been given the temporary rank.
"And the other fellow you lost?"
Baird asked, trying hard to sound casual.
"The private. And the book, is it?" "He's in the book all right, sir,"
the sergeant answered for Morris.
"Hakeswill, sir." He introduced himself. "Sergeant Obadiah Hakeswill, sir. Man and boy in the army, sir, and at your command, sir."
"What was the rogue's name?" Baird asked Morris.
"Sharpe, sir,"
Hakeswill again answered.
"Richard Sharpe, sir, and as filthy horrible a little piece of work as ever I did see, sir, in all my born days, sir."
"The book?" Baird asked Morris, ignoring Hakeswill's judgment. Morris frantically searched the mess on his desk for the punishment book, at the back of which were kept the army's official forms for deserters. Hakeswill eventually found it, and with a crisp gesture handed it to the general.
"Sir."
Baird leafed through the front pages, finally discovering the entry for Sharpe's court-martial.
2,000 strokes, the Scotsman said in horror. "Oh, it must have been a grave offence." "Struck a sergeant, sir," Hakeswill announced.
"You, perhaps?" Baird asked dryly, noting the sergeant's swollen and bruised nose.
"Without any provocation, sir," Hakeswill said earnestly. "As God is my judge, sir, I never treated young Dick Sharpe with anything but kindness. Like one of my own children he was, sir, if I had any children, which I don't, at least not so as I knows of. He was a very lucky man, sir, to be let off at 200 lashes, and you see how he rewards us."
Hakeswill sniffed indignantly. Baird did not respond, but just turned to the last page of the book, where he found the name Richard Sharpe filled in at the top of the printed form, and beneath it Sharpe's age, which was given as 22 years and 6 months, though Captain Morris, if indeed it had been Morris who had filled in the form, had placed a question mark beside the age. Sharpe's height was reported at 6 feet, only 4 inches less than Baird himself, who was one of the tallest men in the army. Make or form was the next question, to which Morris had answered, well built, and there followed a list of headings: head, face, eyes, eyebrows, nose, mouth, neck, hair, shoulders, arms, hands, thighs, legs, and feet. Morris had filled them all in, thus offering a comprehensive description of the missing man. Where born was answered simply by London, while besides former trade or occupation was written thief. The form then gave the date and place of desertion, and offered a description of the clothes the deserter had been wearing when last seen. The final item on the form was general remarks, beside which Morris had written, "Back scarred from flogging, a dangerous man." Baird shook his head.
"A formidable description, Captain," the General said.
"Thank you, sir."
"It's been distributed?"
"Tomorrow, sir."
Morris blushed. The form should have been copied out 4 times. One copy went to the General commanding the army, who would have it copied again and distributed to every unit under his command. A second copy would go to Madras in case Sharpe ran there. A third copy went to the War Office in London, to be copied again and given to all recruiting officers in case the man succeeded in reaching Britain and tried to rejoin the army, while the last copy was supposedly sent to the man's home parish to alert his neighbours to his treachery and the local constables to his crime. In Sharpe's case there was no home parish, but once Morris caught up with his paperwork and the company clerk had made the necessary copies, Sharpe's description would be broadcast throughout the army. If Sharpe was then found in Seringapatam, which Baird suspected he would be, he was supposed to be arrested, but it was far more likely that he'd be killed. Most soldiers resented deserters, not because of their crime, but because they dared to do what so many others never had the courage to try. And no officer would punish a man for killing a deserter. Baird put the open book onto Morris's table.
"I want you to add a note under general remarks," Baird told the captain.
"Of course, sir."
"Just say that it is vital that Private Sharpe be taken alive, and that if he is captured, he must be brought either to me or to General Harris."
Morris gaped at Baird.
"You, sir?"
"Baird, B-A-I-R-D, Major General."
"Yes, sir, but—"
Morris had been about to ask what possible business a Major General had with a deserter, then realized that such a question would never fetch a civil answer, so he just dipped a quill in ink and hurriedly added the words Baird had requested.
"You think we might see Sharpe again, sir?"
he asked.
"I do hope so, Captain." Baird stood. "I even pray as much. Now, may I thank you for your hospitality?"
"Yes, sir, of course, sir."
Morris half stood as the General left, then dropped back onto his chair and stared at the words he'd just written.
"What in God's name is all that about?"
he asked when Baird was safely out of earshot. Hexwell sniffed.
"No good, sir, I warrant that."
Morris uncovered the arrack and took a sip.
"First the bastard is summoned to Harris's tent, then he runs, and now Baird says we'll see him again and wants him kept alive. Why?"
"He's up to no good, sir," Hexwell said. "He took his woman and vanished, sir. Ain't no general who can condone that behaviour, sir. It's unforgivable, sir. The army's going to the dogs, sir."
"I can't disobey Baird," Morris muttered.
"But you don't want Sharpe back here either, sir," Hexwell said fervently. "A soldier who's a general's pet? He'll be given his sergeant's stripes next."
The thought of such an affront struck Hexwell momentarily speechless. His face quivered with indignation. Then, with a visible effort, he controlled himself.
"Who knows, sir?"
he suggested slyly.
"But the little bastard might be reporting on you and me, sir, like the traitor what he is. We don't need snakes in our bosom, sir. We don't want to disturb the happy mood of the company, not by harbouring a general's pet, sir."
"General's pet," Morris repeated softly. The captain was a venal man, and, though no worse than many, he nevertheless dreaded official scrutiny. But he was far too lazy to correct the malfeasances half concealed in the closely penned columns of the paybooks. Worse, Morris feared that Sharpe could somehow reveal his complicity in the false charge that had resulted in Sharpe's flogging. And though it seemed impossible for a mere private to carry that much weight in the army, so it seemed equally impossible that a Major General should make a special errand to discuss that private. There was something very odd going on, and Morris disliked strange threats. He merely asked for the quiet life, and he wanted Sharpe out of it.
"But I can't leave those words off the form,"
he complained to Hexwell, gesturing at the new addition on Sharpe's page.
"Don't need to, sir. With respect, sir. Ain't no form being distributed here, sir. Not in the 33rd, sir. Don't need a form, do we? We knows what a bugger looks like, we does. So they won't give us no form, sir. They never do, sir. So I'll let it be known that if anyone sees Sharpe, They're to oblige the army by putting a goolie in his back.
Hakeswill saw Morris's nervousness.
Won't be no fuss, sir. Not if the bugger's in Seringapatam and we're putting the bloody place to pieces. Kill him quick, sir, and that's more than he deserves. He's up to no good, sir, I can feel it in me waters. And a bugger up to no good is a bugger better off dead. Says so in the scripture, sir.
I'm sure it does, Sergeant, I'm sure it does, Morris said, then closed the punishment book. You must do whatever you think is best, Sergeant. I know I can trust you.
You do me honour, sir,
Hakeswill said with feigned emotion.
You do me honour. And I'll have the bastard for you, sir. Have him proper dead.
In Seringapatam.
What in God's name did you think you were doing, Sharpe? Lawford demanded furiously.
The lieutenant was much too angry to go along with the pretence of being a private, and besides, the two men were now alone for the first time that day. Alone, but not unguarded, for though they were standing sentry in one of the South Wall Cavaliers, there were a dozen men of Goudin's battalion within sight, including the burly sergeant called Rotier, who watched the two newcomers from the next cavalier along.
"By God, Private," Lawford hissed, "I'll have you flogged for that display when we're back. We're here to rescue Colonel McCandless, not to kill him. Are you mad?"
Sharpe stared south across the landscape, saying nothing. To his right the shallow river flowed between shelving green banks. Once the monsoon came, the river would swell and spread and drown the wide flat rocks that dotted its bed. He was feeling more comfortable now, for Dr. Venkatesh had placed some salve on his back which had taken away a lot of the pain. The doctor had then put on new bandages and warned Sharpe that they mustn't be dampened, but ought to be changed each day until the wounds healed. Colonel Goudin had then taken the two Englishmen to a barracks room close by the city's southwestern corner. Every man in the barracks was a European, most of them French, but with a scattering of Swiss, Germans, and 2 Britishers. They all wore the blue coats of French infantry, but there were none to spare for their 2 new men. And so Sergeant Rotier had issued Sharpe and Lawford with tiger tunics, like those that Tippoo's men wore. The tunics did not open down the front like a European coat, but had to be pulled over the head. "Where are you boys from?" an English voice asked Sharpe as he pulled down the dyed cotton tunic.
33rd,
Sharpe had said.
"The Havercakes?" the man said. "Thought they were up north, in Calcutta."
"Brought down to Madras last year," Sharpe said. He gingerly sat on his cot, an Indian bed made from ropes stretched between a simple wooden frame. It proved surprisingly comfortable. "And you?" he asked the Englishman.
"Royal Bleeding Artillery, mate, both of us. Ran 3 months back. Name's Johnny Blake, and that's Henry Hickson."
"I'm Dick Sharpe, and that's Bill Lawford," Sharpe said, introducing the lieutenant, who looked desperately awkward in his knee-length tunic of purple and white stripes. Over the tunic he wore 2 cross-belts, and an ordinary belt from which hung a bayonet and a cartridge pouch. They had been issued with heavy French muskets, and warned they'd have to do their share of sentry duty with the rest of the small battalion.
"Used to be a lot more of us," Blake told Sharpe, "but men die here like flies. Fever mostly."
"But it ain't bad here," Henry Hickson offered. "Food's all right, plenty of BBs, and Goudin's a real decent officer, better than any we ever had."
"Right bastards we had,"
Blake agreed.
"Aren't they all?"
Sharpe had said.
"And the pay's good when you get it. 5 months overdue now, but maybe we'll get it when we beat the stuffing out of the British."
Blake laughed at the suggestion. Blake and Hickson were not required to stand guard, but instead manned one of the big tiger-mouth guns that crouched behind a nearby embrasure. Sharpe and Lawford stood their watch alone, and it was that privacy which had encouraged Lawford into his furious attack.
"Have you got nothing to say for yourself, Private?"
he challenged Sharpe, who still stared serenely over the green landscape through which the river curled south about the city's island.
"Well?"
Lawford snapped. Sharpe looked at him. "You loaded the musket, didn't you, Bill?"
"Of course."
"You ever felt gunpowder that smooth and fine?" Sharpe gazed into the lieutenant's face.
"It could have been gunpowder dust,"
Lawford insisted angrily.
"That's shiny,"
Sharpe said derisively.
"Gunpowder dust is full of rat shit and sawdust. And did you really think, Bill," he pronounced the name sarcastically, "that the bleeding Tippoo would let us have loaded guns before he was sure he could trust us, and with him standing not 6 feet away? And did you bother to taste the powder?"
"I did,"
and it weren't salty at all. That weren't gunpowder, Lieutenant. That were either ink powder or black pigment, but whatever it was never going to spark."
Lawford gaped at Sharpe. "So you knew all along the gun wouldn't fire?"
"Of course I bloody knew. Wouldn't have pulled the trigger else. You mean you didn't realise that weren't powder?"
Lawford turned away. Once again he had been made to look like a fool, and he blushed at the realization. "I'm sorry," he said. He was crestfallen, and again he felt a galling sense of inadequacy compared to this common soldier. Sharpe stared at a patrol of the Tippoo's lancers, who were riding back towards the city. 3 of them were wounded and were being supported in their saddles by their comrades, which suggested the British were not so very far away now. "I'm sorry, sir," he said very softly, and deliberately using the word sir to mollify Lawford. "But I'm not trying to be insolent. I'm just trying to keep you and me alive." "I know. I'm sorry too. I should have known it wasn't powder." "It was confusing, wasn't it?" Sharpe said, trying to console his companion. "What, with the Tippoo being there? Fat little bugger, ain't he? But you're doing all right, sir." Sharpe spoke feelingly, knowing that the young lieutenant desperately needed encouragement. "And you were clever as hell, sir, saying you wore an apron. I should have splashed some ink on your uniform, shouldn't I? But I never thought of it. But you got us out of that one." "I was thinking of Private Brookfield," Lawford said, not without some pride at the memory of his inspired lie. "You know Brookfield?" "The clerk of Mr. Stanbridge's company, sir. Fellow who wears spectacles. Does he wear a pinny?" "He says it keeps the ink off him." "Yeah, he always was an old woman," Sharpe said scornfully. "But you did well. And I'll tell you something else. We have to get out of here soon, because I know why we came now. We don't have to find your merchant fellow. We just have to get out. Unless you think we ought to rescue your uncle. But if you don't, then we can just run, because I know why we came now." Lawford gaped at him. "You know?" "The Colonel spoke to me, sir, while we was going through that pantomime back there in the palace. He says we're to tell General Harris to avoid the West Wall. Nothing else, just that." Lawford stared at Sharpe, then glanced across the angle of the city walls towards the western defences, but nothing he could see there looked strange or suspicious. "You better stop calling me sir," he said. "Are you sure about what he said?" "He said it twice. Avoid the West Wall." A bellow from the next cavalier made them turn. Rotier was pointing south, suggesting that the 2 Englishmen watch that direction as they were supposed to, instead of gaping like yokels towards the west. Sharpe obediently stared southwards, though there was nothing to be seen there except some women carrying loads on their heads, and a thin naked boy herding some scrawny cattle along the river bank. His duty now, Sharpe thought, was to escape this place and get back to the British Army. But how in God's name was he ever to do that? If he were to jump off the wall now, Sharpe reckoned, he would stand a half chance of breaking a leg, and even if he survived the jump, he'd only land in the glacis ditch. And if he managed to cross the glacis, he'd merely reach the military encampment that was built hard round the city's southern and eastern walls. And if he was lucky enough to escape the hundreds of soldiers who would converge on him, he would still need to cross the river. And meanwhile every gun on the encampment wall would be hammering at his heels. And once he crossed the river, if he ever did, the Tippoo's lancers would be waiting on the far bank. The sheer impossibility of escaping the city made him smile. "God knows how we ever get out of here," he said to Lawford. "Maybe at night?" Lawford suggested vaguely. "If they ever let us stand guard at night," Sharpe said dubiously, then thought of Mary. Could he leave her in the city? "So what do we do?" Lawford asked. "What we always do in the army," Sharpe said stoically. "Hurry up and do nothing. Wait for the opportunity. It'll come, it'll come. And in the meantime, maybe we can find out just what the devils are doing in the west of the city, eh?" Lawford shuddered. "I'm glad I brought you, Sharpe." "You are?" Sharpe grinned at that compliment. "I'll tell you when I'll be glad. When you take me back home to the army." And suddenly, after weeks of thinking about desertion, Sharpe realized that what he had just said was true. He did want to go back to the army, and that knowledge surprised him. The army had bored Richard Sharpe, then done its best to break his spirits. It had even flogged him, But now, standing on Seringapatam's battlements, he missed the army. For at heart, as Richard Sharpe had just discovered for himself, he was a soldier. Chapter 6. The armies of Britain and Hyderabad reached Seringapatam 4 days later. The first evidence of their coming was a cloud of dust that thickened and rose to obscure the eastern horizon, a great fog of dust kicked up by thousands of hooves, boots, and wheels. The two armies had crossed the river well to the city's east, and were now on its southern bank, and Sharpe climbed with the rest of Gounan's men to the far step above the Mysore gate to watch the first British cavalry patrols appear in the distance. A torrent of lancers clattered out of the gate to challenge the invaders. The Tipu's men rode with green and scarlet pennants on their lance heads, and beneath silk banners showing the golden sun blazoned against a scarlet field. Once the lancers had passed through the gate, a succession of painted ox carts squealed and ground their way into the city, each loaded with rice, grain, or beans. There was plenty of water inside Seringapatam, for not only did the river Cauvery wash beneath 2 of the walls, but each street had its own well, and now the Tipu was making certain that the granaries were filled to overflowing. The city's magazines were already crammed with ammunition. There were guns in every embrasure, and behind the walls spare guns waited to replace any that were dismounted. Sharpe had never seen so many guns. The Tipu Sultan had great faith in artillery, and he had collected cannon of every shape and size. There were guns with barrels disguised as crouching tigers, and guns inscribed with flowing Arabic letters, and guns supplied from France, some still with the ancient Bourbon cipher incised close to their touch-holes. There were huge guns with barrels over 20 feet long that fired stone balls close to 50 pounds in weight, and small guns, scarce longer than a musket, that fired individual balls of grape. The Tipu intended to meet any British assault with a storm of cannon fire. And not just cannon fire, for as the two enemy armies marched closer to the city, the rocket men brought their strange weapons to the fire steps. Sharpe had never seen rockets before, and he gaped as the missiles were stacked against the parapets. Each was an iron tube some 4 or 5 inches wide and about 18 inches long, that was attached by leather thongs to a bamboo stick that stood higher than a man. A crude tin cone tipped the iron cylinder, and inside the cone was either a small solid shot, or else an explosive charge that was ignited by the rocket's own gunpowder propellant. The missiles were fired by lighting a twist of paper that emerged from the base of the iron cylinders. Some of the rocket tubes had been wrapped with paper, then painted with either snarling tigers or verses from the Koran. "There's a man in Ireland working on a similar weapon," Lawford told Sharpe, "though I don't think he puts tigers on his rocket heads." "How do you aim the bloody things?" Sharpe asked. Some of the rockets had been placed ready to fire, but there was no gun barrel to direct them. Instead, they were simply laid on the parapet and pointed in the general direction of the enemy. "You don't really aim them," Lawford said. "At least, I don't think you do. They're just pointed in the right direction and fired. They're notoriously inaccurate," he added. "At least, I hope they are." "We'll see soon enough," Sharpe said, as another handcart of the strange missiles was heaved up the ramp to the fire step. Sharpe looked forward to seeing the rockets fired, but then it became apparent that the British and Hyderabad armies were not approaching the city directly, and thus bringing themselves into range, but instead planned to march clear around Seringapatam's southern margin. The progress of the two armies was painfully slow. They'd appeared at dawn, but by nightfall they had still not completed their half-circuit of the island on which Seringapatam sat. A crowd of spectators thronged the city ramparts to watch the enormous sprawl of herds, battalions, cavalry squadrons, guns, civilians, and wagons that filled the southern landscape. Dust surrounded the armies like an English fog. From time to time the fog thickened as a group of the Tipu's lancers attacked some vulnerable spot, but each time the lancers were met by a countercharge of allied cavalry, and more dust would spew up from the horses' hoofs as the riders charged, clashed, circled, and fought. One lancer rode back to the city with a British cavalryman's hat held aloft on his spear point, and the soldiers on the walls cheered his return. But gradually the greater number of allied cavalry gained the upper hand, and the cheers died away as more and more of the Tipu's horsemen splashed back wounded through the South Corvery's ford. Some of the enemy, when the Tipu's cavalry was driven away, ventured closer to the city. Small groups of officers trotted their horses towards the river so that they could examine the city walls, and it was one such group that drew the first rocket fire. Sharpe watched fascinated as an officer turned one of the long weapons on the flat top of the parapet so that its tin cone pointed directly towards the nearest group of horsemen. The rocket man waited beside his officer, swinging a length of slow match to keep its burning end bright and hot. The officer fussed with the rocket's alignment. Then, satisfied at last, he stepped back and nodded to the rocket man, who grinned and touched his slow match to the twist of paper at the rocket's base. The fuse paper, Sharpe guessed, had been soaked in water diluted with gunpowder, then dried, because it immediately caught the glowing fire, which ate its way swiftly up the fuse as the rocket man stepped hurriedly away. The glowing trail vanished into the iron cylinder. There was silence for a second. Then the rocket twitched as a bright flame abruptly choked and spat from the tube's base. The twitch of the igniting powder charge threw the heavy rocket out of its careful alignment, but there was no chance to correct the weapon's aim, for a jet of flame was spitting fiercely enough from the cylinder to scorch the rocket's quivering bamboo stick. And then, very suddenly, the bright flame roared into a furnace-like intensity, with a noise like a huge waterfall. Only instead of water, it was spewing sparks and smoke as the rocket began to move. It trembled for an instant, scraped an inch or two across the parapet, then abruptly accelerated away into the air, leaving a thick cloud of smoke and a scorch mark on the parapet's coping. For a few seconds it seemed as if the rocket was having trouble staying aloft, for the long scorched tail wobbled as the fiery tube fought against gravity, and as the smoke trail stitched a crazy whirl above the ditch at the foot of the wall. But then at last it gained momentum and raced away across the glacis, the encampment, and the river. It spewed a tail of sparks, fire, and smoke as it flew. Then, as the powder charge began to be exhausted, the rocket fell earthwards. Beneath the missile, the group of horsemen had collapsed their spyglasses and were fleeing in every direction as the fire-tailed demon came shrieking out of the sky. The rocket struck the ground, bounced, tumbled, then exploded with a small crack of noise and a burst of flame and white smoke. None of the horsemen had been touched, but their panic delighted the Tipu's men on the bastions, who gave the rocketmen a cheer. Sharpe cheered with them. Further up the wall, a cannon fired at a second group of horsemen. The smoke of the gun billowed out across the encampment beneath the walls, and the heavy round shot screamed across the river to disembowel a horse a half-mile away. But no one cheered the gunners. Guns were not so spectacular as rockets. "He's got thousands of those bloody things," Sharpe told Lawford, indicating a pile of the rockets. "They really aren't very accurate," Lawford said with a pedantic disapproval. "But far enough at once, and you wouldn't know if you were in this world or the next. I wouldn't fancy being on the wrong end of a dozen of those things." Behind them, from one of the tall white minarets of the city's new mosque, the muezzin was chanting the summons for the evening prayer, and the Muslim rocketmen hastened to unroll their small prayer mats and face westwards towards Mecca. Sharpe and Lawford also faced west, not out of any respect for the Tipu's religion, but because the vanguard of British and Indian cavalry was scouting the flat land beyond the South Corvery, which was plainly visible from the summit of the Mysore Gate. The main body of the two armies was making camp well to the south of the city, but the horsemen had ridden ahead to reconnoitre the western country in preparation for the next day's short march. Sharpe could even see officers pacing out and marking where the Lascars would pitch the army's tents. It seemed that General Harris had decided to attack from the west, the one direction the Bacandus had warned against. "Poor bloody fools," Sharpe said, though neither he nor Lawford yet knew what was dangerous about the western defences. Nor had they been given the slightest chance to escape from the city. They were never unwatched. They were never allowed to stand guard at night, and Sharpe knew that even the smallest attempt to break away from the city would lead to immediate death. Yet they were not otherwise treated badly. They had been accepted well enough by their new comrades, but Sharpe could detect a reserve, and he supposed that until he and Lawford proved their reliability, there'd always be an undercurrent of suspicion. "It ain't that they don't trust you," Henry Hickson had explained on their first night, "but till they're actually seen you bang a few balls off at your old mates, they won't really know whether you're stout." Hickson was sewing up the frayed edge of his leather thumbstool, which protected his hand when a cannon was swabbed out. The gunner had to stop the touch hold so that the rammer could not drive a jet of fresh air down the barrel and so ignite any scraps of remaining powder. And Hickson's old and blackened thumbstool betrayed how long he'd been an artilleryman. "Had this in America," Hickson said, flourishing the ancient scrap of leather. "Stitched for me by a little girl in Charleston. Lovely little thing she was."
"How long have you been in the artillery?" Lawford had asked the grey-haired Hickson.
"Oh, bleeding lifetime, Bill. Joined in 76.
Hickson laughed.
"King and country. Go and save the colonies, eh? And all I did was march up and down like a little lost lamb, and only ever fired a dozen shots. Should have stayed there, shouldn't I, when they kicked us out, but like a fool I didn't. Went to Gibraltar, polished cannon for a couple of years, then got posted out here."
"So why did you run?" Lawford asked.
"Money, of course. The Tipu might be a black heathen bastard, but he pays well for gunners. When he pays at all, of course, which isn't precisely frequent. But all the same, it ain't done bad by me. And if I'd stayed in the gunners, I wouldn't have met Sony, would I?"
He had jerked his calloused thumb towards his Indian woman, who was cooking the evening meal with the wives of the other soldiers. "Don't you ever worry that you'll be recaptured?" Lawford asked him.
"Course I bloody worry, all the bleeding time."
Hickson held the thumbstool close to his right eye to judge the neatness of his stitching.
"Christ, Bill, I don't want to be stood up against a bleeding post with a dozen bastards staring down their musket barrels at me. I want to die in Suni's bed."
He grinned.
"You do ask the most stupid questions, Bill. But what do you expect of a bleeding clerk? All that reading and writing, mate, doesn't do a man any bleeding good."
He had shaken his head in despair of Lawford ever seeing sense. Like all of Goudan's soldiers, Hickson was more suspicious of Lawford than of Sharpe. They all understood Sharpe, for he was one of them, and good at his trade, but Lawford was patently uncomfortable. They put it down to his having come from a comfortable home that had fallen on hard times, and while they were sympathetic to that misfortune, they nevertheless expected him to make the best of it. Others in Goudan's small battalion despised Lawford for his clumsiness with weapons, but Sharpe was his friend, and so far no man had been willing to risk Sharpe's displeasure by needling Lawford. Sharpe and Lawford watched the invading armies make their camp well out of cannon range to the south of the city. A few Mysorean cavalrymen still circled the armies, watching for a chance to snap up a fugitive, but most of the Tipu's men were now back on the city's island. There was an excited buzz in the city, almost a relief that the enemy was in sight and the waiting at last was over. There was also a feeling of confidence, for although the enemy horde looked vast, the Tipu had formidable defences and plenty of men. Sharpe could detect no lack of enthusiasm among the Hindu troops. Lawford had told them there was bad blood between them and the Muslims, but on that evening, as the Tipu's men hung more defiant banners above their lime-washed walls, the city seemed united in its defiance. Sergeant Rotier shouted at Sharpe and Lawford from the inner wall of the Mysore gate, pointing to the big bastion at the city's southwestern corner. "Colonel Goudan wants us," Lawford translated for Sharpe.
"Vite!"
Rotier bellowed. "Now," Lawford said nervously. The two men threaded their way through the spectators who crowded the parapets until they found Colonel Goudan in a cavalier that jutted south from the huge square bastion. "How's your back?" the Frenchman greeted Sharpe.
"Mending wonderfully, sir."
Goudan smiled, pleased at the news.
"It's Indian medicine, Sharpe. If I ever go back to France, I've a mind to take a native doctor with me. Much better than ours. All a French doctor would do is bleed you dry, then console your widow."
The colonel turned and gestured south across the river.
"Your old friends,"
he said, indicating where the British and Indian cavalry were exploring the land between the army's encampment and the city. Most were staying well out of range of Seringapatam's cannon, but a few braver souls were galloping closer to the city, either to tempt the Tipu's cavalry to come out and dare single combat, or else to provoke the gunners on the city wall. One especially flamboyant group was shouting towards the city, and even waving, as though inviting cannon fire, and every now and then a cannon would boom, or a rocket scream across the river, though somehow the jeering cavalrymen always remained untouched. "They're distracting us," Goudan explained, "drawing attention away from some others. There, see, some bushes, beside the cistern."
He was pointing across the river. "There are some scouts there on foot. They are trying to see what defences we have close to the river. You see them? Look, in the bushes under the 2 palm trees." Sharpe stared but could see nothing. "You want us to go and get them, sir?" he offered. "I want you to shoot them," Goudin said. The bushes under the twin palms were nearly 1/4 of a mile away. "Long bloody range for a musket, sir," Sharpe said dubiously. "Try this, then," Goudin said, and held out a gun. It must have been one of the Tipu's own weapons, for its stock was decorated with ivory. Its tiger-head lock was chased with gold, and its barrel engraved with Arabic writing. Sharpe took and hefted the gun. "Might be pretty, sir," he said, "but no amount of fancy work on the outside will make it more accurate than that plain old thing." He patted his heavy French musket. "Well, you're wrong," Goudin said. "That's a rifle." "A rifle?" Sharpe had heard of such weapons, but he had never handled one, and now he peered inside the muzzle and saw that the barrel was indeed cut in a pattern of spiralling grooves. He'd heard that the grooves spun the bullet, which somehow made a rifle far more accurate than a shot from a smooth-bore musket. Why that should be the case he hadn't the slightest idea, but every man he had ever spoken to about rifles had sworn it was true. "Still," he said dubiously, "near 1/4 mile? Long ways for a bullet, sir, even if it is spinning." "That rifle can kill at 400 paces, Sharpe," Goudin said confidently. "It's loaded, by the way," the colonel added, and Sharpe, who'd been peering down the muzzle again, jerked back. Goudin laughed. "Loaded with the best powder, and with his bullet wrapped in oiled leather. I want to see how good a shot you are." "No, you don't, sir," Sharpe said. "You want to see if I'm willing to kill my own countrymen." "That too, of course," Goudin agreed placidly, and laughed at having had his small ploy discovered. "At that range you should aim about 6 or 7 feet above your target. I have another rifle for you, Lawford, but I don't suppose we can expect a clerk to be as accurate as a skirmisher like Sharpe." "I'll do my best, sir," Lawford said, and took the second rifle from Goudin. Lawford might be clumsy at loading a gun, but he was a practised shot in the hunting field, and had been firing rifled fowling pieces since he was 8 years old. "Some men find it hard to shoot at their old comrades," Goudin told Lawford mildly, "and I want to make sure you're not among them." "Let's hope the bastards are officers," Sharpe said. "Begging your presence, sir." "There they are," Goudin said. And sure enough, just beside the cistern, beneath the 2 palm trees across the river, were a pair of red coats. The men were examining the city walls through telescopes. Their horses were picketed behind them. Sharpe knelt in a gun embrasure. He instinctively felt that the range was much too long for any firearm. But he'd heard about the miracle of rifles, and he was curious to see if the rumours were true. "You take the one on the left, Bill," he said, "and fire just after me." He glanced at Goudin and saw that the colonel had moved a few feet down the cavalier to watch the effect of the shots from a place where the rifle's smoke wouldn't obscure his glass. "And aim well, Bill," Sharpe said in a low voice. "They're probably only bloody cavalrymen, so who cares if we plug them with a pair of bloody ghoulies?" He crouched behind the rifle and aligned its well-defined sights that were so much more impressive than the rudimentary stub that served a musket as a foresight. A man could stand 50 feet in front of a well-aimed musket and still stand a better-than-evens chance of walking away unscathed. But the delicacy of the rifled sights seemed to confirm what everyone had told Sharpe. This was a long-range killer. He settled himself firmly, keeping the sights lined on the distant man, then gently raised the barrel so that the rifle's muzzle obscured his target, but would give the ball the needed trajectory. There was no wind to speak of, so he had no need to offset his aim. He'd never fired a rifle, but it was just common sense, really. Nor was he unduly worried about killing one of his own side. It was a sad necessity, something that needed to be done if he was to earn Goudin's trust, and thus the freedom that might let him escape from the city. He took a breath, half let it out, then pulled the trigger. The gun banged into his shoulder, its recoil much harder than an ordinary musket's blow. Lawford fired a half-second later, the smoke of his gun joining the dense cloud pumped out by Sharpe's rifle. "The clerk wins!" Goudin exclaimed in astonishment. He lowered his spyglass.
Yours went 6 inches past the man's head, Sharpe, but I think you killed your man, Lawford. Well done indeed. Lawford reddened, but said nothing. He looked very troubled, and Goodham put his evident confusion down to a natural shyness. "Is that the first man you've ever killed?" he asked gently. "Yes, sir," Lawford said, truthfully enough. "You deserve to be better than a clerk. Well done, both of you." He took the rifles from them and laughed at Sharpe's rueful expression. "You expected to do better, Sharpe?" "Yes, sir." "You will. 6 inches off at that distance is very good shooting. Very good indeed." Goodham turned to watch as the uninjured redcoat dragged his companion back towards the horses. "I think maybe," Goodham went on, "that you have a natural talent, Lawford. I congratulate you.